Chapter 214. Zangwill went to Bakeland. I wonder how long he'll be there. I can confirm it every once in a while. Klein leaned forward in thought, wiped off the contents of the goat's skin, and wrote a new divination statement. Lenevis's current location. From his point of view, the culprit who had caused the death of the captain and the others, as well as nearly causing him to fall into an eternal slumber, was undoubtedly Zangwill. However, the lunatic Lenevis was also an accomplice who couldn't shirk his responsibility. He had to pay the price in blood. After reciting it 7 times, Klein entered a dream once again. However, the scene that appeared after the gray world split open was exactly the same as what he had just seen. The wide, slightly turbid river, the docks one after another, the rows upon rows of houses, the Loanese style, with all sorts of buildings mixed with the Gothic style, the crowded streets, the bustling scene, the chimneys that constantly spewed out fog, the extremely gorgeous palaces, and the towering, iconic Gothic bell tower. Lenevis was also in the land of hope, the capital of capitals, Bakeland. Klein opened his eyes, slightly puzzled. This was because he wanted to divine Lenevis's exact location, but the result was still a very large and fuzzy range. This means that Lenevis's sequence is much higher than I expected. That's not right. It's also possible that he obtained great benefits in the process of helping the true creator descend. For example, a bit of godhood or something similar to the umbilical cord-like item left behind by the baby in Mago's swoon. The latter was likely taken away by Zangwill. Klein's thoughts raced as he muttered to himself, making a preliminary guess. After confirming the vague location of his 2 enemies, he considered another practical problem. He didn't have the strength to seek revenge at the moment. Even if Lenevis is only a sequence 7 or even a sequence 8, he wouldn't be easy to deal with after obtaining great benefits. Furthermore, he's clearly skilled in craftiness. It's normal for him to trick a powerhouse stronger than him. Zangwill is even more terrifying. He's a sequence 4 demigod and possesses a terrifying grade 0 sealed artifact. Although my transmigration still hides some secrets, it's obvious that it can't be converted into combat strength. It might not be possible for a long time. I can only continue raising my sequence and gather powerful mystical items. I have to use both methods. As his thoughts churned, Klein decided to add another divination. After deliberating over his words, he solemnly wrote, "My hope to become stronger." Gently putting down the fountain pen that had appeared, Klein leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. As he chanted, he entered a deep slumber with the help of cogitation. In a hazy world, he once again saw the scene he had just witnessed. He saw the river, dock, chimneys, crowds, palaces, all kinds of machinery, and a Gothic clock tower. He saw the capital of the Rouen kingdom, Bakeland. Following that, the scene changed. He saw a towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, a magnificent, ancient palace, and a huge seat carved from stone, embedded with dull gems and gold. He saw a strange vertical eye formed from countless mysterious symbols. Silently, the scene shattered. Klein slowly sat up straight and reached out to tap the edge of the long bronze table. Bakeland has the hope for me to become stronger. The second scene refers to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family. The strange vertical eye that was formed from countless mysterious symbols and transmitted to me by the Antigonus family's notebook after being corrupted by the misfortune cloth puppet is the key to everything. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein decided not to rush to the Hornacis mountain range. The hidden dangers inside were so high that even a sequence 4 demigod might not be able to withstand them. Therefore, I'll go to Bakeland. Klein sighed and made his decision. He enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of falling before leaving the mysterious space above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he slowly walked out of his hiding spot and returned to Dunn Smith's grave. After taking a deep look at the picture and inscription on the tombstone, Klein slowly drew a crimson moon on his chest before turning to walk out of the cemetery. As a former Nighthawk who had to patrol Raphael's cemetery from time to time, he was very familiar with the movements of the cemetery keepers and the surrounding environment. Without causing any disturbance, he easily left the quiet and desolate area. Following the road made of rammed earth, he used the shadows of the trees as cover and headed straight for Tingen. The night was so peaceful, and the crimson moon was so dreamy. Klein walked alone, his thoughts running wild like a horse that had escaped its reins. At times, he would consider his revenge plan, and at other times he would recall the unreliable memories of his captain. He would recall the sorrow hidden under old Neil's humor. Unknowingly, Klein walked into the nearest street like a wandering spirit and turned into a fork. By the time he completely extricated himself from that state and regained control of his thoughts, it was already 2 hours later. He found himself standing on Daffodil Street. Opposite him was the home he shared with his brother and sister. Instinctively, Klein returned here. He took a step forward joyfully, but he suddenly stopped and revealed a bitter smile. He muttered in a self-deprecating voice. He muttered to himself in a self-deprecating manner. If I were to knock on the door, Melissa would probably faint on the spot. Banson would probably start to lose his hair out of nervousness. Then, he would try his best to calm me down and persuade me in the name of the curly-haired baboon. Shaking his head, Klein took a deep look at the familiar door before walking towards Iron Cross Street. That's good, that's good. What I want to do in the future won't implicate them. The pension given by the Nighthawks and the police department will definitely be enough for them to live a stable middle-class life. Even if Melissa doesn't find a job and Banson loses his job. After walking in silence for a while, Klein began to feel exhausted. But as a dead person, other than the clothes he wore, the topaz pendant, and Aztec's copper whistle, he had nothing else, including gold pounds, soli, and pennies. Should I blow the copper whistle and send a letter to Mr. Aztec to get him to save me quickly? Klein laughed in spite of his misery. Forget it. I won't contact him for now. Perhaps Zangwill is still secretly observing him. I'll look for him when the time is right. As an old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years, he should be able to understand something like resurrection. Yes, it's not too cold tonight. I'll find a place to sleep for a while. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Bakelin Bank's Tingen branch and withdraw the money from my anonymous account. Due to the many things that had happened recently, he hadn't had the time to do the follow-up experiments of the sacrifice. The 300 pounds in his anonymous account were still intact. This is enough to cover my expenses for a long period of time. I'll buy a newspaper tomorrow to confirm what day of the week it is. There are no new prayers for Miss Justice, which means that I haven't missed the gathering. As Klein thought, he found a corner that was sheltered from the wind and sat down. He took off his coat, covered himself with it, and leaned against the wall to sleep. Not long after he slept, he was suddenly woken up by someone. He saw a policeman holding a baton. There's only a V on his epaulette, a policeman of the lowest rank. Klein glanced at him and confirmed his identity. The policeman said fiercely, "You can't sleep here. The streets and parks aren't a place for lazy bums like you who don't want to work to sleep. That's the rule of the poor law." Is that so? Klein was taken aback. As his identity was sensitive, he didn't argue with the policeman. He took his coat and walked on the street again until dawn. Soon, he lowered his head and entered the Tingen branch bank in Backlund. He used the default password to withdraw 200 pounds in cash. He left the remaining 1/3 of his savings in his account just in case. When he wrote the ancient Hermes incantation that served as the password, Klein undoubtedly heard the prayers. Following that, he spent a total of 38 pounds on 2 formal suits, 2 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, 2 pairs of leather boots, 2 bow ties for pairs of socks, as well as 2 sets of double-breasted coats, 2 solid-colored sweaters, and 2 pairs of thick pants for the winter. In addition, he bought a cane, a wallet, and a leather suitcase. After doing all of this, Klein found an end to shower and change his clothes. Then, to avoid meeting any acquaintances, he took a rental carriage to the steam locomotive station in Tingen. On the way, he bought a newspaper to confirm that it was a Sunday. It only took about 4 hours to travel from Tingen to Bakelin by steam locomotive. A luxurious first-class seat cost 3/4 of a pound, which was 15 soldi. Second-class seats cost 10 soldi, which was half a pound. Third-class seats, which were extremely cramped and in poor conditions, were relatively cheap, costing only 5 soldi. Klein thought for a moment and bought a second-class seat for the 2 o'clock train in the afternoon. With his ticket and suitcase in hand, Klein found a random seat in the waiting hall. It was only a little past 9 in the morning. He was very glad that the Rouen kingdom didn't have a strict household registration system. 3 months' worth of water, gas, and rent bills were enough to prove one's identity. It was even simpler to buy a steam locomotive ticket. All he needed was money. Sitting in the waiting hall, Klein's heart suddenly felt empty when he thought of how he would be leaving Tingen in the afternoon and heading to the capital, Bakeland. He thought of his younger sister, who lived like a mother. He thought of his brother, who liked to tell sarcastic jokes. He thought of how the three of them had eaten too much and were paralyzed in their seats, none of them wanting to move. Scene by scene, Klein suddenly laughed. He laughed uncomfortably because he thought of Melissa's tortoise that was called a doll. He thought of Banson's pitiful hairline. He suddenly had a strong urge to take another look at his brother and sister. It was only then that Klein understood why he didn't choose an earlier train and bought the 2 o'clock train in the afternoon. He carried his leather suitcase and quickly left the waiting hall. He took a rental carriage back to Daffodil Street. Then, he hid in the shadows of the opposite house and looked at the door of his house. He wanted to go over a few times, but he couldn't cross the wide street. Klein looked at the opposite house in a daze. He suddenly felt like he was homeless. He had a similar feeling when he first transmigrated. Suddenly, he saw the door open. He saw Melissa and Banson walk out. One of them was wearing a black dress and a black gauze hat, while the other was wearing a black shirt, black vest, black pants, black coat, and black top hat. Their expressions were equally blank, and they were in low spirits. Melissa has lost weight. Why is Banson so haggard? Klein's heart ached. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't call out the two names. He subconsciously followed Banson and Melissa to the nearest municipal square. He saw tents set up there and a new circus performing. Banson took out money to buy a ticket and entered with Melissa. He forced a smile and said, "This circus is very famous." Melissa nodded without any expression. "Yes." Suddenly, her foot slipped and her ankle slanted slightly. She was about to fall. Klein, who had bought a ticket and entered, opened his mouth. He wanted to help his sister, but he could only retract his hand that he had subconsciously extended. He stood helplessly not far away, standing in the crowd. Banson jumped in fright, but it was already too late to help. However, Melissa quickly steadied herself, pursed her lips, and didn't say a word. At this moment, the clowns surged over. Some performed on carriage wheels without falling. Some crawled on huge rubber balls, and some threw tennis balls into the sky before catching them with comical actions. Melissa watched the performance with a calm expression, as though the other party didn't exist. Benson tried a few times and cheered loudly, but he failed to stir his sister's emotions. Slowly, he fell into a sullen mood. Klein pursed his lips and watched this scene from afar. He wanted to approach, but he didn't dare. Suddenly, he touched the wallet in his pocket and had an idea. Banson and Melissa continued walking forward, silently watching the various performances. After a while, they saw a clown covered in red, yellow, and white paint run over. First, he threw tennis balls into the sky. Then, while everyone's attention was drawn to the sky, he conjured a bouquet of flowers out of nowhere. It was a bouquet of Sylvia chrysanthemums. This bouquet of flowers was placed in front of Melissa and Banson. It was golden in color, a symbol of happiness. Melissa and Banson looked at the clown in a daze. They saw his face covered in red, yellow, and white paint. The corners of his mouth curled up high, fixing a happy smile. It was an exaggerated smile, a comical smile. Chapter 2:15. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for their tips and subscriptions. I was supposed to write a speech at the end of June, but I remembered that the first book was going to end soon, and I could write them together. So, I waited until today. When I was in my 30s, my energy level, especially my brain, would decrease by a lot. When I was in the Arcana school, The highest I could write was 5 chapters a day, which was 15,000. It was as if I was on steroids. But in the later years of my previous life, I could only write 3 chapters a day at most. Also, this was because I was thinking about the plot and writing the story other than sleeping and eating. As a result, I became anxious, depressed, and other abnormal mental states. Fortunately, I adjusted in time. When I was in the martial arts school, my body became ill because of old age, and I even had to stay in hospital for half a month. Therefore, I could only compromise with my physical and mental state. I would write 1 chapter in the morning and 1 chapter in the afternoon. I would rest at night and stay healthy. Then, I would save 2 chapters to ensure that I could update on time and avoid anxiety. When I was in a good state and my mind was clear, I would consider writing 3 chapters. I can honestly say that my life was all thanks to my stockpile of manuscripts. For the entire month, I didn't write more than 4 chapters. The rest of the time, I relied on the stockpile of manuscripts. Finally, the stockpile of manuscripts dropped to the bottom line of 2 manuscripts. I can only say that we'll win with quality. With that said, it was time for the summary of the first book. Basically, everything that needed to be said had been expressed. The title, The Clown, ran through the entire book. Feel free to read my review of the book. As I said before, I was the one who had the most thorough consideration of the book structure, so please wait and see. I think it's passable. For the first book, I've written it in a way that I've never tried before. I've written it as a short to medium story. Foreshadowing, setting up the plot, and so on, I've considered it as a whole. Of course, I've also left some foreshadowing for the full text. Anyway, from the current results, my attempt can be considered a success. Congratulations. As for the characterization, I won't say too much. In case someone sends me a blade, of course, there were definitely some areas that I wasn't satisfied with. First, when gathering, event, practice, and daily life began to circulate in a fixed pattern, my writing ability decreased. I believe that it was the same for reading ability as well. So, I tried to skip the timeline. And after I skipped the timeline, I was a little shaky at the beginning, but I slowly got better. Second, after old Neil's death, the overall tone of the story became gloomy. When I cut into the daily life again, I felt that something was wrong. So, I deleted some of the predetermined plots and sped up the progress. As for the mysteries, I've predetermined 6 to 8 books. The title of each book will be the name of a sequence potion, but it doesn't have to be from the seer pathway. It mainly depends on the theme or metaphor of the book. Finally, after the first book, as per usual, I'll take a break and organize the outline. I'll find an entry point for the second book and figure out the general plot. Yes, I'll rest for a day and a half. I'll resume the update at noon the day after tomorrow. Also, I'll be updating some of the information on 0-08 on Welcome Incorporated. I won't put it in related to the book because I'm afraid that new readers will see it. That way, I'll lose half of the fun of the first book. I'll be building a sealed artifacts section in the book reviews and comments section. If anyone has any thoughts on sealed artifacts, feel free to post them there. Right? The second book, Faceless, please look forward to it. Chapter 2:16. Whoosh. The whistle reverberated in every corner of the platform as the monster-like steam locomotive slowly came to a stop, dragging more than 20 carriages behind it. Dressed in a tuxedo and a half-top hat, Klein carried an exaggerated suitcase that didn't match his size as he steadily stepped onto the ground of Bakeland, the capital of the Kingdom of Rouen. The city was split into 2 by the Tussock River, which flowed southeast to the sea. It was connected by Bakeland Bridge and ferries. With a population of more than 5 million, it was the most prosperous city in the northern and southern continents. Klein looked as far as he could and saw light yellow fog everywhere. Visibility was extremely poor. The hanging gas lamps on the platform had long been lit, dispelling the gloom and darkness. It's only 6:30, right? It's like it's 9 or 10. Klein shook his head indiscernibly as he suddenly recalled a joke he had read in the Tussock Times. A gentleman who had just arrived in Bakeland lost his way in the thick fog. He had no choice but to ask a drenched gentleman who passed by him how to get to the Tussock River. The gentleman replied in a very friendly manner, "Go straight, don't stop. I just swam up from there." Note 1. Every time I read a newspaper or magazine in Bakeland, a bunch of reporters and editors would mock the air pollution here and the increasing number of foggy days. Previously, the Bakeland Daily even did a special statistical report saying that similar weather had increased from about 60 days 30 years ago to about 75 days now. For this reason, many knowledgeable people have established organizations, such as the Soot Reduction Association and the Smoke Reduction Association. It's said that there's a motion in September that proposes the establishment of the Kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. Klein put down the huge suitcase and pinched his nose to alleviate the sudden discomfort. Then, he followed the golden chain and took out a gold watch from his vest pocket. He snapped it open and glanced at it to confirm the time. After bidding farewell to his brother and sister, Klein specially went to a department store and spent £4 and 10 soldi to buy a gold pocket watch and a gold chain that cost £1 and 5 soldi. To him, not being able to grasp the specific and clear time at all times would create a sense of panic. Originally, Klein had planned on buying a silver pocket watch, feeling that it suited his temperament. However, after considering the true meaning of a clown, he finally chose a more ostentatious and grandiose gold watch. 6:39. I'm not that late. Klein put away his pocket watch, picked up his cane and suitcase, and followed the crowd out of the steam locomotive station. Suddenly, without warning, he turned a corner, and the person who had been quietly following him and had her hand in his pocket touched nothing. Klein didn't pay attention to this interlude. He walked along the cement road, mixed in the crowd, and walked to the crossroads in front of him. There were lawns and gardens in the middle of the street, surrounding a column that rose like a chimney. No, it might be a chimney. Klein saw the thick smoke spurting out from the top of the pillar. Part of the smoke floated up into the sky, while the other part turned into tiny water droplets and scattered in all directions. Klein paused once again, put down his suitcase, and unfurled the newspaper and map in his other hand. While riding the steam locomotive, he had already planned where he was going and what he was going to do next. His recent experiences and the experience of pretending to be a clown in the morning made Klein finally understand the true meaning of a clown. That was, although one can slightly predict fate, one still feels helpless towards fate. Hence, one uses a smiling face to hide all the sadness, pain, confusion, and depression. At that moment, he clearly felt the clown potion being digested. He believed that if he continued acting like this, it wouldn't take long for him to attempt an advancement. But the problem was that he still didn't know the name of the corresponding Sequence 7 potion, much less the specific formula. How should I obtain the formula? The secret order rarely appears. They seem to only be interested in the items of the Antigonus family. This is also the reason why others don't know much about them. I have to consider two aspects. One is to make contact with the local Beyonder circles to see if I can find any clues. The other is to take the initiative to set a trap and use the Antigonus family's treasure as bait to lure the members of the secret order out. After all, I have that strange vertical I formed from many mysterious symbols. But the risk is too great. I have to be careful. The bait I use can't be too good, nor can it be too bad. If it's too bad, others won't be interested. If it's too good, it'll be easy to hook a giant shark, one that can swallow me in one bite. The leader of the secret order, Zeridol, was a figure who guided Roselle the Great. Perhaps he even obtained the biggest piece of the cake from that feast of change. Of course, he might not be alive to this day. This was something that happened nearly 200 years ago. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt the coldness of Bakeland. He couldn't help but shiver and decided to find a place to stay as soon as possible. Flipping through the newspaper, he browsed through the housing rental section once again and saw the line he had previously circled. 15, Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough. Terrace House. Weekly rent of 18 soldi. As for where to stay, Klein had repeatedly thought about it. Although Bakeland had a population of more than 5 million, he still had to be wary of the possibility of encountering the local Nighthawks. Be it Daly, who had just been transferred here, or Larata, Eyerharson, or Borja, who previously belonged to Bakeland, they would definitely be able to recognize him. Therefore, Klein eliminated the North Borough, where the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Bakeland Diocese where St. Samuel Cathedral was located. He also eliminated Empress Borough and West Borough, which had the best security and strictest supervision. These two boroughs belonged to the nobles and top merchants, and the former was more inclined toward Empress Borough. After eliminating a few industrial areas, the dock area, the East Borough where the poor gathered, and the Bakelin Bridge area, Klein didn't have many choices. First, it was Hillston Borough, which had the Bakelin Stock Exchange, clearing houses, futures centers, the headquarters of the 7 major banks, various trust funds, various railway companies, and various bulk trading companies. It was known as the economic, commercial, and financial center of the Kingdom of Rouen. Second, it was Sherwood Borough, which had many small companies and residences. These two boroughs had a large flow of people, and the security was relatively good, making it easy to hide. After serious consideration, Klein chose the cheaper Sherwood Borough. The reason why he didn't seek out organizations like the Metropolitan Housing Improvement Association or the Metropolitan Working Class Housing Improvement Corporation was that these required identification, and he wasn't able to produce one at the moment. If I can't successfully rent a house today, I'll find a motel that doesn't require identification to stay temporarily. Klein closed the items in his hands, picked up his suitcase, and walked towards what looked like a department store's entrance according to the map. It was the entrance to the Bakelin subway. Yes, the subway. When Klein first saw the term subway in the newspapers and magazines, he was given a fright. He never expected that such a means of transportation had become a reality before they even entered the electrical age. It was born 25 years ago. In the beginning, it connected the two banks of the Tussock River. Now it had expanded to the main city. Of course, there weren't many stations. After passing through the entrance, Klein followed the person in front of him and walked towards the ticket booth. After waiting in line for a few minutes, he finally saw a ticket seller with beautiful blonde hair. The lady didn't raise her head as she pointed at the wooden signboard hanging near the window. During peak hours, 7 to 9 in the morning, 6 to 8 in the afternoon, there are 10 minutes and the remaining 15 minutes. First-class seats are 6 pence, second-class seats are 4 pence, and third-class seats are 3 pence. The round-trip price is 9, 6, and 5 pence respectively. The annual pass is £8 for a first-class seat and £5.10 solely for a second-class seat. There are no annual passes for third-class seats. It's cheaper than I imagined. There's actually no distance restriction. Melissa will definitely like this better than a carriage. This is the crystallization of machinery. As Klein thought about it, he suddenly felt a little upset. He revealed a bright smile, took out 4 copper pence, and handed it to the ticket seller. Second-class seats. Pa! The ticket seller tore a ticket, stamped it, and handed it to Klein. After finding the line that led to Sherwood Borough and passing through the not-so-strict inspection, Klein walked down the stairs and quickly arrived at the platform. Following the markings on the ground, he found the corresponding second-class seats. Woo-woo-woo. Not long after, he heard the sound of steam whistle reverberating like thunder. He saw the head of a huge steam locomotive break through the illumination of the gas lamps on both sides with a majestic feeling of power, clattering to a stop. Its massive shape, sinuous body, black metallic luster, and complicated machinery mixed together, giving it a unique sense of beauty. Bakelin subways still use steam locomotives. The smoke that spewed out was specially designed to pass through the pipes above, enter the chimney, and rush out to the outside world. This was also the true use of the lawn and garden in the middle of the street. Amidst the sound of metal scraping, Klein waited for the passengers in front of him to alight before he slowly walked up with his cane and suitcase, and he was checked by the ticket seller. Unlike third-class seats, second-class seats were reserved for each person, so there was no need to worry about others snatching their seats. Just as Klein sat down, put down his suitcase, and leaned on his cane, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. He subconsciously turned his head to the side of the door and saw a thin boy with a youthful face rush into the carriage. The boy was wearing an old coat and a round hat that didn't match his age. He carried a worn-out satchel and had his head bowed low. "Sorry, I got on the wrong carriage. I'm in third class." He flashed his ticket and apologized to the ticket seller before briskly walking towards the third-class carriage. Klein retracted his gaze and confirmed his destination again as he waited for the carriage door to close. At this moment, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps. Following that, he saw a few men in black coats and half-top hats rush into the carriage. They're chasing after the 15-year-old boy. This thought instinctively surfaced in Klein's mind. He shook his head slightly and continued reading his newspaper and map, no different from the other passengers in the carriage. Chapter 217. Did you see a boy in his teens? He's wearing an old coat. One of the men who had rushed into the carriage glared fiercely at the train attendant. From the corner of his eye, Klein noticed that the man was thin and muscular. His skin was dark, as though he had been exposed to the sun for a long time, and his eye sockets were much more sunken than the typical Rouen citizen. A Highlander? Or a mixed blood? He nodded in thought. In the middle of the northern continent, at the beginning of the Hornaces mountain range, there was a dry plateau. Most of it belonged to the Phaenopoder kingdom, with the west belonging to the Republic of Intis, and the east being occupied by the kingdom of Rouen. The natives were thin and barbaric, but they were brave and skilled in battle. For a long time, they were one of the biggest headaches for the three countries, but with the improvement of gunpowder weapons and changes in the form of warfare, these Highlanders finally recognized reality and submitted completely. A large number of them left the plateau and entered Bakeland, Trier, Phaenopoder City, and the various bustling cities and ports of the northern continent. Some became workers, while others became the fresh blood of the local gangs. They dared to fight and were not afraid of causing trouble. The train attendant was a man in his 20s. When he heard that, he shrank back and pointed in the direction of the third-class carriage. I saw it. He went there. The leader in the black coat and half-top hat nodded indiscernibly. He led a few of his accomplices and rushed to the third-class carriage, ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passengers. If I were that boy, I would have definitely alighted from the third-class carriage by now. As Klein read the newspaper, his thoughts wandered. After more than a minute, the steam whistle sounded, and the carriage door slowly closed. Clang! Clang! The steam metro sped up, but at that moment, Klein suddenly felt something. He looked up at the door that led to the other second-class carriages. The 15-year-old boy in the old coat, round hat, and worn-out satchel slowly walked into the carriage. His face was young, and his facial features were delicate. His bright red eyes were heavy and solemn. Impressive. He alighted from the third-class carriage, circled around, and boarded the first-class carriage. Are you afraid that the pursuer has accomplices waiting in the subway station? Klein was slightly surprised. He felt that the boy in front of him handled things very maturely and cautiously, much better than many people in their 20s. Tapping his left molar, he secretly activated his spirit vision and swept a glance at the boy. He saw that his body was in a state of exhaustion, and his emotions were tense and downcast. However, he still maintained the blue look of calm contemplation. Not simple, in terms of age, Klein muttered to himself as he continued to read his newspaper. The boy didn't realize that he had been scrutinized by a beyonder as he walked towards the third-class carriage again. The rest of the journey was smooth and calm. Klein arrived at one of the 3 subway stations in Sherwood Borough 20 minutes later. After another 10 minutes in the cab, he finally found Minsk Street, and following the description in the newspaper, he went to number 17, next to number 15, and rang the bell. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! As the bell reverberated in the room, a mechanical bird that didn't look too good appeared on the door. It was only the size of a palm, and it was made up of gears and other parts. It kept nodding its head, producing a sound similar to a cuckoo. It's not a bad toy, but the workmanship is a little rough. Klein gave an objective evaluation. 10 seconds later, the dark-colored door was pulled open. A young woman in a black and white maid's dress looked warily at Klein. May I know what you're here for? Klein smiled and waved the newspaper wrapped around the tip of his cane. I'm here to find Mrs. Sammer to rent a house. It hasn't been rented out yet, right? The full name given in the newspaper was Stellan Sammer. No, please wait a moment. Please wait a moment. The maid bowed politely. She hurriedly entered and informed the mistress. After a while, she came out again and led Klein into the house. She helped him place his cane and suitcase in the hall, and hung his coat and top hat on the coat rack in the same spot. A warm wave of air assaulted him, dispersing the coldness that he had brought with him. He swept his gaze and first saw the fireplace with a unique structure. He saw the pieces of red inside and the burning, smokeless charcoal. The Sammers' living room was rather large, almost the size of the entire floor of the Moretti residence. Certain areas were even covered in decorative carpets and hung with oil paintings of landscapes. The maid brought Klein to the sofa area and said to the mistress in a pale yellow dress, "Madam, a guest is here." The mistress was in her 30s. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. She had beautiful looks and maintained herself well. She held a silver-inlaid imperial feather fan in her hand. As she was in her own home, and the fireplace created a warm environment, she didn't wear high-collar clothes. Her chest was white, and her neck was slender and smooth. "Hello, Mrs. Sammer." Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Mrs. Sammer smiled reservedly. "Good evening. Please have a seat. Would you like coffee or tea?" Klein sat on the sofa and answered frankly, "Black tea, thank you." "Julienne, Marquis black tea." Mrs. Sammer instructed the maid, her eyes darting around slightly. "May I know how I should address you?" "Sherlock Moriarty. You could just call me Sherlock." Klein had long thought of a pseudonym. At this moment, he caught a whiff of the fragrance coming from the kitchen and saw the complicated pipes. "Haha, this is my husband's design. Although he's a manager of the coin company, he's a machinery enthusiast in his spare time. He's also a member of the kingdom's soot reduction association." Mrs. Sammer explained with a smile when she noticed Klein's gaze. "Madam, there's no need for such a detailed introduction. I'm not here on a blind date with your husband." Klein lampooned as he maintained his smile. "Madam, I wish to rent Unit 15. Mrs. Sammer straightened her back and sat gracefully. She smiled and said, "Then I have to warn you beforehand. Then I have to warn you in advance. House number 15 doesn't have such pipes, reclining chairs, card tables, mahogany sideboards, fine ceramic plates, silver cutlery, gold-plated tea sets, removable carpets." She pointed at the things in her house and introduced them one by one. "Finally," she added. "That's right. Finally," she added. "It originally belonged to my sister and brother-in-law, but my brother-in-law's business failed. They had no choice but to move to the southern continent. They still have a plantation in Balham, but I don't agree with their choice. It's unfair to my poor nephew and niece. There's no good grammar school there, and they don't even have good home tutors." "Madam, this isn't something I want to know." Klein nodded sincerely. "Apart from the weather, there's nothing in the southern continent that can compare to Bakeland." His agreement pleased Mrs. Sammer as her eyes darted around. "That house still has a 3-year lease. I hope you could pay a year's rent in one go. 18 solely a week, and 1 solely for the furniture. I can only take a small deposit, a total of £50. Klein shook his head and smiled. "Mrs. Sammer, you should be able to tell that I've just arrived in Bakeland. I don't know what I'll encounter next. Paying £50 in one go will lower my ability to withstand risks. My limit is half a year, £25. He also planned on renting another room in Bakeland's East Borough to change his clothes, disguise himself, and escape any pursuers. This was a necessary preparation for the things he planned on doing. Stellan Sammer nodded slightly and asked, "Did you go to grammar school? Did you go to grammar school?" Klein chuckled and said, "Yes. Yes, I studied history by myself." "Do you have any proof of identity?" Stellan asked casually. "I'm very sorry. I left home in a hurry and forgot to bring it with me. Haha, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm from Mid-Seashire." Klein deliberately used the accent that his classmate, Welch, was used to. Just as he said the word forgot, he thought of Captain Dunn Smith, and the smile on his face widened. At this moment, the maid, Julienne, came over with a cup of black tea. The cup was pure white with classic patterns, and parts of it were plated with gold. Klein took a sip and found the fragrance to be distant. The sweetness and sourness were just right, and it was clearly much better than the side black tea he was used to drinking. "Very pure Marquis black tea," he praised with an impeccable description. The corners of Mrs. Stellan Sammer's mouth curled up slightly. "Then let's rent it for half a year. £25. Klein thanked her and chatted with her for a few minutes until another maid, found the standard contract from the study. After signing their names, Klein painfully counted out 25 pounds in cash and pushed it to Mrs. Sammer. Stellan spread it out and did the math before raising her chin slightly. Mr. Moriarty, you're probably looking for a job in Bakeland, right? Yes, Klein answered in a daze. The corners of Stellan's mouth curled up slightly. Then I can give you some advice. It's very difficult to live in Sherwood Borough with a weekly salary of less than 3 pounds. Your rent, food expenses, water, gas, charcoal, and transportation costs add up to at least 2 pounds and 5 soldi. Believe me, this is Bakeland. The rest will still have to consider new clothes and good cutlery and tea sets. A weekly salary of 3 pounds is barely the bottom line. If your weekly salary reaches 5 pounds, you can hire a maid. At 6 pounds, you can consider hiring a chef. At 7 pounds, you can add a male attendant. At 8 pounds, you can hire an additional maid. Mrs. Sammer, I think you're showing off. I once earned 10 pounds a week. Klein maintained his smile as he listened attentively. At this moment, the door suddenly opened as a burly man walked in. He was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and leather gloves of the same color. He had a beautiful mustache above his lips. Luke, this is Mr. Moriarty. He's now our neighbor. Stellan Sammer went forward and introduced him. Luke, who was clearly the male host, took off his coat and handed it to the male servant behind him. He smiled politely and said, Mr. Moriarty, would you like to accept an invitation to dinner? This is the manager of the Coin Company, a member of the Ruan Kingdom's Soot Reduction Association. Klein said with a smile, I'm very sorry, Mr. Sammer. I'm sorry, Mr. Sammer. I've eaten it on the steam locomotive, although the taste left a deep impression. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Klein left the Sammers' house under the guidance of the maid, Julienne, and entered the neighboring Unit 15. The layout was very similar to the one next door. On the first floor, there was a large living room, a dining room with good lighting, 2 guest rooms, a bathroom, a basement, and a kitchen that extended out. On the second floor, there were 4 bedrooms, an activity room, a solarium, a study, 2 bathrooms, and a huge balcony. Madam said that you can rent out a portion of it, but not to the workers. Also, it can't be too noisy or crowded here. I'll bring clean blankets, bed sheets, and pillowcases over later. Julienne returned to the Sammers' house after giving some instructions. After tidying up, Klein finally settled down in Bakeland. He sat in the empty living room and suddenly felt lonely. Hence, he forced himself to think about what he needed to do next. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, revenge and advancement weren't things that could be done in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he needed to have a job that paid him well to avoid a financial crisis. However, a job couldn't restrict him or affect his actions and arrangements. In other words, he had to have sufficient freedom. After some deliberation, after eliminating unsuitable jobs, Klein was left with 3 choices. First, he could plagiarize novels and become an author. However, his identity was sensitive, and the more famous he was, the more fatal it would be. All he could do was reluctantly give up. Second, he could become a news reporter. This was a rather respectable job in this era. Applying for the job required academic credentials and other documents. Klein could only express his helplessness. Finally, he chose the third job, private detective. This was also the reason why he had chosen a fake name. Chapter 218. Klein's first morning in Bakeland began with a pale fog, a low-visibility sky, a cold and humid environment, cheap tea that cost 1 penny a liter, and 2 pieces of toast with inferior butter. He busied himself for the entire morning. First, he went to the headquarters of the Bakeland Post in Sherwood Borough and spent 30 pounds to book a small advertisement for a month. From Tuesday onwards, the loyal readers of the Bakeland Post would see a small notice on the crease between the 7th and 8th pages. Sherlock Moriarty, a private detective who specializes in handling all kinds of matters. Reasonable fees. Strictly abides by confidentiality. Lies at 15, Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough. The reason why Klein didn't choose major newspapers like the Tussock Times or the Bakeland Daily, which covered the entire Ruan Kingdom, was that his business was temporarily limited to the city of Bakeland, and he didn't want to be too well known. Therefore, the Backlund Post, which was rather popular locally and didn't have expensive advertising fees, became his first choice. After leaving the headquarters of the Backlund Post, Klein held a map and bought different plant powders and silver flakes from various herb, floral, jewelry, and accessory shops to prepare for the ritual. Without any spirituality items, most mysticism materials could be bought from ordinary shops. However, they weren't gathered in one place, and he needed to go to many shops to gather them. For this, Klein spent another £5. The £200 he withdrew fell below the 100 mark, leaving him with only £92. Spending money is like flowing water. Klein found a small restaurant nearby and ordered a steak with black pepper sauce that cost 8 pence, mashed potatoes with pork sausages that cost 5 pence, coffee that cost 1 penny, vegetables that cost 1 penny, and, as the total amount exceeded one solely, he added another penny and obtained a piece of bread that contained butter. At 1 in the afternoon, he returned to 15 Minsk Street. Without resting, he first spent some time concocting holy night powder with slumber flower, dragon bloodgrass, deep red sandalwood, mint, and other herbal powders. This was a material used to create a wall of spirituality. Before buying a real silver ritual dagger, he could only make do with this method. Klein guessed that he would have to advance to sequence 7 to get rid of this restriction. Few, Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Mr. Sun haven't applied for leave yet. Today's gathering will be held on time. I wonder what surprises Mr. the Hanging Man will bring me, and how many pages of Roselle's diary will he provide. Klein had all sorts of thoughts as he lay on the bed in his bedroom. To him, being a private detective was a career that combined earning money and taking action. It allowed him to come into contact with people from all walks of life. He could slowly discover the Beyonder Circle in Bakeland and gradually find clues to the secret order. Of course, if he was lucky enough, he could even figure out what sequence 7 Clown corresponded to in certain Beyonder circles and by the corresponding potion formula and main ingredients. As for Zangwill's whereabouts, Klein wouldn't take the initiative to search for him for the time being. He might even have to avoid him a little. However, if he could accidentally discover this enemy without exposing himself, he didn't mind doing a good deed and anonymously sending a letter to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The income of a private detective can at most make a living. If I want to have enough money to buy the potion formula and Beyonder ingredients, I can first rely on Miss Justice. Secondly, I can make a certain investment. I can use the remaining £100 in my anonymous account. I can't touch the £92 I have on me for the time being. Perhaps I won't have any money in my account for a long time. With this in mind, Klein suddenly sat up, went to the first floor, and began reading the various newspapers he had bought in passing. These newspapers often publish news, such as so-and-so having invented something and seeking investment, or so-and-so hoping to form a joint venture with others to do something. Relying on his knowledge from Earth and his understanding of this era, Klein carefully selected the projects. Unfortunately, none of the guys today were very reliable. At 2:45 in the afternoon, he returned to his bedroom, locked the door, drew the curtains, and used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise and arriving above the gray fog, Klein sat on the fool's high-back chair and extended his spirituality to touch the crimson star that symbolized the sun in response to a prayer. This is one of the few things that hasn't changed in my completely changed life. He suddenly sighed. In a certain area outside the city of Silver, in a half-collapsed blackish-gray tower, 9 members of the patrol team were gathered in front of a blazing fire, chatting about their experiences over the past few days. There were also a few members guarding the periphery, guarding against any sudden attacks in the darkness. Countless City of Silver Beyonders had taught them a lesson in blood. Never let your guard down at all times. The monster in the darkness might be right behind you. At night, when the frequency of lightning was very low, they had to maintain the burning of the flames and the illumination of the light. Once they completely fell into darkness, it wasn't impossible for everyone to disappear. No one could say for sure what kind of terrifying things would happen in the pure darkness, because the truth had broken through the limits of their imagination time and time again. Derek Berg maintained his reserved silence as he quietly listened to his companions recall the monster they had encountered, a humanoid monster with eyes all over its body. In order to deal with this monster, their patrol team had paid the price of 5 injured and 2 seriously injured. Suddenly, Derek's vision blurred, and he felt himself surrounded by a thick gray fog. And in the indescribable distance, deep within the gray fog, a blurry figure was sitting on an ancient high-back chair, looking down at him. "Prepare for the gathering." The fool's voice echoed in Derek's ears, but none of his teammates noticed it. After retracting his gaze and observing his surroundings for more than 10 seconds, Derek moved to the edge of the fire. With his back against the broken wall and his side facing everyone, he pretended to be asleep. Ever since he discovered that the members of the 6-member council, Elder Lovia, were unable to discover the existence of Mr. Fool, he gradually believed that as long as he didn't carelessly expose any problems, he would be able to secretly head above the gray fog to participate in the tarot gathering even under the watchful eyes of everyone. Bakeland, Empress Burrow. Audrey returned to her bedroom with the excuse of being tired. She restrained her excitement and didn't pace back and forth. She sat quietly on the bed, waiting for Mr. Fool's summons. Father was busy communicating with the other counselors about the bills that were about to be submitted, and the Beyonder guards were no longer following me. Thank the goddess, my life has finally returned to normal. 2 weeks have passed. Mr. the Hanging Man must have prepared the pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander. I'm about to advance to sequence 8. Yes, Audrey's eyes sparkled as she thought. To her, this was more exciting and anticipated than obtaining a bounty of 30,000 pounds and a large plantation worth at least 8,000 pounds. Finally, she saw the familiar, illusory crimson light surge out like a tidal wave and drown her. On an ancient-looking sailboat, Alger Wilson locked the door to the captain's cabin and sat behind a sextant and nautical notebook, constantly memorizing the contents written on the thick stack of paper in front of him. After the investigation period, he, who had received the commendation from the upper echelons, didn't linger on the prosperity of Bakeland. He took the initiative to leave the metropolis and return to the sea, bringing with him a batch of secretly copied Roselle's diary. After digesting the seafarer potion, I'll be able to advance normally. My credit is enough to exchange for the formula and ingredients. But this will expose my knowledge of the acting method. There are pros and cons. Alger shook his head as his mind wandered. At that moment, he felt the summoning of the Fool, and the face of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos suddenly appeared in his mind. His flesh and blood were rapidly rotting, and pieces of his face were falling off his face. Alger instinctively lowered his head, allowing the crimson tide to devour him. Above the gray fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence. With his spirit vision activated, Klein examined Justice, the Hanging Man, and Sun to confirm their present state. Just as Audrey was about to greet them happily, she suddenly saw the Hanging Man make a gesture and speak first. "Mr. Fool, I've obtained a total of 19 pages of Roselle's diary. Here, I have to thank you for sending your adorer to help me get rid of Zillings. These diary pages are the reward I should pay. 19 pages? Not bad." Klein didn't speak further about the adorer, as he smiled indifferently. This is the principle of equivalent exchange. As expected of Mr. Fool, a pirate admiral with a mystical item isn't even worthy of his attention. From the looks of it, there's no need for me to mention the bounty. I wonder how many high-sequence Beyonders Mr. Fool has. Audrey unknowingly began to use his name to refer to the Fool. Upon hearing the Fool's answer, the Hanging Man Alger said humbly, My current memory limit is 6 pages. Please allow me to give it to you in several batches." "No problem." Klein, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, nodded slightly. Sun looked at the diary pages conjured by the Hanging Man and was very curious about the contents. With his previous experiences, he believed that the items that Mr. Fool was interested in definitely contained many mysteries. He glanced at Miss Justice, and seeing that she didn't have the urge to ask, he cautiously maintained his silence. Soon, The 6 pages of the diary were completed and arrived in Klein's hands. Audrey and company began to wait quietly. They were already used to such matters. Klein moved his gaze down and read the contents of the first page. December 16th. I once again contacted the poor fellow who was trapped in the depths of the storm and lost in the darkness. There's finally a follow-up to the previous page. Klein was delighted as he became even more focused. He called himself Mr. Door and attempted to teach me a complicated and difficult ritual to get me to help him return to the real world. He also promised to fulfill 3 of my requests. Does he think I'm stupid? I've lived for more than 60 years in both my lives. Can't I tell that this is the usual operation of an evil god or devil? But the history of the 4th epoch that he described is really interesting. Chapter 219. Mr. Door. This naming style is very similar to mine. I wonder what the true name of this pitiful fellow who was trapped in the depths of the storm and lost in the darkness is. What's his equivalent sequence? Or should I say, as Roselle the Great predicted, he's one of the evil gods and devils. Klein lampooned and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. He was similarly very interested in the history of the 4th epoch. I know about the most famous war of the 4 emperors of the 4th epoch, but the specific details and the main characters are limited to the ones spread by the major churches. For example, the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor. Only today did that so-called Mr. Door answer my questions and let me know who the remaining 3 of the 4 emperors are. The Tudor dynasty's half-mad Blood Emperor, the Tuluan Sastal Empire's Night Emperor, as well as the Southern Continent's Emperor of the Underworld, also commonly known as Death. According to Mr. Door's description, in this war that changed the entire situation of the world, the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor perished one after another. The Emperor of the Underworld reaped the greatest benefits. At this point, Mr. Door added a meaningful sentence. After more than 100 years of digestion, Death has gone mad, but he has also become stronger. Hence, he joined forces with the primordial Demonis to bring about the Pale Disaster to the northern continent. Of course, this isn't something he personally witnessed or experienced. Instead, it's something he hears every month when he approaches the real world. Death has gone mad, but he has also become stronger. Deities can also go mad? What a horrifying sentence. However, this also confirms one of my guesses. Before the 5th epoch, those deities would often descend into the real world and directly interfere with the situation in the northern and southern continents. They might even appear personally like Death. I asked Mr. Door, did he participate in the War of the 4 Emperors? If he did, what role did he play? And what stance did the 7 deities maintain in this war? And what role did they play? Mr. Door didn't answer my question. He only said in a teasing tone that the number of top powerhouses in the 4th epoch was much more than I expected. In addition, he also mentioned 2 laws. One is the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility, and the other is the law of beyonder characteristics conservation within similar sequences. This matches certain things that I learned from the most secretive and ancient organization, as well as some phenomena I observed. This can lead to many interesting conclusions. It can explain many things in a different way, one that leaves people terrified and trembling. For example, if there are more high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway, there will be fewer low-sequence beyonders, and vice versa. The total number of beyonder characteristics is fixed from the very beginning. It won't increase or decrease. Does this mean that there really is a Lord who created everything, an omnipotent and omniscient God, and everything originates from him? There is an amount of beyonder characteristics, the amount of to the information. The beyonder God to door to God to. There's so much information. Klein sighed silently. As a normal graduate of the history department, he had always believed that the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Tuluan Sastal Empire had a relationship of substitution and succession, with a certain degree of restoration in between. To his surprise, Mr. Door's description of the War of the 4 Emperors clearly revealed that the 3 dynasties had once existed at the same time. If this matter is true, it will really subvert most of the current research on the 4th epoch in the history world. Klein suddenly recalled his original body. He was filled with interest in archaeology and exploring the history of the Fourth Epoch. Today, I've helped him fulfill one of his wishes. I wonder if death during the War of the Four Emperors had already become a true deity. According to Mr. Door's description, it's very difficult to determine this point. I can only assume that the Emperor of the Underworld had obtained benefit from the War of the Four Emperors and broken through his limits to become a deity, but he had also gone mad as a result. It's truly terrifying for a deity to go mad. Just thinking about the details makes one tremble from the bottom of one's heart. It's no wonder the knowledgeable Roselle the Great had to describe this matter as horrifying. Could it be that the so-called evil gods are orthodox deities who have gone mad? Then, will there come a day when the entire world only has evil gods left? Man, does this mean that an irreversible apocalypse has arrived? Klein used a smile to hide his gradually heavy emotions. He felt that the future he imagined was filled with gloominess. At the same time, he raised his evaluation of the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor, believing that they were top powerhouses who were close to deities. Perhaps it's a sequence one, an existence at the pinnacle of a single pathway. According to this logic, it's not unacceptable for the Dark Emperor to live for hundreds or even thousands of years. One of the doubts that the original Klein had previously had can be explained. From the contents of the Antigonus family's records, he deduced a conclusion that contradicted his mentor's views. He believed that the Dark Emperor was actually the common title of every emperor in the Solomon Empire. Perhaps the Dark Emperor has always been that Dark Emperor. Of course, I can't eliminate other possibilities, such as having been replaced 2 or 3 times. However, the sequence one of this pathway is called the Dark Emperor. I wonder which Mr. Door is in the history of the Fourth Epoch. Roselle the Great didn't describe his wrong experiments and coincidences in detail, making it impossible for me to converse with Mr. Door. The law of characteristic indestructibility and the law of conservation of characteristics in similar sequence pathways. This is similar to the captain's feelings. Perhaps the words he used were passed down from Roselle the Great. According to the 2 laws described by Mr. Door, it is indeed possible to deduce many interesting guesses. For example, with so many holy artifacts and high-sequence beyonders in the 7 churches, there shouldn't be many low-sequence beyonders. However, this contradicts reality. The only reasonable explanation is that it's an additional gift from a deity. For example, could the destruction of the nation of the Evernight be due to the law of characteristic conservation? Or could it be said that their existence severely weakens the strength of the Evernight pathway, threatening the position of the goddess? For example, in theory, certain sealed artifacts can also be used as the main ingredient of potions. They can even be equivalent to potions. Of course, the premise is that the hidden latent dangers and madness are eliminated in advance. It's no wonder some of the excavated documents call the Fourth Epoch the Epoch of the Gods. It turns out that in this epoch, there are many records of the descent of deities. Then, what caused them to no longer descend? And even the oracles were nearly cut off. If it wasn't for the fact that ritualistic magic can receive a response, I'm afraid many Beyonders would suspect the existence of deities. Klein thought of many things and felt that he had delved deeper into the mystical domain and the Beyonder world. He quickly flipped through the last 4 pages of the diary and realized that it was no longer related to Mr. Door. He immediately felt disappointed. The clown's powers allowed him to conceal his emotions very well. Coupled with the gray fog's obstruction, even Miss Audrey, who was secretly sizing him up, didn't notice anything amiss. Reining in his chaotic thoughts, Klein read the 3rd page of the diary. September 10th. I've been holding it in for a long time, but I can't help but complain a little. I must have been King stupid to choose the savant pathway back then, right? Of course, this can indeed bring out my greatest advantage, allowing me to be valued by the church. But the problem is that the few sequences before it lack Beyonder powers for actual combat. I can only make do with mystical items and rely too much on external things. For example, Sequence 9, Savant only has Beyonder abilities such as memory, learning, and practical abilities. For example, Sequence 8 archaeologist obtains a strong physique and the corresponding ancient knowledge. It can barely use some ritualistic magic. For example, Sequence 7 appraiser has the ability to quickly identify mystical items. When using it, it can avoid latent dangers to the greatest extent. For example, Sequence 6 artisan can create mechanical wonders and beyonder items that aren't considered strong. But apart from that, the standard of ritualistic magic will be raised. It's no wonder its modern name is Machinery Expert. In comparison, the Sequence 7 Warlock and Sequence 6 Scroll Professor of the Mystery Prior Pathway are sufficiently tempting. It would be great if the church had a complete sequence and there weren't any hidden sages. However, I've finally received some good news. After advancing again, I'll obtain a beyonder power that belongs to me in actual combat. Sequence 5, Astromancer. Its modern name makes me a little afraid. It's actually called Astronomer. Could it be that I'll eventually become an omnipotent mad scientist? The heavens have taken pity on me. I only managed to get into a second-tier university during the college entrance examination. It had to be said that Roselle the Great had a strange talent for being funny. Klein, who had been in low spirits recently, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He wanted to light a candle for this senior. Study hard and improve every day. It's indeed a wise saying. He lampooned and remembered the characteristics of the mainstream beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. They lacked beyonder powers for actual combat, but they were good at creating and using items. After flipping to the third page of the diary, Klein continued reading. June 2nd. The kingdom has repeatedly created chaos and instigated battles, but it is unable to completely destroy the Fasak Empire, the Ruan Kingdom, and the Phaenopotter Kingdom. It has no choice but to shoulder high debts, and its economy is on the brink of collapse. From my observations, the people, merchants, and soldiers are very dissatisfied. The riots are just short of a spark. This is my chance. But I have to be careful. The Sauron family has witnessed the history of the Fourth Epoch. It's an ancient family, and it's very likely that they have a high sequence beyonder. I need to obtain the support of the Church and reach a certain tacit understanding with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. I can't directly step forward. I'll first let the rebels destroy the Order before ending everything as a protector. Consul Roselle Gustav. I like this title. Chapter 220. June 3rd. After a discussion with Edwards and the rest, we gave up on the idea of reaching a tacit agreement with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. This might very well expose my true intentions, allowing the Sauron family and the old nobles who support them to notice ahead of time and make targeted arrangements. That would make things very difficult and dangerous. Unfortunately, Grimm died in the Fog Sea. He was the smartest one among us. Let it be chaotic, let it be chaotic. Only when there's complete chaos will I have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Only when the Sauron family is no longer able to clean up the situation will the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun be willing to acknowledge me. Perhaps I should give those rebels some help, but how should I do it so covertly that no one could detect it? June 4th. The Secret Order's Zeradal came to visit me in secret. It was very sudden. What happened after that? Klein happened to know the reason why the Secret Order's leader, Zeradal, sought Roselle on the eve of the rebellion and coup, but he discovered that the subsequent 2 pages of the diary had nothing to do with it. This made him feel irrepressible vexation. Although the 3 diary entries didn't have many detailed descriptions and were just straightforward accounts from the people involved, it still made Klein feel the rise and fall of the famous incident of Intis in 1173, which was more than 100 years ago. The history textbooks clearly recorded the outcome. As a colonel, Roselle quelled the rebellion and took advantage of the situation to launch a coup. He changed the kingdom of Intis into a republic, with himself as consul. In the next 19 years, he reformed the code, encouraged inventions, and escorted the Industrial Revolution, greatly increasing the nation's strength. He also fought in the north and south, bringing Lemberg, Mason, Seeger, and other countries under his protection. He made the Fasak Empire, the Ruan Kingdom, and the Phaenopotter Kingdom succumb to him. When he was about to reach 20 years as consul, at the end of 1192, Roselle changed the Republic into an empire, calling himself Caesar. Less than 6 years later, he perished in the White Maple Palace, ending the most legendary period of history in the Fifth Epoch. Klein recalled the information he had read and increasingly felt that Roselle's death wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was just like how this famous incident definitely had the power struggle of Beyonders behind it. There was a balance between the Beyonder factions, and it wasn't the same as the descriptions in the textbooks. Grimm, one of Roselle's so-called Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, has indeed died on the Fog Sea. In a previous diary entry, Roselle had recorded that something was wrong with this horseman. This seems to have something to do with the island where many supernatural creatures live. Not only is it a fortuitous encounter, but it's also dangerous. Klein thought of a certain previous entry and turned to the 5th page with a sigh. The contents recorded on this page were not of much value. They were Roselle's comments after he drank the 1128 Ormer red wine, the disillusionment he felt when he saw the woman he admired when he was young, only to discover that the woman's figure and appearance were out of shape, and the depraved conclusion of a certain period of time when he was addicted to playing cards. The 6th page was similar to his daily life, but the last entry made Klein's eyes light up. April 8th. I have to send someone to investigate the secret order and obtain more information. I can't be as passive as I was before. I can't be led by the nose by Zeradol again. So, did you find anything, Comrade Roselle? Klein didn't manage to find any further content, so all he could do was force himself to calm down and wait for the hanging man to submit the other 6 pages at the next gathering. He knew that the investigation information from more than 100 years ago was unlikely to help him find any clues related to the secret order. After all, after such a long period of time, apart from the more special ones, many high-sequence Beyonders had probably died of old age, much less the lower middle-level members. However, Klein believed that this could help him gain inspiration and grasp the identity and activity patterns that the secret order was accustomed to using. Putting down the 6 diary pages, Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his right index finger. His gaze slowly moved from Miss Justice to the hanging man and then to Sunday. Right in the diary, Roselle the Great had a description. The Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. This is very similar to the habits of the City of Silver. Where did he hear it from? The most ancient and secretive organization that secretly manipulates the situation in the world. This organization was born before the Forsaken Land of the Gods was formed. Suddenly, Klein had a new idea as he chuckled in a low and calm voice. He said with a deep and calm smile, Roselle mentioned some concealed history in his diary, as well as some simple, general knowledge. The latter reminds me of something that I haven't told you. Audrey suddenly fell into a daze as she half-turned her body and looked at the end of the long, ancient table in surprise. Mr. Fool took the initiative to mention the contents of Roselle's diary. What would be written on it? She was so excited that she had completely forgotten that she was a spectator. Compared to her, the hanging man, Alger, was a lot more composed, but his subconscious action of straightening his back still heartlessly betrayed him. Only son. Although he always believed that the items that Mr. Fool was interested in definitely contained many mysteries, he didn't know Roselle the Great. He didn't know what the name represented in the northern continent, so he couldn't hide his curiosity and didn't show much of an abnormal expression. Mr. Fool, what general knowledge did Roselle the Great mention? I can pay you in exchange for this information. Audrey couldn't help but ask. However, I request to communicate in private. She added silently in her heart. Klein chuckled and said, There's no need. It's all simple general knowledge. As the convener of Tarot, I believe it's necessary to let all of you know after reading this diary. Of course, I know very well that some of you have already grasped it. He was mainly referring to Sunday. The City of Silver had a history of 2,000 to 3,000 years, so it was impossible for them not to discover the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility. Furthermore, they were in a relatively extreme environment. Even though there was no lack of monsters in the darkness around them, There were times when they might not be able to obtain the corresponding ingredients they wanted. For the sake of heritage and the continuation of the entire city, it wasn't particularly unacceptable to use the Beyonder characteristics condensed from the remains of predecessors to create potions. To them, this might even be a sacred and glorious ritual. Of course, from his previous answers, Klein could tell that the hanging man also knew something. It's a pity that I can't always get Miss Justice to pay in gold pounds and transfer the money to my adorer. My adorer also needs to be impressive. I can't destroy the image of a powerhouse that Mr. Aztec has created. Yes, I'll try again when I have a chance. After all, no matter how powerful an existence is, there will always be subordinates that run errands at the bottom, just like the Evernight goddess is sleepless. No one will ever suspect that the Evernight goddess isn't a true god just because the Nighthawks are weak. Klein sighed silently. Thank you so much. Mr. Fool, you're really too generous. Audrey replied happily. She repented for 3 seconds for her vulgar attempt to use money to buy information. Klein stopped tapping his fingers and calmly described, the first common sense is the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility. The first common sense is the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility. Beyonder characteristics can't be destroyed or reduced. They just move from one thing to another. I've unknowingly used the tone of captain. The corners of Klein's mouth subconsciously curled up. It won't be destroyed, nor will it be reduced. It will just move from one thing to another. Audrey ruminated over Mr. Fool's description and felt that there was too much meaning contained in this simple sentence. Her emerald green eyes darted around, and when she saw that the hanging man and son didn't show any signs of surprise or thought, she immediately understood that the 2 tarot members had long known of this law. I'm the only one who didn't know, she thought, feeling a little aggrieved, but she quickly began to praise Mr. Fool's kindness. At that moment, Klein added, therefore, a Beyonder who loses control will leave behind an item that has condensed a Beyonder characteristic after their death. It might be the main ingredient of a potion, or it might be a mystical item that needs to be sealed. It's the same for a normal Beyonder after their death, but it will be equivalent to a corresponding potion without any supplementary ingredients. Of course, it will also possess certain Beyonder powers and can be used as a mystical item. These few plain words instantly echoed in Audrey's mind, layer by layer, continuously climbing and finally converging into a huge thunderclap. Audrey made the connection to cannibalism and to a question she had previously asked the hanging man. If the source of the ingredients was cut off, would the sequence pathway be cut off as well? Now, she knew the answer, but she wished she hadn't heard it. She felt like she was having a nightmare. How could he be so cruel? How could it be so dark? Audrey had previously seen some bad things that involved Beyonders, but they all came from the wretchedness and evil of individuals, such as Mr. A and the Zillings. It didn't affect her yearning and love for the Beyonder world in the mystical domain. However, this time, she realized that the mysterious world was filled with gray and black. Wake up, Audrey. You can't be any more naive. Think about losing control. The cruelty and darkness described by Mr. Fool can be foreseen. Since I've chosen this path, I have to walk down it bravely. Audrey consoled herself with a few words, and her mood eased a little. She saw that the hanging man and son were only acting out of habit, as though they were very clear about what had just been said. Oof. Mr. the Hanging Man is so evil. He even wanted to exchange this information with me. This information is indeed worth a generous reward and is rather important, but that's only to us. In the eyes of Mr. Fool, it's just simple common sense. Audrey suddenly felt like laughing as her mood improved. She slowly put aside the various extreme examples she had just thought of. Klein wasn't surprised by the reaction of the 3 members. He continued in a calm tone. That's right. The second general knowledge is the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics within similar sequences. Beyonder characteristics conservation. The hanging man changed his sitting posture slightly, feeling that he had understood something, but he was unable to completely figure out what this law represented or what it entailed. Justice and Son felt the same way. They were unable to understand the true meaning of this law. Why is it a similar sequence? Alger couldn't help but ask. Klein replied with a smile. Yes. What do you want to pay for the answer? One of his thoughts just now was that general knowledge was free while explanations were charged. This was in line with his identity and would not waste information. Chapter 221. If the fool had simply mentioned that there was some simple general knowledge recorded in Roselle's diary, the hanging man Alger might not have made up his mind to pay the reward to obtain an answer. On the one hand, it was because simple descriptions could destroy one's curiosity, and on the other hand, he was always on guard against making an exchange with the fool. This would remind him of the examples of transactions with evil gods and devils. But now, he knew the contents of the so-called simple general knowledge, and he had a strong interest in it. However, he was unable to understand a portion of the description, much less connect it to reality and have a deep grasp of it. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask respectfully, "Mr. Fool, what kind of reward do you wish for?" Yes, yes. Audrey nodded very slightly, but at a high frequency, indicating that it was something she wanted to ask as well. Although Sun remained silent and didn't use any other body language, the way he subconsciously looked at the fool explained everything. Klein, who was waiting for a similar response, smiled. Information related to the secret order. Secret order? The hanging man Alger muttered to himself. He wasn't unfamiliar with this term. He had once received payment to explain many secret organizations to Miss Justice, including the secret order. Audrey and Derek subconsciously frowned. One of them was because their understanding of the secret order was limited to what the hanging man had told them, and the other was because they had never heard of such an organization. Klein had long expected Sun's feelings, so he wasn't surprised. According to his speculations, the area where the City of Silver was located had become the forsaken land of the gods after the first blasphemy slate appeared, which was a stage in the third epic. It could even be a direct cause or manifestation of the cataclysm. As for the Zeridal family, they only appeared on the stage of history in the fourth epic, and the creation of the secret order was something that happened in the latter half of the fourth epic. There was no possibility of the two coinciding. If Sun knew of the secret order, Klein would be shocked. He would have no choice but to overturn some of his guesses and reconstruct his understanding of the City of Silver, the forsaken land of the gods, and the Zeridal family. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the hanging man Alger looked at the fool in the gray fog and deliberated. I will accept this request and help you collect and investigate matters related to the secret order. Can you pay remuneration in advance? It wasn't strange for an existence suspected of being a deity to be interested in an ancient and secretive organization. Alger didn't have any doubts about it. More importantly, after many gatherings, he gradually had a guess. It was that Mr. Fool's condition wasn't perfect. He might be in a certain predicament, and the various attempts he had made, as well as the actions of his blessed in the northern and southern continents, were all to free him from his restraints. This might even involve the great secret of why the seven deities would no longer descend into the real world after the fourth epic. As this thought flashed through Alger's mind, he trembled as he felt like he had entered the realm of a deity. Upon hearing the hanging man's request, Klein leaned back in his chair and nodded slightly. No problem. If the information you gather exceeds the value of the answer, I will compensate you in addition. As for what would be considered as exceeding the value of the answer, it's naturally up to the honorable Mr. Fool to decide. It's fine if he has the ability to pay the additional remuneration, but it doesn't count if he doesn't have the ability. Klein silently added in his heart. Audrey's eyes lit up as she raised her hand. I wish to participate in this transaction. Klein smiled. Sure. Frankly speaking, his main target was actually Miss Justice. This was because she was a local in Bakeland, and she had also infiltrated several Beyonder circles. In the Land of Hope, she was more well-informed than him, who had just arrived at the capital, as well as the hanging man, who had been active at sea for a long time. According to the revelation from his divination, Klein believed that the clues to the secret order would appear in Bakeland, and not anywhere else. Sun listened silently and thought for a moment. I'm willing to use the compensation I've accumulated in exchange for the answer. In the previous three-way transaction, He had used the Sequence 8 telepathist formula in exchange for the Sequence 9 bard formula. Klein had promised to compensate him, and his choice back then was to accumulate it for the subsequent potion formulas and main ingredients. Klein nodded and gave the explanation he had long prepared. The so-called similar sequences refers to the few pathways that can be interchanged at higher sequences. Let me give you an example. Sequence 5 Gatekeeper of the Death pathway. Not only can he advance normally, he can also choose the Giant pathway, which is also the sequence for Demon Hunter or the God of Combat pathway. This won't bring about the danger of losing control, nor will it lead to the accumulation of madness. It's not the same as consuming the wrong potion. Of course, if it's not a similar sequence, being half crazy is the best outcome. Interchangeable? Audrey blurted out, feeling surprised and delighted. She was surprised that the sequence pathways weren't completely fixed. They weren't only able to follow the original path. It wasn't like one had to pay the price of being half crazy or being unable to advance again if they wanted to change. In the 22 paths of the divine, there were special situations where there were sequences that were similar, and she was delighted that she would have the chance to choose again in the future. It was just like choosing products that she was interested in at Philip's department store. It was a beautiful experience. So that's how it is. Alger muttered to himself silently. He felt that he had suddenly understood many things and resolved many of the questions that had accumulated in his personal experiences. This information is too valuable. As expected of Mr. Fool, the so-called simple common sense is enough to shock most low and mid-sequence beyonders and benefit greatly from it. He sighed inwardly. Sun was a little disappointed because he had no intention of changing his sequence. He wanted to become the sun that illuminated the darkness and dispelled the curse. However, he quickly recalled a past incident from the City of Silver. The former chief, a powerhouse who was most likely to break through the limits of a demon hunter, had built a mausoleum for himself deep underground. Then, he moved in and made it his home. After that, he appeared less and less, until the mausoleum's door could no longer be opened. Back then, the citizens of the City of Silver believed that something had gone wrong with the chief's advancement and that he had become a lunatic. He was on the verge of losing control and finally resolved himself. Now, combined with the fool's description, Sun suddenly thought of another possibility. That chief might have been attempting to advance to a similar sequence. In one of his experiences exploring the depths of the darkness, he had obtained the corresponding formula for the death pathway, and the mausoleum might have been a special requirement. But he still failed in the end? But why didn't he turn into a monster? What exactly did he encounter in that dark mausoleum? The City of Silver doesn't have the potion formula for the sequence after Demon Hunter. Amidst his thoughts, he was suddenly jolted awake by Miss Justice's pretentiously reserved voice. Mr. Fool, I would like to ask, which high sequence beyonders can the spectator pathway be interchanged with? Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. That sounds pretty good. It suits me very well. It suits Justice very well. Audrey was very appreciative of the first high sequence beyonder name she knew. I want to know, too. In response to Miss Justice's question, Klein really wanted to answer it this way. Without waiting for him to speak, Audrey added in a weak voice, I can pay for the answer to this question. I can pay for the answer to this question. How? How much do you think is better? I think your adorer will need a certain amount of funds. Having said that, she recalled how Mr. Fool's Blessed had easily killed Pirate Admiral Zillings, who possessed creeping hunger. He was clearly a high sequence beyonder, and she nearly blurted out, Sorry, Mr. Fool, pretend I didn't ask. However, since he had already asked, he could not back down. All the best, Audrey. Perhaps the fool has weaker dependents? Audrey quietly bit her lower lip and silently encouraged herself. Gold pound sterling? Klein gave it some serious thought. Once the secret order has gathered enough information, we will proceed with this transaction. As he spoke, he thought of his informant in psychological alchemy, Daxter Guderian. Captain and I are both. Sigh. Daxter's identity as an informant can no longer be verified. I don't know if this is a tragedy or a comedy. Unfortunately, I can't contact him anymore. Otherwise, it would be most convenient to obtain information from him regarding the spectator pathway. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "All right," Audrey replied happily. Their conversation made the hanging man, who had attempted to ask similar questions, shut his mouth as he waited for enough information on the secret order to be gathered. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey turned her head to look at Mr. Fool and raised her hand slightly. After receiving an affirmative nod, she looked at the member opposite her and asked in anticipation, "Mr. the Hanging Man, my information allowed you to finish off Vice Admiral Hurricane." "Mr. Hangman, my intelligence allowed you to finish off Vice Admiral Hurricane. Have you prepared the complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander? This is one of the reasons why I returned to the sea." Alger nodded gently. "I've already obtained the beyonder ingredient you wanted. But how should I give it to you? How to give it to me? How to give it to me?" Audrey was taken aback as she fell into deep thought. "I can't directly report my address. Nor can I go through Zio and Furs. This will expose the fact that I'm a beyonder. Yes, it's not impossible. Roselle the Great once said that when there are disadvantages to both choices, one should choose the lesser one." At this moment, Klein's heart stirred. He tapped the edge of the long table and smiled. Chapter 222. Try? Audrey was instantly excited as she nodded in a reserved and elegant manner. "I'll be happy to cooperate." As a spectator, she clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had only used attempts on two matters. The first was when he pulled her and the hanged man into this mysterious space, and the second was when he gave his honorific name, allowing the two of them to attempt a prayer. And the outcome was sufficiently successful, revealing some of his essence. What kind of experiment would it be this time? He was really looking forward to it. Audrey restrained her impatience and tried her best to be a qualified spectator. "Try." The hanging man Alger tensed up as he was wary of the fool's suggestion. What did he want to do? What was his true purpose? Is this good or bad for me? As thoughts surged through his mind, Alger's mind surfaced the scene of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zilling's rapidly rotting as he died. Finally, he lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Your wish is my wish." By the side, Sun looked at the hanging man and then at Justice. He didn't understand why they were so sensitive about the so-called attempts. Klein's fingers that were tapping on the edge of the long bronze table paused. "This experiment will make your trade simple and safe, and it will be sufficiently confidential." He turned his head slightly to look at the hanged man and said in an unhurried manner, "Do you remember the sacrificial ritual described by Sun?" Klein had deliberately mentioned this matter to show his magnanimity. He wanted to make it difficult for the members of the Tarot to imagine that the sacrificial ritual he was about to provide originated from Sun's description. It would be difficult for them to imagine that he had spent so much effort to scam a sacrificial ritual template. "I remember. I've come into contact with this kind of thing before," Alger answered honestly, but his heart was filled with goosebumps. As Orthodox deities rarely responded to such rituals, since the fifth epoch, the word sacrifice was often equated with evil gods and devils. Thinking of the terrifying consequences that might result from this, the hanging man felt like he was walking on the edge of an abyss. If he wasn't careful, he would fall, be corroded, and be devoured. Klein followed his plan and didn't explain further. He nodded slightly. And said, "My idea is for you to sacrifice the beyonder ingredients to me through the ritual, and I'll bestow them to Miss Justice. Such a transaction would be beneficial to both of you." "That works?" Audrey was instantly dumbfounded, feeling that it had exceeded the limits of her imagination. But she quickly came to a realization and understood the advantages of this method, as well as the essence of a deity hidden beneath this seemingly simple operation. "Mr. Fool is awesome. Our tarot is indeed different from other secret organizations. We, the Tarot, are indeed." Audrey almost habitually said "praise the lady," but in the end, she changed it to praising Mr. Fool. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what do I need to do?" He attempted to analyze the fool's true motives from the sacrificial ritual. As I said, this is just an attempt. It might not succeed, so I need your cooperation. First, prepare an altar. It doesn't have to be too complicated. It can be very simple. The only requirement is to engrave or draw this symbol. As he spoke, a screen of light appeared in front of him. On it was the mysterious pattern formed by the pupilless eye, which symbolized concealment, and the contorted lines, which symbolized change. It was the pattern behind the fool's high-back chair. As he spoke, a screen of light appeared in front of him. On it was the mysterious pattern formed by the pupilless eye, which symbolized concealment, and the contorted lines, which symbolized change. It was the pattern behind the fool's high-back chair. After experimenting without using any spirituality materials, Klein was certain that the sacrificial ritual he designed could create an illusory door above the gray fog, similar to the door of summoning. However, his own strength wasn't enough to build a stable passageway, so he couldn't use the uniqueness of the mysterious space above the gray fog to complete the sacrificial ritual. Therefore, he was 90% confident that the ritual would ultimately succeed. The only problem was, could he use ordinary materials that contained spirituality to build a passageway? Or did he need beyonder materials? Enough beyonder materials? I'll let Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man bear the cost of this experiment. After all, they knew from the beginning that the tarot itself was a product of an experiment. It's foreseeable that there will be other experiments in the future, and it's inevitable that they will fail. Even deities are no exception. Klein decided to pass on the costs. As the Hanging Man, Justice, and Sun were attempting to memorize the symbol, Klein chuckled. If you forget, you can pray to me. Then, you'll be able to recall. All right, Audrey replied briskly. With Mr. Fool, the ritual isn't that tiring and troublesome anymore, she thought happily. Seeing the Hanging Man nod, Klein continued his description. Secondly, follow the normal procedure, but there's no need to burn any additional herbs or smear any holy oil. There's no need to choose a specific time. Just recite my name. Remember, recite it in ancient Hermes or Jotun and match it with the following prayer. Your faithful servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to accept his offerings. I pray for you to open the door to your kingdom. After you finish reciting, combine the materials that contain spirituality with the natural vibrations caused by the incantation and wait for my response. If you don't succeed at this step, change the materials that contain spirituality to beyonder materials and try again from the beginning. The Hanging Man, Alger, listened quietly, feeling that his previous guess was very likely close to the truth. The Fool was in a certain predicament. He had given an inductive attempt, a step-by-step attempt to use himself, Justice, and Sun to slowly break free from his shackles. In the end, he might descend into the real world. This was also the true reason why he had pulled people into this mysterious space and agreed to establish the tarot. Even without his previous guess, Alger believed that he would have come to the same conclusion after hearing about this sacrificial ritual that involved trial and error and comparing it with previous attempts. The only thing he couldn't understand was that Mr. Fool had a powerful adorer, so there was no need for him, Justice, and Sun to use him. His adorer could have made similar attempts. There must be a secret that I don't know or can't guess at. The attempt has to be sufficiently concealed, and his adorer is being watched by some existence. The Hanging Man Alger's thoughts ran wild. After Klein finished describing the ritual, he asked in a low but gentle voice, "The sacrificial ritual needs a fixed time. Mr. the Hanging Man, when do you plan on attempting it?" This was different from responding to prayers, which could be delayed. The stable passageway created by the sacrificial ritual could only exist for a short period of time, so Klein had to wait above the gray fog in advance. For the time being, I only have the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland as a beyonder ingredient. I do have quite a number of ingredients that contain spirituality. Mr. Fool, after the gathering ends, I'll immediately attempt the first scenario. If I fail, I'll search for other beyonder ingredients. After I obtain anything, I'll inform you by praying to confirm a time. As Alger spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Miss Justice. As a spectator, Audrey instantly understood what he meant and replied without hesitation. That's right. If you need to pay with additional Beyonder ingredients, I'll compensate you later. I can't guarantee that it's the specific ingredients you want. As expected of the rich Miss Justice. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, couldn't help but sigh as he chuckled. Deal done. He looked at Justice and thought for a moment. When Mr. the Hanging Man's attempt succeeds, I'll tell you about the bestowment ritual. All right. Audrey was very confident in Mr. Fool's abilities. After answering, she suddenly had an idea. She felt that the exchange of money could also be done through this method. Of course, the premise was that the attempt was successful. I wonder if items without spirituality will work. When the attempt succeeds, I'll ask Mr. Fool again. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up as she imagined the beautiful future. Seeing that the topic of sacrifice and bestowment had come to an end, she deliberated for a few seconds before speaking again. Mr. Fool, I found 2 ladies who are suitable for our tarot. They are both Beyonders, and they have their own circles and resources in Bakeland. Furthermore, they're sufficiently secretive and have good personalities. Are you willing to let them join the gathering? Justice wants to increase her influence within the tarot. This was the most instinctive thought of the Hanging Man Alger. Derek was very interested in this matter as he turned his head to look at Mr. Fool, waiting for his reply. Klein was slightly troubled. In his previous expectations, the members of Tarot should not know each other. Then, they would each develop a certain number of subordinates and form a relatively tight organizational structure. This way, even if a certain member was exposed, captured, or channeled, it wouldn't affect the Tarot too much. However, Miss Justice's description just happened to hit his weakness. He was hoping to get to know Beyonders with different circles and resources in Bakeland, so as to find clues about the Secret Order and Lenevis. Through Justice, they will ultimately hold back. However, I'm not sure if chanting my name will allow me to pull them above the gray fog. In order to maintain his image, Klein didn't think too much and used the method of stalling. He said calmly, "This requires a certain amount of investigation. Miss Justice, use a covert and unexposed method to let them know of my name and become interested in it." Seeing that her suggestion was close to being accepted, Audrey immediately replied excitedly, "Yes, Mr. Fool." Chapter 223. Above the undulating waves of the Sonia Sea, the Blue Avenger was like a leaf. At times, it would be tossed up high, and at other times it would be swept down. However, it showed no signs of capsizing. Alger Wilson stood in the captain's cabin, his back facing the rack of red and white wine as he subconsciously paced a few steps. Finally, he gritted his teeth and returned to the mahogany desk with a grim expression. He took away the brass sextant, found a piece of paper and a fountain pen, and bent down to draw the complicated and mysterious symbol that the fool had given him. With his memory as a seafarer, Alger quickly completed the first step of the sacrificial ritual. Following that, he pulled open the drawer, took out candles, and arranged them according to the duality method. One was placed above the symbol formed by the pupilless eye and contorted lines, and the other was placed in the middle, representing the person who would be sacrificed. After tidying up the junk on the table, the Hanging Man Alger condensed clear water on his palm and wiped the altar. With the help of the ritual dagger, he barely created a sealed wall that surrounded the desk. After doing all of this, he used his spirituality to light the 2 candles and took a few steps back in the dim yellow light. Instinctively taking a deep breath, Alger lowered his head and chanted in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray that you accept his offering. I pray that you open the gates to the kingdom." This ancient incantation echoed within the wall of spirituality, stirring up a spiraling gale that brought about the tremors of the powers of nature. It was the most ancient sacrificial language created by human Beyonders. It contained many mysteries, but it lacked sufficient protection for the user. Alger endured the pain of his skin being scraped by a knife as he took out a dark brown glass bottle from his pocket. He unscrewed the cap and poured out many sesame-shaped particles. These particles swirled with a metallic luster, giving them an indescribable sense of beauty. The hanging man, Alger, scattered these particles into the wind. Whoosh! The violent wind became more and more turbulent, but it was no longer fierce. Instead, it was dyed silver and black. As they constantly collided and fused, the two winds of different colors entered the candle flame that symbolized the Fool. It expanded and tore out a normal-sized illusory door. The symbol engraved on its surface was the one that Alger had just drawn. At that moment, Klein, who was above the gray fog, was witnessing the blurry door that he had seen before appear behind the high-back chair. He also felt the power of spirituality spreading out in waves, stimulating the mysterious space. It seems possible. Klein suddenly had a premonition. He immediately spread out his spirituality and added vibration and stimulation. Clang! Amidst the unreal sound, the hazy door slowly opened. Alger, who was in the captain's cabin, suddenly saw the illusory door formed by wind and light open. Behind it was deep darkness, countless indescribable, almost formless shadows, pure brilliance that contained vast knowledge, and a thick gray fog above them. It was an ancient palace that overlooked the real world. In such a scene, Alger couldn't help but tremble. It was a deep fear and an inexplicable excitement. He hurriedly picked up the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland that he had long prepared. Holding it with both hands and with his head lowered, he handed the palm-sized object that was constantly changing colors and had a soft, hilly surface to the illusory door. Amidst the suction force that suddenly appeared and instantly disappeared, Alger's hands became lighter. He lost the slight prickling sensation that came from the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. He didn't dare look up until he heard the Fool's deep voice that kept reverberating in his ears. "Well done." "It's my honor," Alger replied without hesitation. He looked ahead again and saw that the illusory door had vanished. The gale had stopped, and the candlelight had returned to its original state. After extinguishing the candles according to the normal procedure and ending the ritual, the hanging man, Alger, sat down with a complicated expression. He muttered silently to himself. In the beginning, he could only pull people into the world above the gray fog. After a while, he could listen to prayers and respond. Now, he can accept sacrifices and bestow things. Mr. Fool is escaping his predicament step by step, and he's slowly entering the real world. This guess and conclusion made Alger afraid and worried, but he also felt a little hopeful. At least I'm a member of Tarot, one of the earliest members. He sighed. In a magnificent palace above the gray fog, Klein was playing with the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. His face was reflected in various colors that constantly alternated. A tingling and numbing sensation came from his palm, and a strong sense of accomplishment filled his heart, making him reveal a genuine smile. In the future, the tarot will be even more magical. With a sigh, Klein extended his spirituality and transmitted his thoughts to the crimson star that symbolized Miss Justice. After returning to her bedroom, Audrey could no longer sit quietly by the bed. She would flip through the books beside her pillow from time to time, and at other times, she would look at herself in the mirror with a distracted gaze. She was looking forward to the completion of the hanging man's sacrificial ritual, but she was also afraid that the outcome would be a failure. Roselle the Great once said that I have to remain calm when I encounter something important. Audrey, come take a deep breath or two. Or should I tease the dog? However, Susie can speak and think. She's a creature with pride, so I can't tease her. Audrey's thoughts wandered as she subconsciously rubbed an exquisitely dressed doll in her hand. After an unknown period of time, a thick gray fog suddenly surged in front of her, and in the depths of the gray fog was a high and mighty chair. The Fool sat there and said with a smile, "Miss Justice, the attempt has been successful. Miss Justice, the attempt has been successful. Have you prepared the materials with spirituality?" "Awesome." As expected of Mr. Fool, Audrey threw the matter of the hanging man to the side and restrained her excitement. "Yes, I've always had similar ingredients with me." Even before joining the tarot, Audrey was the same. However, back then, she didn't know which ingredients contained spirituality. All she did was collect the various incense, essential oil formulas, and move them from her family's treasury. Klein nodded slightly. When do you want to hold the ritual? The premise is that there are no Beyonders around. Does a Beyonder dog count? Audrey looked at the tightly shut door guiltily. I can do it now. Klein tersely acknowledged. The ritual's process is the same as what I described previously, but the prayer needs to be changed to, your faithful servant prays for your attention. Prays for you to open the door to the kingdom. Prays for you to bestow me with strength. In addition, use the dualistic ritual. Audrey recalled and resisted the urge to nod repeatedly as she began preparing for the ritual. When the illusory door opened and the scene that was even more dreamy than the starry sky appeared, Audrey felt her body and heart intoxicated. This is the mysterious world I've always been pursuing. This is the feeling I've always wanted. She sincerely praised Mr. Fool. It's faith in the goddess, and it's worship of Mr. Fool. Audrey silently defended herself. Immediately following that, she was surprised to see an additional item on the altar. It was a soft object that constantly changed color and was covered in ravines. The rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. Audrey was delighted as her eyes lit up, and she went forward to take it. However, her etiquette habits immediately controlled her as Audrey sincerely praised Mr. Fool once again. After the ritual ended, she impatiently went forward and carefully observed the Beyonder ingredient 5 times. Our tarot is a level higher than all the secret organizations. Audrey secretly felt smug. Then, she looked warily at the door, as if afraid that Susie would suddenly barge in. She had to continue working hard and immediately concoct the potion to complete her advancement. A few minutes later, Audrey had a bottle of constantly changing luster in her hand, as if it could illuminate the depths of everyone's hearts. She confidently drank the telepathist potion and successfully passed the phase of the Beyonder characteristics assimilation and advanced. Everything before her eyes seemed to become a lot clearer, and there was a lot more to it. Audrey skillfully used cogitation to rein in the dissipating spirituality. After her sequence stabilized, she smiled and walked briskly to the door. She let the golden retriever in and saw Susie's dog face reveal an obvious look of suspicion. You've taken longer than usual. Susie didn't hide her thoughts. Audrey sat on a soft stool, laughed dryly, and changed the topic. Susie, how do you think I should tell Zio and Fur something without exposing myself, and make them interested in it? Before she finished speaking, Audrey began to seriously ponder over the mission that Mr. Fool had given her. Then, she looked at Susie, and Susie looked back at her. The human and dog fell into deep thought at the same time. After completing his predetermined goal, Klein returned to reality. After sleeping for an hour, he rushed out and spent £1 to buy a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a wig, and various beard that could be pulled off and glued together. This was what he needed for his future disguises. Before dinner, he went to East Borough, which was the most chaotic and populated area. He rented a 1-bedroom apartment for 4 solely 3 pence a week. He paid 2 weeks' rent in one go, as well as an equivalent deposit for a total of 17 solely. Only then did Klein make his initial preparations. East Borough also left a deep impression on him. Most of the places here were similar to Tingin's Lower Street, but the area it occupied was many times wider. The residents here wore old clothes that were considered decent. Many of them were dressed in rags, and they were sallow and emaciated. It was as if they would turn into beasts at any moment due to hunger and poverty. Therefore, in East Borough, gangs ran amok, and there were many cases. When he returned to Sherwood Borough, Klein felt like he had entered heaven from hell. In the next 2 days, he experimented with using his own spirituality to hold rituals and create charms. He stopped praying to the goddess and waited for the effects of the tiny advertisements to ferment and for the commission to come to him. Chapter 224. Ding, ding, dang, dang, dang. The bell that was pulled by the rope kept shaking, and the sound spread throughout the spacious but relatively empty living room. Klein, who was sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper and studying the investment opportunities, stood up. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest without a bow tie, looking very casual. The first commission of my detective career? However, I can't always wait at home, waiting for missions to come knocking on my door. I have to get a guest book and hang it at the door with a fountain pen. That way, customers can write down the time of their next visit, allowing me to prepare in advance. But for a new detective who has just entered the profession and isn't famous, this basically means that there won't be a next time. Sigh. I can only trouble myself for the time being. Every morning, I have to divine if there are any missions for the day and roughly what time period it will be. Then, I can make arrangements based on that. Of course, I might miss a mission from a powerful beyonder. So be if I miss it. There's a high chance that it's a good thing, Klein thought as he walked to the door. He did not need to look through the peephole for the image of the visitor outside to naturally appear in his mind. One was an old lady wearing a black velvet bonnet. Her back was slightly hunched, her face was deeply wrinkled, and her skin was dry and yellowish. However, her dark dress was formal and very neat. Her sideburns were completely white, but her blue eyes were quite spirited. She was looking at the young man next to her, signaling him to ring the doorbell again. The young man was in his 20s and had a pair of eyes similar to the old lady's. In the increasingly cold weather, he was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat popular among the Bakelin gentry, a half-top hat, and a bow tie like he was attending a banquet. It seemed that he would not relax his requirements for himself at any time or in any situation. With the help of a clown's premonition, before the bell rang again, Klein twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a good day. I've seen 5 minutes of sun so far. He talked about the weather in a slightly exaggerated way, a popular topic of conversation in Bakelin for over 100 years. Yes, it always shyly hides behind the fog and clouds and refuses to come out. The old lady nodded in agreement. The young man asked, "You're Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes. What can I do for you?" "Excuse me, please come in. Let's talk on the sofa." Klein turned his body sideways and pointed to the guest area. "No, there's no need. I don't want to waste any time. My poor Brody is still waiting for me to save him." It? Klein noticed the most important pronoun and suddenly had a bad feeling. The very formally dressed young man nodded affirmatively. "Brody is a cat owned by my grandmother, Madame Doris. It went missing last night, and I hope that you can help us find it. We live at the end of this street, and I'm willing to pay you 5 solely for this. Of course, if you can prove that the time and effort you've spent exceeds this amount, I'll compensate you in addition." Looking for a cat? The reason why he asked me to do this is because it's on the same street. It's very convenient. Klein felt that this wasn't the detective career that he had imagined. This makes me look like a clown. All right, I can't turn down the first business deal. This is the point of view of a seer. He pondered for a few seconds. "Can you describe it in detail?" Before the young man could speak, Madame Doris said, "Brody is an adorable, lively black cat. Brody is a cute, lively black cat. He is very healthy and has a pair of beautiful green eyes. He loves to eat cooked chicken breasts. Goddess, he ran away last night just like that. No, he must have lost his way. I put a lot of chicken breasts in his bowl, but he didn't want to come back and take another look." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "I'm very satisfied with your description, Madame Doris. I accept this commission. All right, I'll go to your house now. I need to find clues and traces. You should know very well that the core of inference lies in the details." Madame Doris didn't seek her grandson's opinion and immediately nodded. "You're the most proactive detective I've ever seen." "Deal." Klein put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and followed Madame Doris and her grandson to the streets. Unlike Tingen, many of the roads in Bakelin had been rebuilt with cement or asphalt. Even if it rained, it wouldn't be as muddy. While the old lady was leading the way, his grandson came to Klein's side and said in a low voice, "I hope you can do your best to find Brody. I hope you can do your best to find Brody. Ever since my grandfather and parents passed away, it became one of the pillars of my grandmother's life. After Brody went missing, my grandmother had mental problems. She even had auditory hallucinations. She always told me that she heard poor Brody screaming. Klein nodded solemnly. I'll do my best. By the way, how should I address you? Jurgen Cooper, as senior solicitor, the young man replied. Soon, they arrived at 58 Minsk Street and entered the dark house. This is Brody's bowl. This is his favorite box. He always sleeps in it. Doris's wrinkled face was filled with worry and anticipation. Klein crouched down and found several strands of black cat fur in the box. He straightened his body and held the silver-inlaid cane with the hand that held the cat's fur. Klein's eyes darkened as he pretended to observe his surroundings and silently recited a divination statement. His hand quietly left the tip of the cane, but it didn't completely leave it, preventing Jurgen and Doris from noticing the fact that the cane was standing on its own. Then, the black silver-inlaid cane tilted to the side. It fell very slowly and by a very small margin. Klein held the cane again and looked in that direction, carefully observing it for more than 10 seconds. Then, he took a step forward and walked over to an old cupboard. Did you find any traces of Brody's departure? Jurgen asked with concern. Old Madame Doris was also waiting for an answer. Klein didn't answer. He crouched down and pulled open the door at the bottom of the cupboard. How? A black cat scurried out, its tail raised high as it ran towards its bowl. Brody, when did you get into the cupboard? How did you come to be shut up in the cupboard? Cried Mrs. Doris, surprised and perplexed. Jurgen turned his head in surprise and glanced at Klein. How did you know it was in the cupboard? Klein smiled and replied in a low voice. This is reasoning. After gaining the friendship of Mrs. Doris and lawyer Jurgen, and receiving 5 soldi as a reward, Klein returned to his rented 15 Minsk Street under the gloomy sky. Before he got close, he saw a figure pacing back and forth in front of his door. Another new business? Klein looked over and saw that the visitor was wearing an old overcoat and a round hat. He was a boy about 15 or 16 years old. Klein immediately recognized him as the boy who was being chased on the steam metro the day he first arrived in Bakeland. The maturity and calmness he displayed at that time left a deep impression on Klein. What could he have entrusted me with? Klein mumbled as he walked over with a smile. Excuse me, are you here for me? The big boy was startled and hurriedly turned around. There was an unconcealable fear in his bright, red eyes. He composed himself and said hesitantly, You're Detective Sherlock Moriarty? Yes. Klein looked around and said, Let's talk inside. All right. Big boy did not refuse. After entering the house, Klein did not take off his coat. He only took off his hat and put away his cane. He led the boy to the guest area and pointed at the long sofa. Please sit down. How should I address you? What do you want to entrust me with? You can call me Ian. Big boy looked around, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, I was hired by another detective, Mr. Zreal Victor Lee, to help him gather some information and intelligence. Klein sat down and clasped his hands together. Your commission is related to your former employer? Yes. Ian nodded solemnly. A few days ago, I suddenly realized that I was being followed with ill intentions, so I thought of a way to shake them off. I believe Mr. Moriarty witnessed this scene. The moment I saw you, I recognized you as the gentleman who sized me up on the subway that day. This level of observation isn't much worse than a spectator's. Could it be that he was born with a special type? Or are they beyonders? Klein activated his spirit vision and took a few glances at Ian, but he didn't find anything strange. He nodded and calmly replied, That's right. I'm impressed by your response. Ian didn't dwell on this matter. I suspected that my encounter had something to do with Mr. Zreal, so I went to visit him at his place. I found that it looked normal, but many of the hidden mechanisms that indicated that someone had sneaked in had been triggered. Since that day, I haven't seen Mr. Zreal again. I suspect that something has happened to him. I tried to call the police, but he hasn't been missing for the required number of days. I tried to ask the other detectives I know for help, but they all rejected me. The reason was that they had just seen Mr. Zreal at a gathering of their colleagues. This surprised me because I used the agreed method to contact Mr. Zreal, but I didn't get any response. Chapter 225. Klein listened carefully and asked, What's the matter? So, you suspect that the Zreal the detectives saw was someone else in disguise? Ian held his brown round hat and replied, as though he had already thought about it. That's a possibility, but I think it's too difficult. It's so difficult that it requires a lot of risk. The party is held at night, and the lights aren't that bright, but most of the people who participate are detectives with keen observation skills. It's hard to hide from them with just wigs, beards, and makeup. Perhaps some Beyonder power can do it, just like what creeping hunger has. Klein's question had a tiny trap. He wanted to determine if Ian had come into contact with Beyonders or if he had a certain level of understanding of mysticism from his answers, facial expressions, and body language. The preliminary answer was no. Ian saw Detective Moriarty nod slightly in agreement with his reasoning, so he continued. I believe that the person those detectives saw was Mr. Zreel, but he's not free. He's under the strict control of someone else, so he can't send out a message for help. The reason why he didn't respond to my contact was to alert me so that I could find someone to help rescue him. A reasonable explanation. Klein unclasped his hands and sat back a little, making himself look more relaxed and more confident. Ian was silent for more than 10 seconds before he solemnly said, Don't worry. I want to entrust you to investigate Mr. Zreel and confirm his current condition. That's all I need. Considering that the other party was a semi-professional who helped detectives gather intelligence and information, Klein was interested in befriending him. How much do you plan to pay? You should know very well that this matter may be very dangerous. Ian discreetly looked down at the pocket of his old coat and deliberated before saying, That's right. There are two ways. The first is for me to directly pay you enough to satisfy you. After that, no matter if the mission is easy or difficult, it will be the same amount, unless you suffer a relatively serious injury. Second, I'll pay £5 in advance, and when you complete the task, I'll increase the fee depending on the difficulty of the task. But this can easily cause a dispute, even if there's a contract. Klein pretended to think for nearly 30 seconds before he said in a deep voice, That's right. Maybe we can do this? You'll pay me £5 in advance. And when the mission is over, help me do 3 things. Don't worry, they won't be difficult things. They're all within your capabilities, and they won't make you feel too embarrassed. We can agree on this in the contract. Ian frowned and immediately stood up. He leaned forward and extended his right hand. All right. Klein shook his hand and pulled out a standard contract that he had prepared earlier from the coffee table. He picked up a fountain pen, added all the details that they had just discussed, and pressed his fingerprint. After signing the contract, he gave Ian a stack of white paper and watched him write down information about Detective Zreel. After a while, he flipped through the information and asked casually if there's an emergency or if I confirm Zreel's condition. How should I contact you? Ian pursed his lips and did not speak for a long time. It was only when Klein raised his head and looked at him that he replied stiffly, There's no need to contact me. I'll appear when the time is right. He didn't say anything else and took out a thick stack of bills from the pocket of his old coat. They seemed to be stacked neatly according to the denomination, from large to small. Ian first pulled out 3 one-pound notes from the bottom, then counted 6 5-soldi notes, and finally 10 one-soldi notes. Seeing that the other party had arranged the bills neatly, even the portraits of the kings had to be facing up without any mistakes, Klein suddenly felt a little irritated. This is late-stage, obsessive-compulsive disorder. He exhaled silently and took the payment that the other party pushed over. According to his visual estimation, Ian didn't have more than £3 left in cash. He probably brought all his savings with him. If I had asked for more, would he have shirked in the end? He doesn't look like that kind of person, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Klein casually folded the bills and stuffed them into his pocket, not caring if they were neat or not. Thus, he successfully saw Ian's expression distort slightly. I'll try to complete the investigation as soon as possible. Klein stood up and stretched out his hand, gesturing for the guest to leave. Thank you for your help. Ian thanked him sincerely because the other party had clearly given him a discounted price. Watching the boy, who looked much more mature than his actual age, leave, Klein stroked his chin and muttered to himself thoughtfully. The water in this matter is very deep. From the beginning to the end, Ian never mentioned what Detective Zreel was investigating recently or what kind of information he instructed him to collect. Forget it. I don't care how much I get paid. I just need to confirm Zreel's current situation. He turned around, walked back to the living room and took out a quarter penny from his trouser pocket. Ding! As the copper coin tumbled upwards, Klein's eyes darkened as he silently wondered if there were any beyonder factors involved in this matter. Then he spread out his right hand in an attempt to catch the falling copper penny. Ding! The coin slid past his fingertips and fell to the ground, rolling far away. This result meant that the divination had failed. It looks like Ian is hiding more than I thought. There's so little information that I can't even get a vague divination result. Klein pursed his lips, took a few steps forward, and bent down to pick up the copper coin. That night, in the wee hours of the morning, at 138 Long Rose Street in the Bakelin Bridge area, Klein had changed into a cheap, light blue worker's uniform. His mouth, chin, and cheeks were covered in a black beard. At first glance, he looked rough and barbaric. He wore a dark cap, the brim of which was pressed down so low that it almost covered his eyes. This kind of hat originally belonged to the hunters of the Republic of Intis. It was different from the traditional deer hunting hats of the Kingdom of Rouen, but it had recently become popular among the middle and lower classes of Bakeland. Hiding in the shadow of the Intis sycamore tree by the side of the road, Klein used the elegantly designed gas street lamps to size up the house opposite. That was Zreel's house. The detective was from Southville, where his parents, relatives, and friends were. He traveled alone in Bakeland and gradually became famous. He was still a bachelor and only hired 2 temporary maids. They were the kind who came to clean every 3 days, and he didn't need to worry about food and lodging. At this time, there was no light in the townhouse he rented. It was pitch black. Klein untied the silver chain in his left wrist cuff, allowing the topaz pendant to fall naturally. "There's danger inside. There's danger inside." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise, but very slowly. "There's danger, but it's not serious." Klein whispered and once again confirmed the tarot cards, self-made charms, and holy night powder he was carrying. After doing all of this, he looked around and, in the dead of the night, nimbly flashed across the house. Zreel's house didn't have any verandas, gardens, or lawns. It was directly next to the road. Klein circled to the side, followed the water pipe, and easily climbed to the small balcony on the 2nd floor where the clothes were hung. Following that, he took out a tarot card, stuffed it into the gap, and opened the door to the corridor. Following the layout of the house that Ian had drawn, Klein's footsteps were almost silent as he arrived outside Zreel's bedroom. He tapped his left molar, activated his spirit vision, and looked inside through the wooden door. Spirit vision could penetrate obstacles without spirituality and see the colors of auras, but this was closely related to one's standards. Klein could currently observe through the wooden door, but he couldn't overcome the stone wall, and what he saw wasn't too clear. In his line of sight, there were 3 human-shaped auras in the bedroom behind the door. The colors were hazy, and they were located in different positions. There are 3 people lying in ambush in order to capture Ian or someone else. The bedroom isn't big. Klein stood in the darkness, calmly considering the results of his observations. At this moment, he suddenly retreated towards the balcony, his footsteps still very light. Returning to the balcony, Klein took out a thin silver piece from his pocket. This was the slumber charm he had tried making in the afternoon. He didn't pray to the Evernight goddess. Instead, he held a ritual with himself, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, and then entered the world above the gray fog to respond. As this method was difficult to mobilize the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein could only respond with his own spirituality. In the end, the charm he made was worse than a normal one, but it was better than the one he made with my name. It was barely enough. Looking around again, Klein covered his mouth and whispered a word in ancient Hermes, crimson. After feeling the coldness of the charm, he quickly but silently moved to the door of Zreel's bedroom. As he held the handle, he injected his spirituality into the silver piece. Creak! Klein carefully twisted the handle and quietly pushed the door open a crack. Then, he threw the slumber charm in his hand in. Retracting it slightly, Klein closed the door again and began to count silently. 3, To one, he suddenly pushed open the door and rolled on the ground. As he didn't sense the movements of the three people, Klein stood up and began to size up the room with the help of the crimson moonlight shining in from the window. It was a bedroom with a normal layout. There was a bed, a row of wardrobes, a desk, a small sofa, and a coat rack. On the other side of the bed was a man in a black coat. He was sleeping soundly. In addition, there was another person beside the sofa and in front of the wardrobe. They had all fallen into a deep sleep. After confirming the state of the three people, Klein lightened his movements and walked to the head of the bed. He bent down and found a few strands of short, tawny hair. According to Ian's notes, Detective Zriel was a man with short, tawny hair. There should be no mistake. Klein muttered as he held the few strands of hair that had fallen. He came to the small sofa and slowly sat down. Sitting in the darkness that was dyed crimson, he planned on using dream divination to find Zriel. Leaning back on the sofa, the corners of his mouth curled up as he silently mocked himself. Chapter 2:26. The dim room was covered with a thin layer of red moonlight. Everything was blurry and indistinct. Three men in black coats were sleeping soundly in different spots. And on the small sofa, Klein's eyes were half closed as though he was in a deep sleep. His dream was a gray and distorted world that occasionally flashed with brilliance. Finally, the brilliance froze into a scene. It was a gloomy corner with dirty water flowing on the ground. A man with short tawny hair, a white shirt, and a brown vest was leaning against the wall, surrounded by gray rats. Half of the man's lips had been bitten off, revealing yellowish teeth and rotten gums. His nose was only left with bloodstains mixed with some short hairs. The flesh on his face had disappeared bit by bit, revealing the ghastly white bones. White, fat maggots were crawling in and out of his body, constantly wriggling. His throat seemed to have been bitten by a wild beast, losing at least half of it. Klein could barely make out that it was Zriel Victor Lee. He was no longer the mature and handsome man in the black and white photo Ian had given him. Zriel is already dead. In a few days, he'll probably be gnawed to the point where only his bones are left, or maybe not even his bones are complete. Klein left the dream and recalled the scene he had just seen. His past experiences had allowed him to calmly witness similar corpses. Looking at the crimson moon outside the window, Klein thought for about 10 seconds and decided to try channeling the spirit of the man in black beside the sofa. He had already concocted a bottle of the corresponding Amantha extract and Eye of the Spirit potion in the past few days of preparation. As for the Tranquility potion, Klein didn't need it. He could maintain his calm and reason when others invaded his dream and forcefully channeled the spirit. After setting up a simple altar and letting the serene fragrance spread out, creating a half-awake state, Klein prayed to himself, to the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Then, he entered the world above the gray fog and used more than 2/3 of his spirituality to respond. When I advance to sequence 7, a similar prayer should be able to slightly stir the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, just like the summoning and sacrificial rituals. Looking around, Klein made a rough judgment and quickly returned to the real world. He passed through the starry sky and chaotic and noisy thought storms, entering the mind of the target man, and saw his illusory figure floating in midair. "Who sent you to Zriel's house?" Klein glanced over and asked in a deep voice. The man's illusory eyes were lifeless as he replied, "Masalt. Masalt sent me to wait for a boy named Ian." The light in his mind world changed, revealing a thin, capable, dark-skinned man. He was none other than the leader of the group of people who had chased after Ian on the steam subway. It really is him. Klein had expended too much of his spirituality while responding to the prayer. He was beginning to feel exhausted and hurriedly asked, "Who ordered Miss Salt?" "I don't know. He's our Zmanger gang's executioner. No one can order him, except for our boss," the man said blankly. Zmanger? The word for warrior in the language of the Highlands. Klein, a pseudo-historian and true mysticism expert, suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head, and his body involuntarily flew out of the thought storm. It didn't take long for him to leave his spirit channeling state, and he felt his head convulse emptily. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He methodically packed up the materials in his short, tawny hair and opened the oriel window, allowing the cold night wind to blow in, dispersing the smell of amantha extract and eye of the spirit medicine. During this process, Klein returned to the balcony, locked the door from the inside, and wiped off all the places he had touched. When Zreel's bedroom returned to its previous state, he pressed his chest and bowed to the three men who were still sleeping soundly. Straightening his back, Klein put on his gloves and, with a leap, nimbly flipped to the oriel window. He tiptoed and used the abnormally narrow space to stand steadily. He lifted the vertical latch up and used the tarot card to block the bottom. Using his clown powers, he felt the details and adjusted his balance. After a few seconds, Klein slowly pulled out the tarot card. The vertical latch stabilized in place and didn't fall down. Whoosh! He first closed the half of the window that didn't have a latch. Then, he dashed over and pushed inwards with his right hand, closing the other half of the window. This action was so fast that the latch didn't fall until it vibrated, accurately inserting itself into the matching metal hole. Clang! A sound that couldn't be eliminated sounded, like a strong gust of wind hitting the surface of the glass. Klein knew that the three men in the bedroom would slowly wake up, so he didn't delay any further and jumped onto the street. The height of the second floor wasn't dangerous to him at all. However, he couldn't maintain his silence when he landed, so he also created an inconspicuous commotion. Klein quickly left the vicinity and left Rose Street, but he didn't directly take a rental carriage back to Sherwood Borough's Minsk Street. He took a few turns and headed for the neighboring East Borough. In the cold night, the wind was biting into his bones. Klein shivered and decided that he needed to wear a sweater for his future operations. He decided to buy charcoal in the next few days so that the fireplace could be used to its fullest potential. After an unknown period of time, he entered East Bakelin based on his intuition, without a map. There were very few gas street lamps here, and only one or two could be seen from afar. If it wasn't for the fact that the dark clouds didn't cover the crimson moon tonight, Klein believed that many sections of the road would be so dark that he couldn't see them clearly. As he walked, he suddenly saw pairs of eyes appear in the deep darkness in front of him. Stooped figures appeared one after another. They swayed over from a blurry distance in silence. Zombies? Klein suddenly stopped, reached out to grab the Requiem charm and tarot cards, and quickly activated his spirit vision. He saw the colors of the unhealthy and weak auras, as well as the appearances of the figures. These were all living people, normal living people. However, their expressions were numb, their eyes hollow, and their movements weak. They were both men and women. It's almost past midnight. Why are they still walking on the streets? Puzzled and wary, Klein leaned to the side and walked past the group of people. But soon, he encountered a second and third wave. It was the same numbness and pain. He frowned slightly and was about to ask when he suddenly heard a series of curses in front of him. Get up. All of you get up. You sons of asterisk cheese. The streets and parks aren't for you fellows to sleep in. Klein was taken aback as the corresponding words of the poor law surfaced in his mind. He understood what was going on. He had experienced the same thing before. Phew! Klein exhaled, quickened his pace, and walked towards his one-bedroom house on Black Palm Street in East Borough. There, he slept for 2 hours and regained some of his spirituality. Then, he went out again and broke off a withered tree branch to use as a dowsing rod. The location of Zreel's corpse. The location of Zreel's corpse. After repeated divinations with the help of his short, tawny hair, Klein walked for a long time before he arrived at a corner of East Borough. There was a sewer entrance. After the Great Plague 12 years ago, the Ruan Kingdom had gradually established an advanced sewer system in the capital, surpassing the Roselle legacy of the Republic of Intis in one fell swoop. Removing the lid, Klein held his breath and climbed down the vertical metal stairs. As it wasn't a custom-made suit, it didn't have many pockets, so he couldn't carry too many items. He had abandoned the Quelaag's oil he had learned from Fry. The Quelaag's oil that refreshed his mind and eliminated odors was extremely regretful. 10 seconds later, Klein's feet landed on the ground, and he felt the stickiness of the ground. The feeling of filth caused goosebumps to appear on his arms and body, but he could only endure it and continue walking forward in the empty and quiet sewers. There was a fork in the road ahead. One of them was relatively hidden, and there was a thick stench that was more disgusting than the others. Klein turned around and walked all the way to the end, where he saw dense spots of spirituality and aura colors. Without the use of candles, his eyes, which had activated his spirit vision, directly reflected the gloomy corner, as well as the rotting corpse that had been gnawed to pieces. This was identical to the scene he had seen in his dream divination. Squeak! The gray rats scattered in all directions, but some of them stayed in place, unwilling to leave and unwilling to part with their food. After confirming that it was real, Klein only hesitated for a moment before quickly setting up a mediumship ritual. If there's nothing wrong with Ian's description, Zriel has only been dead for a few days. I should be able to obtain some superficial information through mediumship, he thought confidently. Whoosh! As the wind swirled and the wall of spirituality was established, the rats all fled. Klein carried out the ritual step by step, just like before. Zriel's cause of death. Zriel's cause of death. As he recited it over and over again, Klein's eyes turned black. His pupils and the whites of his eyes disappeared, and he quickly entered a dream with the help of cogitation. However, nothing appeared in the foggy, illusory world. Klein opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and made a judgment. The mediumship failed. Someone has dealt with Zriel's spirit. There's a Beyonder involved in this matter. He disguised himself as Zriel, and none of the detectives were able to see through him. This also proves this point. After some thought, Klein made a decision. He would stop here and not get involved any further. After all, he had overfulfilled his mission. Chapter 227. Klein didn't touch Zriel's corpse as he retreated out of the fork. Thump! 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 Suddenly, a sound came from afar, echoing in the empty and cold sewers. Klein listened for a few seconds before decisively retreating to the exit along the dirty cement road on both sides of the sewage river. To him, there was no need to take risks for matters that didn't involve him. After climbing out of the sewers, Klein closed the metal lid again and cleaned up the surroundings before returning to the one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough. He changed his clothes and removed his disguise. Then, he put on his gold-rimmed glasses and walked to another street. He took a rental carriage and returned to Sherwood Borough at 3 in the morning in the silence and cold, but it wasn't Minsk Street. After that, Klein circled around and confirmed that no one was following him before entering his house. He slept until the sky was bright and the doorbell jingled. He suddenly sat up, put on a shirt, buttoned up his vest, and quickly went down to the first floor and opened the door. And before that, the premonition ability of the clown's sequence had already allowed him to naturally outline the visitor's image in his mind. An old coat that didn't quite fit him, a round brown hat, a tattered satchel, bright red eyes, a delicate face, and a calm temperament. It was none other than the boy who had come to commission the mission yesterday, Ian. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty," Ian greeted and looked around. "Any luck?" I was just passing by and wanted to ask." Klein nodded solemnly. "Yes." Ian seemed to jump in fright and couldn't say a word for a long time. After a while, he pursed his lips and asked in surprise, "Have you confirmed Mr. Zriel's condition?" "Yes." Klein paused and said seriously, "I found Zriel's corpse." "Yes." Klein paused and said seriously, "I found Zriel's corpse." He wasn't too obviously surprised, as though he had already expected the worst outcome. "Corpse." Ian's pupils constricted as he repeated softly. Klein watched quietly without interrupting. "Phew." Ian exhaled and looked around vigilantly. "Your efficiency is amazing. Can you take me to see Mr. Zriel's body?" "No problem. In fact, that's what I'm planning to do." Klein thought for a moment and said, "I hope you won't mention me when you call the police. Just say that you found it yourself. I think you know how to make up a story." Ian was not surprised by this. He knew very well that not every detective liked to deal with the police. In fact, other than the famous detectives who often provided advice and assistance to the police department, the others were discriminated against by the police, ostracized, and even blackmailed. This was the current situation of the Kingdom of Rouen. Okay, Ian readily agreed. Considering that he was going to enter the sewers, Klein changed into a set of ordinary working-class clothes, put on a deerstalker hat, and took out a lantern. The two of them took a public carriage to Eastborough. Under the gazes of numb or malicious eyes, they walked for half an hour to the remote sewer entrance. "How did you find it?" Ian asked in surprise and curiosity as he watched Klein remove the cover and climb down. Klein looked down and casually replied, "Skillful training. Skillful training. This includes a lot of reasoning, investigation, tracking, and interrogating skills." Ian followed him into the sewers and nodded without feeling disgusted. "You seem to have received very professional training." Klein didn't answer directly. Holding the lantern that had long been lit, he led Ian into a fork in the road and arrived at the gloomy corner. As soon as he approached, his eyes narrowed slightly. This was because Zreel's corpse was much more mutilated than last night. It was missing an arm and half a rib. This isn't something a rat can do, Klein muttered to himself, not reminding Ian. With the help of the lantern's light, Ian clearly saw the corpse's appearance. He suddenly squatted down and vomited, gradually vomiting yellowish-green bile. Klein took out the Quelaag's oil he had prepared, unscrewed the cork, and bent down to bring the port to Ian's nose. Ian suddenly jolted and calmed down. 10 seconds later, he whispered weakly, "Thank you." He slowly stood up and carefully examined the mutilated corpse a few times. "I'm sorry," Klein replied politely. "I suggest you call the police." "Okay." Ian nodded indiscernibly and followed him back to the surface. Ian nodded indiscernibly and followed the other back to the surface. "My mission ends here. You decide what to do next." "My mission ends here. You can decide for yourself what to do next. I still owe you 3 things. You can tell me now." "I still owe you 3 things. You can tell me now." "Actually, I've only thought of one thing for now." Klein answered frankly, "I want to know where I can get a gun and bullets without needing a permit to use all types of weapons." Ian said without thinking, "The Bakelon Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, the Brave." "Bakelon Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's Bar. Find Casper's Kalinin. Say that old man introduced him." "All right, we'll talk about the remaining 2 things later. I have a feeling that we'll meet again." Klein nodded, pretending to be relaxed. Ian glanced at him and remained silent, not saying anything. The two of them separated and headed for different streets in Eastborough. The remote area returned to silence once again. After walking for a while, Klein suddenly turned around and retraced his steps. Then, he hid in a hidden corner and peeked at the entrance to the sewer. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, he saw Ian return silently and look around warily. Klein retracted his gaze in time, leaned his back against the wall, and listened for any movement. He heard the sound of the metal cover being removed and heard someone climbing down. Cautiously poking his head out, Klein found that Ian had re-entered the sewer. "Is there a clue or an item hidden on Zreel's body? The water in this matter is indeed deep." He nodded thoughtfully. Having satisfied his curiosity, Klein didn't stay any longer and left for real. He planned to look for Casper's Kalinin in 2 days. Around tea time, Viscount Glaine's home in Empress Borough. The door to the study was tightly shut, completely separating the 4 people inside from the guests participating in the salon outside. "Zio, Furs, this is the reward you deserve." Audrey, who was wearing a pale yellow dress with many lace decorations, pushed a bulging envelope to the 2 ladies across the desk. Zio wanted to say something polite, but her hand had already grabbed the envelope and felt the weight of the money. She had no choice but to say sincerely, "Miss Audrey, thank you for your generosity. Your honesty makes you even more beautiful." As she spoke, she untied the thin thread around the envelope and saw the notes inside. They were uniformly colored notes with black patterns on a gray background. They were thick and exuded a special ink fragrance, one that made one feel relaxed. 10 pounds. Zio pulled out a note and confirmed the denomination. Beside her, Furs, who looked like she didn't care about money, had come over at some point in time. This, at least. Zio observed the thickness and tried to figure out how many notes there were. She couldn't help but exchange a glance with Furs and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The reward was clearly much more than they had imagined. Audrey smiled faintly and said, "It's a total of 800 pounds. It's a total of 800 pounds. You decide how to split it. That incident put you in danger. I'm very sorry for that. 800 pounds. No, there's no need to apologize. If I do it again, even if I knew the possible consequences, I would still accept that commission. Even if it's split equally with my savings, it's enough to buy the sheriff potion formula." The 1.5-meter-tall Zio stared blankly at the notes in the envelope, wishing that she could pull them all out and count them repeatedly. She believed that the generous and beautiful Miss Audrey would definitely not be short of payment. But what if the other party counted wrongly? Everyone makes mistakes at some point in time. Zio raised her right hand and paused for a few seconds before silently lowering it. The corners of Furz's mouth couldn't help but curl up. "That's more than the total remuneration I've received for Stormwind Mountain Villa. Should I praise Miss Audrey or laugh at the writer's poverty?" She added silently. Viscount Glaint, who was sitting on the sofa, was also a little envious, but it wasn't because of Zio and Furs. As a viscount with a decent financial situation, 800 pounds wasn't a huge sum. What he envied was that Audrey was so generous and didn't feel any burden. Ahem. Viscount Glaint cleared his throat. "If you can get the apothecary formula, I'll also give you a handsome reward." "We'll do our best," Zio replied without hesitation. Then she looked at Audrey. "We've recently come into contact with people suspected to be psychological alchemy. We'll soon have clues to the spectator potion you want." "Zio, I'm already a sequence 8. I'm better than you." Audrey smiled reservedly. "I'm looking forward to it." After they were done with their business, the four of them chatted about the various rumors in the Beyonder Circle. Under Audrey's example, they began searching for the books they wanted to read. Suddenly, Zio's eyes lit up when she saw 2 hard-covered books: History of the Ruan Kingdom's Aristocracy and Heraldry. At the same time, Furs also found the books she was interested in: Geography of the Fasak Empire and Traveling Around the Northern Continent. "Honorable Viscount Glaint, may I borrow these 2 books? I'll return them very soon." Zio looked pleadingly at the owner of the study. Glaint nodded nonchalantly. "No problem." Upon hearing his answer, Furs hurriedly made a request and received permission as well. After witnessing all of this, Audrey's lips curled up slightly. She looked to the side reservedly and pretended to look for books. As a qualified and promoted spectator, she had accurately grasped Zio's and Furz's preferences in certain aspects after several interactions. She had used this to make arrangements in advance, arrangements that no one had noticed, making the person being guided feel that it was their own will was the embodiment of the spectator's ability. In the evening, Zio was curled up on the sofa, facing the fireplace. Under the light of the gas lamp, she was reading History of the Ruan Kingdom's Aristocracy. Furs, on the other hand, was attending a gathering of the Writer's Circle. After reading for a while, Zio suddenly felt that the hardcover was a little strange. She carefully checked it and found the interlayer. She found an ancient piece of paper. The front of the paper was covered with the special symbols created by Roselle the Great, and on the back was written a paragraph in ancient Hermes. Viscount Glaint's ancestor deciphered some of Roselle the Great's special symbols. Zio suddenly became excited. She struggled to decipher the ancient Hermes text and silently recited, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog." Chapter 228. Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. Having eaten his fill, Klein sat in a reclining chair in the activity room. Beside him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. In an environment that was as warm as early summer, he wore a white shirt, a black vest, and thin trousers. He unfolded the newspaper with both hands and flipped to the page with the most advertisements. A new form of transportation that is in urgent need of investment. Details to be discussed in person. Klein recited it twice, reached out to pick up a pencil from the dark red round table beside him, and circled the piece of news. If there weren't any commissions tomorrow or the day after, he planned on seeing if this so-called new form of transportation had any investment value. Such matters couldn't be divined in advance because he lacked sufficient information. I hope it's a product similar to a bicycle. Just as Klein muttered to himself, his ears suddenly echoed with layers of illusory pleas. Who? Miss Justice? Mr. the Hanging Man? Classmate's son? Or an employee at the Bakelin Bank who copied my password? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he put down the newspaper, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He saw the edge of the long, ancient, mottled bronze table beside the fool's seat. There was a clear brilliance rippling outwards. The experienced Klein sat down calmly, emanated his spirituality, and touched the ripples of light in response to the pleas. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed, revealing a blurry sofa. On it was a petite woman in a trainee knight's attire. She didn't copy the password. She's looking at a piece of paper. Klein suddenly came to a realization as he figured out the reason for the matter. She should be one of the 2 beyonders that Miss Justice mentioned that I need to examine. After pondering for more than 10 seconds, Klein didn't give a real response. He planned on taking this step in the middle of the night and then examine her character and ability from her reaction, attitude, and handling of matters. Of course, he would never force anyone to join the tarot. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Zio, who had just finished reciting the ancient Hermes sentence, was stunned for a few seconds. She straightened her back and sat up straight. This seemed to be the honorific name of a certain hidden existence. She realized this in horror. Her general knowledge of mysticism and the various rumors she had heard told her. Once one recited the complete honorific name of a hidden existence, it often meant that one had attracted the attention of the other party. The consequences of such a gaze would most likely not be good, and it might even be miserable. Many of those hidden existences were the incarnations of evil gods and devils. Furthermore, I recited it in unprotected ancient Hermes. I'm so silly. Why'd I try to identify it and recite it seriously? Zio looked around in horror, afraid that an indescribable monster would suddenly appear in the quiet house. The sofa, the coffee table, the cupboard, the dining table, the chairs, the oil paintings, and other items were all reflected in her eyes. Nothing had changed. After nearly a minute of vigilance, Zio relaxed a little and consoled herself. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I just said the honorific name and didn't follow up with the prayer incantation. This is an incomplete ceremony, so it shouldn't attract attention. Besides, there's a high chance that the name was translated by the owner of the paper based on Roselle the Great's special symbols. It might not be correct. But I heard that if an evil god or devil is interested, they'll give a response even if the ceremony isn't complete. I'm so silly, really. As she thought about it, Zio's face turned sullen again. She felt that she had made a serious mistake. After waiting for a few minutes without a clear response, Zio puffed up her cheeks and slowly exhaled. She placed the piece of paper back into the History of the Rouen Kingdom's Aristocracy book and entered the bathroom with a heavy heart. She turned on the tap, planning on using cold water to clear her head. Walala! Nearly transparent water flowed down as Zio lowered her back, reached out her palms, and scooped up some of it. She was just about to smear the cold water on her face when she suddenly saw a head of long, slightly curly brown hair in the mirror from the corner of her eye. And she herself had shoulder-length, messy yellow hair. Suddenly, Zio's hair stood on end. She exerted strength in her feet, pushed herself up with both hands, and suddenly bounced backwards. She turned her body halfway and struck out with her elbow. Pa! She leaned against a warm body, causing the other party to let out a familiar scream before falling to the ground. Zio stopped her subsequent actions and looked at her friend who was hugging her stomach, rolling in pain with tears in her eyes. The corners of her mouth twitched subconsciously. Furs, when did you come back? Furs didn't immediately answer. After a while, she slowly stood up with her hands against the wall and grumbled, I just came back. I just came back. Zio, are you crazy? You attacked without even taking a good look. You were so heavy-handed. Where did you come in from? Zio asked awkwardly. I came in through the bathroom's window. Why, is there a problem? As an apprentice, it's normal not to bring a key, Furs replied boldly. Zio immediately straightened her back and pushed all the blame back to her. Then why didn't you use the door? You really scared me just now. Furs blinked and said, that way, I would have to circle around. It's too troublesome. I'm used to walking in a straight line. She paused and asked in puzzlement, but, Zio, isn't your reaction a little too intense? Zio struggled between losing her face and her life for 3 seconds before answering honestly, because I made a mistake, a fatal mistake. What mistake? Furs rubbed her stomach as she asked in confusion and concern. Zio hurriedly recounted how she had discovered the book's cover, found an old piece of paper, and accidentally read the ancient Hermes incantation that seemed to be the honorific name of a hidden existence. Zio hurriedly recounted how she had found an old piece of paper in the middle of the book's cover. She had accidentally read the ancient Hermes incantation that was suspected to be the honorific name of a certain hidden existence on it. W, where's your brain? It should be fine. The ritual isn't complete, and who knows if it's real or fake. Furs looked around and felt a baffling chill. She followed Zio back to the living room and saw the yellowed piece of paper. She saw Roselle's special symbol and the ancient Hermes text on it. With a glance, the professional mysticism researcher, Furs nodded slightly. It's not one of those evil gods, devils, or hidden existences that I know of. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, nothing has happened up to now. It means that it should be fine. Seeing Zio relax, she thought of the pain in her stomach and maliciously added. Zio's face turned pale as she blurted out, of course, if something were to happen, we wouldn't be able to save ourselves with our abilities. Zio's face turned pale as she blurted out, Furs, let's sleep together tonight. Forget it, I'll sleep alone. Furs pricked up her eyebrows and chuckled. All right, actually, there's no need to worry. Think about it. I hear strange ravings every full moon, but there aren't any signs of madness or loss of control. Let's study the other 3 books. If they have the same piece of paper and incantation, it means that it's very likely Viscount Glaine's prank. The 2 hurriedly flipped through heraldry and other books and seriously checked them, but they didn't discover anything else. Zio looked at Furs, and Furs looked at Zio. The atmosphere turned heavy again. Where should we sneak into St. Samuel Cathedral's Mass Hall to sleep tonight? Zio suggested on a whim. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in the Bakelin Diocese. Why not St. Hireland Cathedral? I don't think the Evernight Goddess will protect me. Furs subconsciously replied. It was the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the Bakelin Diocese. It was in St. George Borough, adjacent to many large factories in the southeast. The 2 ladies, who had different faiths, fell silent again. After a while, Furs sighed. Besides, that will make us the target of the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. This might be the goal of that hidden existence. All right, go to sleep. We'll know the answer tomorrow morning. If nothing happens by then, it means that there's really no problem. In the middle of the night, the not-so-full crimson moon was obscured by dark clouds, and there were very few bright stars in the sky of Bakeland. Klein instinctively woke up, got out of bed, and went above the gray fog. Sitting in the high-back chair that belonged to the fool, he prepared to respond to Miss Justice's companion and let the matter enter the examination process. At that moment, he suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps I can try pulling someone above the gray fog under such circumstances. That lady should be asleep. Even if my attempt succeeds, she'll probably think that it's just a relatively clear dream. If I succeed, I'll cut it off in time, preventing her from seeing her surroundings clearly. After repeatedly deliberating for a while, Klein reached out and tapped the rippling halo of light to establish a connection. Suddenly, he felt his spirituality surge out, causing the mysterious space above the gray fog to tremble slightly. Just as Klein thought that his spirituality would be completely drained, everything calmed down. A blurry and distorted figure appeared at the edge of the long bronze table. Zio opened her eyes sleepily and saw the endless gray fog, an ancient high-back chair, and a black figure looking down at her. Klein was delighted, and he immediately cut off the connection according to his plan. The blurry, petite figure disappeared, but in the grayish-white fog was an illusory crimson star. When Klein saw this scene, he confirmed one thing. As long as someone chanted his name, he could pull them above the gray fog, and the crimson star was a symbol of establishing a stable connection. But there are certain limitations. With my current strength, I can at most establish another connection. According to my experience, just now, my current spirituality level can at most pull in a beyonder one sequence higher than me, and it might not be possible. It's just a preliminary judgment. It shouldn't be a problem for someone of the same sequence or lower than me. Klein thought in satisfaction. He didn't need to give another response. His attempt was enough. With a whoosh, Zio sat up in her sleep. She had been worried about the latent dangers of chanting the honorific name, and not long after she fell asleep, she dreamed of a mysterious space. She dreamed of a gray fog figure looking down at her from above. The dream was so clear that it scared Zio. She looked at Furs, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and trembled as she thought, is it a nightmare caused by fear, or is it because of the gaze of a secret existence that haunts me? Chapter 229. In the misty morning, Klein sat at his dining table, breaking up the oatmeal bread he had specially bought and soaking it in milk to improve his eating style. Although his body had long changed, his pursuit and dedication to delicacies were engraved in his soul. He was completely unable to adapt to the monotonous and repetitive breakfast style of the Ruan kingdom. All he could do was try as much as possible and not be limited to toast, bread, bacon, sausages, butter, and cream. He worked hard to expand his boundaries and enrich his eating style. For example, he added pork pie, fanny-potter noodles, and roasted corn pancakes, which were popular in the South. The caviar from the Fasak Empire isn't bad either, but it's too expensive. It's only suitable for formal meals. Klein scooped up a small piece of soft oatmeal bread with a spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. Just chewing a little, he could feel the milk that was filled with the fragrance of wheat flowing out, and the bread's aftertaste turned even sweeter. After breakfast, Klein put down his fork and spoon. He wasn't in a hurry to clean up. He picked up the newspapers that had just been delivered and leisurely began reading. I'll do a divination later. If there's nothing else, I'll go to St. George Burroughs Surge Street to visit Mr. Leopard and see if his new mode of transportation is worth investing in. Bakelin Shore is huge. Every borough is almost the size of Tingen City, and East Borough is especially exaggerated. It's at least twice the size. The most convenient and most economical way to travel is still to use the steam subway before using both feet. It's just a waste of time. Klein let his thoughts wander. Bakelin's public carriage system was similar to Tingen's, and the pricing was about the same. The only problem was that most of them were limited to a single borough. If one wanted to go from Sherwood to St. George, they would need to make several transfers, so the price would naturally go up. Such a situation made the prospect of a new mode of transportation very tempting. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a loud knocking sound reverberated and drilled into Klein's ears. Who is it? Don't you know how to ring the doorbell? He mumbled, adjusted his collar, came to the door, and pulled it open. The person who appeared in front of him was a familiar face. It was the Highlander who had chased after Ian Jr. on the steam subway. He had dark skin, deep eye sockets, and was thin and capable. According to the results of Klein's mediumship, his name was Misalt, the executioner of his Manger gang, and he was a high-ranking leader. Excuse me, who are you looking for? You have something to entrust me with? Klein pretended to be confused. Misalt wore a black coat and a pompous silk hat, but he looked nothing like a gentleman. He sized up Klein coldly and asked in Loanese with a thick accent from the Highlands, "Why are you here? You're Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes," Klein replied succinctly. Misalt nodded stiffly. "I want to entrust you to find someone. Let's talk about the details after you come in." Klein did not allow himself to show the slightest abnormality. Massault shook his head coldly. No need. With that said, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. The person I'm looking for is called Ian Wright. He has a pair of bright red eyes and is about 15 or 16 years old. He likes to wear brown, old coats and round hats of the same color. I believe you should know him. Klein laughed. I don't understand what you're talking about. Massault didn't seem to hear the other party's denial. He's a thief who stole a very important item of mine. As long as you can find him, you can obtain at least 10 pounds. The clues you provided are too little. Klein casually found an excuse. 30 pounds. Massault gave a new offer. Klein glanced at him and said, No, this goes against my principles of confidentiality. No, this goes against my principles of confidentiality. 50 pounds, Massault replied coldly. I'm very sorry, but I won't accept this mission. Klein was stunned for 2 seconds before he finally chose to reject it. Massault slowly and deeply scrutinized him for a few seconds, his gaze gradually turning cold and fierce. He didn't give a new offer, nor did he politely bid farewell. He turned around abruptly and quickly walked to the end of the street. This gang's intelligence isn't bad. They actually know that Ian has come to look for me before. Klein sighed inwardly, but he didn't feel too worried or afraid because of this. After all, I'm someone who has faced the spawn of an evil god, even if it's separated by a belly. As he thought about it, his smile suddenly brightened. He began to flip a coin to decide if he should go out today. The answer was yes. St. George Borough, Such Street. Klein finally arrived at his destination after switching from a track carriage to a steam subway to a trackless carriage. He spent a total of 11 pence. Just as he walked out of the carriage, he realized that it was drizzling outside, and he didn't bring an umbrella. According to the newspapers and magazines, this is a daily occurrence in Bakeland. The reason why hats are popular is because ladies and gentlemen don't carry umbrellas all the time. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and rushed outside House 9. He used the eaves to block the rain. He patted off the obvious water droplets on his body and rang the doorbell. However, he didn't hear the sound of a cuckoo, nor did he notice the tinkling of the door. Is the doorbell broken? Klein was about to knock on the door when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. The figure of the visitor naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a tall, thin, black-haired, blue-eyed gentleman in his 30s. He wore a grayish-blue worker's uniform, but he appeared refined. The door creaked open, and the gentleman rubbed his temples. May I know who you're looking for? What's the matter? Klein took off his top hat and bowed slightly. I'm here to find Mr. Leopard. I'm interested in his new mode of transportation. The gentleman's eyes lit up. I'm Leopard. Please come in. He turned to the side and allowed Klein to enter, but there wasn't a coat rack in the foyer. Klein could only lean on his cane and follow Leopard into the living room without taking off his coat. It had to be said that this gentleman's house was very messy. Just the coffee table in the living room alone had many machine-related items, such as wrenches, bearings, and screwdrivers. How much do you want to invest? All right, do you want coffee or black tea? I don't think there's any black tea left. Leopard blurted out. This gentleman is a little straightforward. He doesn't seem to be good at interpersonal relationships. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he changed his predetermined words and replied bluntly, I have to see your new mode of transportation before I can make a decision. I can't make a promise without understanding anything. As he spoke, he looked around and saw the triangular sacred emblem hanging on the wall. This was the symbol of the god of steam and machinery. The solid triangle was filled with symbols such as steam, gears, and levers. Leopard wasn't offended by Klein going straight to the point. He immediately said, I'll take you to see it. Just as he said that, he slapped his head. I almost forgot. We have to sign a confidentiality contract to ensure that you don't steal my invention. Mr. Leopard, your memory isn't too good either. Klein smiled. No problem. After signing the simple contract, Leopard led Klein into what appeared to be an activity room. He had connected this place to the guest room and basement next door, making it much wider and more spacious. There were many components scattered messily on the ground, and a crude object that resembled a carriage half the height of a person stood in the middle. In addition, The cord for the doorbell was also connected here, and it was cleverly arranged. As long as someone pulled the cord, the mechanical device would eject a steel ball, causing it to roll along a special track and hit the object in the middle, producing a clang. The sound definitely wouldn't be too loud, but it was enough to wake up Leopard, who was obsessed with machinery. That's the new mode of transportation you invented? Klein pointed to the crude object in the middle. Yes, I invented it based on Roselle the Great's imagination. Leopard replied with a fanatical look in his eyes. Roselle the Great's imagination? Klein asked in surprise. Leopard explained in a worshipful tone. Roselle the Great left behind a manuscript that contains his imagination of all kinds of mechanical devices in the future. He's truly an outstanding genius, no, a master. Many of the things in it have become reality. Haha, this manuscript is kept in the Church of Steam and Machinery. Only devout believers can borrow it. Emperor, are you not giving others a way out? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't maintain his smile. Tell me more about it. He changed the topic. Leopard led Klein to the crude metal object and opened the door. This is a mode of transportation that doesn't require a horse. The driver sits in front on the left and constantly steps on the pedals. Through levers, chains, and so on, the four wheels are connected, allowing them to roll forward. And on the wheels, I used a method of inflating rubber to make the ride smooth. So, it's a human-powered car? Klein couldn't help but grumble. He deliberated and said, I'm afraid it won't be possible to travel far with just one person. That's my next goal, to reduce the weight and increase the levers. But my financial situation isn't too optimistic, and I can't support more attempts. Leopard looked hopefully at Klein. Why don't you consider other methods? For example, using steam as power? Klein slowly organized his words. Leopard shook his head. Someone has already invented it, but it's very large, and it's difficult to drive on many streets. This was what Klein was waiting for. Then, why don't you make something simpler? For example, one with only two wheels that can only carry one person and doesn't need an outer shell. You mean a bicycle type? Leopard asked as though he was thinking. It's in Roselle's manuscript? Klein nodded heavily. Yes, the bicycles that others have invented aren't very practical. Simplifying this seems like it really can be done. It's really different, but who will buy it? Leopard muttered to himself. Klein didn't hesitate to give him a direction. Postmen, working-class people with some savings, merchants who don't need too much money but can save up. There are many of these in Bakeland. Leopard thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I can give it a try, but I don't have the money to buy the parts. I'll invest £100 in you. Together with my suggestion, I'll hold a total of. Klein hesitated on whether to say 10% or 15% of the shares. After all, £100 wasn't a lot, strictly speaking. You can hold 35% of the shares, but it's only limited to the bicycle project you described. Leopard rushed to say, afraid that the other party would make too high a demand. Deal. Klein immediately smiled. Let's draft a simple contract first and settle this matter. After that, I'll find a solicitor to make a formal contract and add some detail clauses. For example, if anyone else invests, they have to get my approval first. No problem, Leopard answered eagerly. All he wanted was to buy the parts as soon as possible. In the darkness brought about by the continuous rain, Klein returned to Sherwood Burroughs, Minsk Street. He entered the house and went straight to the bathroom on the first floor, where he comfortably resolved the problem of his bloated abdomen. Whoosh! As the sound of water echoed, Klein bent down to wash his hands. At this moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. The mirror reflected him with his head lowered, the dim environment, and a pair of eyes to the side. Chapter 230. Almost instinctively, Klein bent his knees, twisted his waist, and rolled in another direction, which was the direction of the bathroom door. Whoosh! A black feathered arrow was stabbed into the sink. The arrowhead seemed to be made of bone, and it glowed with a beautiful blue hue. If Klein had hesitated just now, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape this sudden attack. After rolling for a moment, Klein reached into his pocket and tried to pull out a few tarot cards. But at this moment, he only felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. From the corner of his eye, he saw a black figure approaching at high speed. With an extraordinary posture, the figure closed in on him and tightened the instep of his foot. From the bottom up, he kicked out. Seeing that he couldn't dodge it, Klein quickly gave up on the idea and blocked the attack with his elbow. With a bang, he felt his entire left arm go numb, and his body was uncontrollably whipped out. It was just like the tennis and squash that the middle class loved to play, and the soccer that was popular among the lower class. What great strength! Klein's heart tightened. He adjusted his body in midair in a panic, changing his posture and barely maintaining his balance as if he was performing acrobatics. Pa! 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 At that moment, the bark-colored blowpipe had just landed on the bathroom floor and bounced behind the door, from fast to slow. Klein was just about to stretch his body and stand firmly to deal with the follow-up attack when a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The black-clothed enemy's speed exceeded his imagination. He arrived faster than he expected, lowered his waist, and swung his arm, punching him in the chest. In the blink of an eye, Klein's body curled up again and turned half a circle, like a small ball that was constantly falling and being tossed around. Pa! With his head down and feet up, he pressed his hand to the ground and spread his legs like a pair of scissors, preventing the black-clothed man's fist from hitting anything. It passed through the gap and exploded the air. The fist that was originally aimed at Klein's chest could only hit his legs after he turned his body, and his legs could be spread open. With a press and a push, he pulled his legs down, and Klein nimbly leaped to the other side, finally standing firm. Pa! Before he could examine the enemy, the black figure had already leaned to the side, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. His reaction was so fast, Klein hurriedly raised his arms to block in front of him. With a muffled bang, he felt as if he had been rammed by a black bear. Unable to withstand the boundless force, he could only stagger backwards, his arms almost losing feeling. At the same time, Klein finally recognized the attacker. His skin was dark, thin, and he had sunken eyes. It was none other than the Zmanger executioner, Massault, who had come to see Detective Moriarty that morning. Pa! 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 Massault's eyes revealed a fierce glint as he chased after him. He waved his arms repeatedly, hooking left and swinging right as he launched a storm-like attack. The difference in strength between Klein and his opponent was obvious. He was unable to parry the attack head-on and had to rely on his agility and premonition to barely dodge the combination of punches. No, I have to make use of my advantages. A similar thought flashed through his mind, and Klein stopped trying to fight. He lowered his body, kicked his legs, and rolled to the side. Crack! A chair was splintered by Massault's kick. Klein propped himself up with his hands and exerted strength in his back. He continued to roll, looking for an opportunity to take out his tarot cards and self-made charms. Thud! 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 Massault caught up quickly and kicked out alternately with his legs, not much slower than the enemy. He was like a giant bear with the gift of agility. He had no shortcomings in any aspect, so the rolling Klein could only focus on dodging and parrying. He had no time to draw cards or use spells. Kacha bang bang. The chair was broken, the table was overturned, and the coat rack was toppled. Klein had gone around in a circle, and the situation was becoming more and more precarious. It couldn't go on like this. He kept dodging and rolling, looking for an opportunity to turn the situation around. Suddenly, he glanced at the coffee table in the living room from the corner of his eye, and an idea came to his mind. Bang! Klein used one hand to block the attack and leaped backward. Enduring the pain, he rolled toward the living room. At this moment, the muscles on Massault's legs suddenly bulged as if they were filled with air. Thud! He stomped so hard that the ground seemed to shake. His entire body leaped forward and shot toward Klein like a bullet. Then, he lashed out with his leg. Klein barely managed to block it, but he was sent flying again. With a clang, he knocked over the coffee table and sent the ceramic tea set flying toward the cupboard. The fountain pen, the standard contract, and various newspapers scattered all over the floor. Seeing that the detective in the black double-breasted frock coat had been knocked so hard that he couldn't stand up or roll, Massault's eyes glowed fiercely. Amidst the sounds of porcelain shattering, he slid forward and kicked out with his knee. Klein's eyes darkened as he watched this scene. He was already holding a standard contract in his hand. He fled to the living room and continued to roll toward the coffee table, ignoring his premonition, just to get a standard contract or a newspaper. Seeing Miss Salt's knee coming at him fiercely, Klein's wrist suddenly shook. At this moment, another scene appeared in his mind, the scene of Miss Salt's neck tilting back. Whoosh! Klein pressed his wrist slightly and shook out the standard contract in his hand. Whoosh! The contract was like a steel dart as it shot toward Miss Salt's throat. At this moment, the two of them were less than a meter apart, and as the other party moved forward, they were getting closer and closer. When the white shadow came into view, Miss Salt instinctively leaned back in an attempt to dodge. Puffed. The standard contract accurately stabbed into Miss Salt's throat and into his windpipe. Blood with some foam flowed out, and Miss Salt fell in front of Klein, his knee hitting the ground heavily. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He pulled out the blood-stained contract and clutched his throat tightly. However, he was unable to stop the blood from flowing out of his wound, and his eyes gradually glazed over. In the end, his body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. Klein recovered for a while before he had the strength to stand up. He held a few tarot cards between his fingers, wary of any possible counterattacks or other enemies. After activating his spirit vision and confirming that the other party was dead, Klein looked around and didn't find any other aura colors. It was only then that his tense nerves eased a little. He noticed that 2 chairs were broken, the coffee table was broken in many places, and porcelain was scattered all over the floor. The entire living room, dining room, and foyer were in a mess. Looking down, he saw that the sleeves of his gown were damaged, and the outer layer of the tweed coat was stained with dust. Suddenly, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. "There's no way to claim this. Ha, 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 ha." He laughed, as if he had encountered something that would make him happy for the rest of his life. He laughed so hard that he nearly bent over, and his laughter echoed throughout the entire house. Dozens of seconds later, Klein wiped away his smile and walked to Miss Salt's corpse with a solemn expression. He wanted the dead to speak. After the familiar mediumship ritual and self-response, Klein took a whiff of the serene fragrance and used dream divination to whisper, the mastermind behind Miss Salt's operation. Soon, his eyes turned black as he entered a dream and saw a gray blur. The gray world suddenly had light and shadows change, condensing into images and scenes. In front of Miss Salt was a middle-aged man without a hat. The collar and cuffs of his white shirt had complicated, layered, and petal-shaped decorations. It looked abnormally gorgeous, and coupled with a tight-fitting black vest and skinny trousers, it was gaudy and exaggerated. This middle-aged man had brown hair and blue eyes. His face was thin and had stubble, but he was rather charming. He was a very good-looking gentleman. He looked at Miss Salt and said in a deep voice, "No matter what you do, you must find Ian right and try to keep him alive. If he's dead, please bring him to me within an hour, preferably within 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Ambassador." Miss Salt didn't hide his arrogance, but he still lowered his head. The scene shattered, and Klein frowned. "Mr. Ambassador? This matter actually involves other countries?" From the style of the shirt, this ambassador is very likely the Republic of Intis's ambassador to Bakeland. Ian is just a big boy. That gentleman knows mediumship, or at least there's someone around him who knows mediumship. Klein thought for a moment and gave the words of dream divination again. The purpose of finding Ian right. In the blurry, illusory dream, Klein once again saw the middle-aged gentleman from before. He stared at Miss Salt and said in a low voice, "You don't need to know why. You don't need to know why. Just do as I say. I gave you potions and money so that you could become the person behind the scenes of this Manger gang. I didn't ask you to ask questions. I asked you to do things. All you need to know is that Ian Wright might be involved in a very important item." As this scene faded, Klein once again exited the dream. A very important item. I really couldn't tell. Ian. What could it be? Potion. Miss Salt is actually a beyonder. It's no wonder his combat skills are so strong and terrifying. He should be a beyonder who specializes in this area. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt exhausted. Replying to his own prayers had indeed consumed too much of his spirituality. If he wanted to return to his previous level of mediumship, he would probably have to wait until he reached sequence 7. After ending the ritual and removing the wall of spirituality, Klein looked at Massault's corpse and carefully observed it for a long time. Finally, he saw specks of spirituality gathering at the wound on the man's throat, slowly condensing into a single mass. Carefully grabbing it, Klein had a dark red object that looked like earth jelly in his palm. This is the beyonder characteristic left behind by Massault? I wonder what sequence potion it is. That's easy to determine. I'll get the answer by divining above the gray fog. In theory, a low sequence beyonder characteristic can directly give a person the corresponding powers even without supplementary ingredients. However, after consuming it, it's easy to go crazy and lose control on the spot. The supplementary ingredients for low sequence beyonder potions almost don't contain any spirituality. Klein let his thoughts wander as he forcefully retracted his attention. A corpse was placed in front of him, giving him a headache over how to deal with it. Chapter 231. Massault's corpse lay there, his eyes wide open, as though there was still a ferocious glint in them. The wound that had sliced through half of his throat was originally only a thin slit, but with the condensation of the beyonder characteristic, it had expanded and blurred a lot. At the same time, the incontinence after his death made his lower body emit a foul stench. Klein held the dark, red, jelly-like object, feeling conflicted about what to do next. In general terms, he had 3 choices. One was to clean up the scene, treat his wound, and call the police in the name of self-defense. The second was to wait until night and throw the corpse into a sewer, pretending that nothing had happened. The third was to immediately give up his current identity, flee to another borough, and change his name again. The problem with the first choice was that Klein was still an unregistered citizen and had secrets that couldn't be brought to light. Calling the police could easily lead to him being investigated. The second choice, in addition to constantly worrying that the corpse would be discovered and the police would come knocking on his door, had another hidden danger. After the ambassador behind Massault confirmed the disappearance or death of his subordinates, he would definitely send someone to 15 Minsk Street again. When that happened, Klein might encounter a Sequence 7 or even a Sequence 6 enemy. Behind the faction he was facing might be a country, a powerful country. The third choice seemed to be the wisest and safest. It allowed him to avoid all the risks, but there was also a downside. Klein's portrait was very likely to be on the wanted list. Furthermore, it was in the eyes of his neighbor, Mrs. Sammer, lawyer Jurgen, and the others. Without a disguise, once the corresponding newspapers were published, even if it was limited to the greater Bakeland area, Klein might very well be recognized by Daly and the other Nighthawks. That would be a huge problem, as it involved in Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-08. There was a high chance that he would be pursued by a high-ranking deacon. Of course, there was another branch of the third choice. It was to hide the corpse, throw the evidence into the sewers, and then escape. However, there was also the risk of being wanted. This was because if the ambassador couldn't find him, there was a high chance that he would instruct the members of his Manger gang to call the police and use the official forces of Bakeland to search. If he could lock onto Klein's whereabouts, the development of the matter would be equivalent to the second choice. After some thought, Klein quickly made a decision. Divination, of course. He already had a preference in his heart, which was to choose the lesser of the two evils. The first option was relatively less risky, and he could take the initiative to a certain extent. Through exposure, he could attract the attention of the official forces, which would restrict the ambassador's subsequent actions and prevent him from going too crazy. After taking out a piece of paper and writing the divination statement, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist cuff and let it hang down, almost touching the surface. I should call the police. I should call the police. I should call the police. After he finished chanting, he saw that the spirit pendulum was spinning clockwise. Its amplitude wasn't small, and its speed was rather fast. As he did, after divining the other two options and receiving negative answers, Klein no longer hesitated and began cleaning up the scene. He put on black gloves and searched Massault's body. He found a sharp dagger, a small wad of cash, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and some miscellaneous items. He and he as he and he as he as he. Then he put on a glove and got Massault to grab the dagger. After doing all of this, Klein gathered Massault's Beyonder characteristic, self-made charms, tarot cards, the blood-stained contract, the piece of paper on which the divination statement was written, and the various materials he had at home, and put them into a paper bag. Then he held a ritual to summon himself and became a special spirit body. After carrying Aztec's copper whistle and making himself stronger, Klein picked up the paper bag, ended the summoning, and returned above the gray fog. He temporarily placed the items in the real world behind the fool's high-back chair and left behind Aztec's copper whistle. Then he easily simulated the feeling of plummeting and returned to his body. The reason why Klein didn't burn the bloodstained contract and the piece of paper on which the divination statement was written was that he was worried that the matter would be transferred to a special department if he called the police, and a powerful Beyonder would come over to perform a targeted divination. And once the gray fog was in the way, even if the eternal blazing sun personally descended, he wouldn't be able to obtain an effective answer. This was also the reason why Klein spent his weekly combing and summarizing above the gray fog after advancing to Sequence 8 and having his spirituality greatly improved. He couldn't afford to be under greater suspicion and a deeper investigation now. After removing the wall of spirituality, a sudden gust of wind blew away the remnant smell of the ritual materials. The only items related to Beyonder and mysticism on Klein's body and in the entire room were the candles burning silently in front of him. But this time, he chose an ordinary candle. After all, he was praying to himself and summoning himself, so there was no need to be so particular about it. And in a family, it was very reasonable, normal, and in line with the characteristics of the times, even if there was only one bachelor in the family. After extinguishing the candle and putting it back in its original spot, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open to take a look. He estimated how many minutes had passed since Massault had died, and he added the minimum amount of time it would take for the police to send people to investigate and report to the higher-ups. He wanted to ensure that, even if Beyonders came to investigate, an hour had passed since Massault's death. In mysticism, in the field of mediumship, this was an important point in time. Beyond it, the information that could be obtained was rather limited and very vague. For example, the person who could mediate the death of Massault was Sherlock Moriarty, but there was no way to obtain the specific details of his death. As for the hidden dangers of the other party's divination involving Beyonder factors, Klein wasn't worried at all. This was because the main Beyonder factor involved, the bloodstained contract, was above the gray fog, and his own premonitions and combat abilities would also be confused. The other party's divination would definitely point to the mysterious space above the gray fog, and it would definitely be interfered with. Thankfully, I'm also a professional. I feel like I've really become Moriarty. Klein re-examined the scene, and after confirming that there were no problems, he began to stare at the ticking of the pocket watch. After exceeding the estimated limit, he put on his gold-rimmed glasses and waited for a few minutes before pulling the door open and leaving. At this moment, the sky above Bakeland was already dark, and the gas lamps on the streets illuminated the rainy environment. As a middle-class neighborhood, Minsk Street was often patrolled by police. Klein waited for a while before he found his target and immediately went up to meet them. They were two low-ranking police officers with AV on their epaulets. They carried guns, batons, and umbrellas as they looked around. "Officer, a criminal attacked me," Klein shouted skillfully. His sorry state made the two police officers not dare to be negligent. They drew their batons and looked to the side warily. "Where's the criminal?" a round-faced, brown-eyed policeman asked in a deep voice. Klein pointed at his house and said, "Where's the criminal? He snuck into my house and tried to kill me. In the struggle, I accidentally stabbed him to death." Stabbed to death. The two policemen looked at each other and looked at Klein as though they were examining him. "Take us there." "All right." Klein pretended to have a new lease of life and led the two police officers to 15 Minsk Street. He took out his key and opened the door. The two police officers first saw the messy scene before noticing the corpse lying on the ground, the hideous wound on the man's throat, and a blood-stained dagger. "Protect the scene. I'll go back to the station to report to the officer," the other police officer said to his round-faced, brown-eyed companion. "All right." The round-faced, brown-eyed officer cast his gaze at Klein. His expression and body language revealed his wariness and wariness. After a while, a sergeant in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 V's on his epaulets arrived with the previous officer and 2 other subordinates. As the police officers inspected the scene and gathered clues, the sergeant with a short, brownish-yellow beard took Klein to the side and made a preliminary inquiry. "Name?" "Sherlock Moriarty. This is my rent bill for half a year." Klein took out something he had prepared. The sergeant glanced at it casually and continued to ask, "What's your occupation?" "Private detective," Klein answered frankly. The sergeant frowned and said, "Do you know the deceased? Do you know why he attacked you?" "I know him. His name is Misty, the executioner of his manger gang." Without waiting for the other party to ask further, Klein said, "I previously accepted a commission from Ian Wright. He asked me to investigate his previous employer, Detective Zreal Victor Lee. This matter happens to be related to the manger gang and Misty. I followed him and found him secretly meeting a gentleman of very high status. He addressed him as Mr. Ambassador." After saying this, Klein was not surprised to see the sergeant's expression change a few times. "Ambassador? Do you know his name?" The sergeant muttered to himself and asked in a deep voice. "I'm not sure, but if I saw his photo, I would definitely be able to recognize him." Klein told the truth. "This morning, Massault came to visit me and asked me to look for Ian Wright. Based on my professional ethics as a private detective, I rejected him. In the end, I was attacked when I returned home in the evening and was almost killed by him. Fortunately, my fighting skills are not bad, and my reaction is quick enough." The sergeant pondered for a moment and asked about the details of the fight. Klein described it almost exactly. At most, he changed his premonition to a reaction and changed the standard contract he threw to the dagger that the other party dropped. Come back to the police station with us first and wait for the results of the autopsy, the conclusion of the scene investigation, and the questioning of the relevant people." The sergeant's mind didn't seem to be on this matter, and he seemed to be somewhat perfunctory. He only had one thought now. This was an important case involving a foreign ambassador. "I have to report it immediately." In a daze, he suddenly thought of a question and quickly added, "What is your faith?" "The god of steam and machinery," Klein answered without hesitation. The Church of the Storm's Bakelin headquarters, the Holy Wind Cathedral, was in Sherwood Borough. Therefore, cases involving Beyonders were often handed over to them. However, there was an exception. The person involved had a unified faith and was not the Lord of Storms. In order to avoid encountering the Nighthawks, Klein could only let the goddess down. Chapter 232. Empress Borough, in an inconspicuous house. Zio and Furs found a random seat and sat down, examining the entries written on the blackboard. Mr. A, who was wearing a hooded robe, continued to sit quietly and alone on the sofa in front, looking down at everyone with a condescending attitude. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula for £150. Zio silently read the familiar content and heaved a long sigh of relief. One of the situations she was most afraid of was that no one would sell the formula to her after she had finally saved up enough money. "I got £400, and together with my original savings of £150, that's enough. It's just that the subsequent main ingredients will definitely need a lot of money. All right, maybe I can switch circles and see if any Beyonders are interested in this formula." Zio suddenly perked up, feeling that she had found a way to make a fortune. Frankly speaking, if she wasn't in urgent need of money to buy the ingredients and concoct the potion to advance, she definitely wouldn't have leaked the formula. On the one hand, most people always hoped that there were fewer Beyonders in their sequence and that they were sufficiently special. On the other hand, With more competitors in the same pathway, the corresponding ingredients' prices would be raised a lot. It was the same for the subsequent formulas. After serious thought for a while, Zio slowly became uneasy again. This was because it was normal for a formula to be left on the shelf for a long time without being sold. Furthermore, the arbiter pathway belonged to the royal family and the military. It was strictly controlled in all aspects, and the parts that were scattered basically came from a small number of declining nobles. It was difficult for their formulas to form a complete low or mid-level pathway, and there were often only one or two of them. Coupled with the control of the main ingredients, it was difficult to obtain them, so there were very few beyonders who were willing to choose this sequence. Zio had been in the mysterious circles of Bakelin for a long time, but she hadn't found an arbiter other than her. On the one hand, it might be because the other party had concealed it well, but on the other hand, it more or less explained some problems. Phew, thinking about furs, I'm already lucky enough. All this time, she hasn't encountered any subsequent apprentice formulas. When Zio saw Mr. A's attendant come over, she wrote a note to buy the sheriff formula for him. Before long, she was led to the study on the first floor. Before entering, she took a hooded robe from the attendant and covered herself with it. The seller in the study was dressed in the same way, and they couldn't see each other's faces. This is the formula for the sheriff potion. Where's my money? The seller pressed a piece of paper on the desk and asked in a hoarse voice. Zio took out the cash she had counted several times and pushed it to him. After repeatedly checking the authenticity and the total amount, the seller finally let go of the formula. Zio immediately took a step forward and grabbed the note. She glanced at the main material. This was the most important part. A pair of feared devilbug's eyes and the right paw of a silver-white warbear. They're all beyonder ingredients that I've never seen anyone sell. Zio exhaled and left the study in melancholy before taking off her robe. She returned to the living room and sat next to Furs. Having fulfilled her wish, she gradually began to worry about the unknown honorific name and the evil spirit that might be haunting her. 10, no, 20 pounds, no, 30 pounds. Get someone who's good at exorcism to help me with the purification ritual. Zio made up her mind and whispered a few words to Furs before beckoning Mr. A's attendant. When the break period where they could freely communicate was over, they saw that the blackboard had an additional entry they had just submitted. Suspected to be haunted by an evil spirit. Seeking help from a friend who's good at exorcism. 30 pounds. After a while, Mr. A's attendant came to their side and whispered for them to head to the activity room on the first floor. Waiting inside was a man wearing a white mask. He looked at the two people in loose robes who sought help of unknown gender and chuckled. Let me do a preliminary self-introduction, first to prevent you from doubting my abilities. No, there's no need. We believe in Mr. A, the hooded Zio said before Furs could speak. She deliberately suppressed her voice to prevent her childish voice from exposing her identity. The man in the white mask spread his hands and smiled. It's my habit. I'm a believer of the sun. As you know, it's rare in Bakeland, or even in the entire kingdom. It's only at times like this that I can live with my true identity. Due to the huge conflict between the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Lord of Storms, the former had never obtained the right to preach in the kingdom of Rouen. A believer of the sun? The languid look in Furs's eyes vanished. This is the first time I'm seeing a living believer of the sun. I can't meet diplomats of higher status. Then should I feel honored? The man in the white mask spread his arms and raised them upwards. Making a gesture of praise for the sun, Furs didn't answer his question and smiled instead. Instead, she smiled and said, when it comes to exorcism and purification, the attendants of the sun are professionals. We're very relieved. We can begin. The man who claimed to be a believer of the sun didn't waste any more time. He took out a badge with the symbol of the sun and placed it on the round table in the middle. Then, he lit 2 candles using a dualistic ritual. After completing the preparatory steps, he said with a loud and abnormally pious voice, "O eternal blazing sun, you are the inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. I pray to you to bestow me with the light of purification. I pray to you to dispel the evil spirit." Amidst the reverberating Hermes incantation, Zio and Furs saw the sun badge emit a pure, warm, and bright light. It was endless as it surged towards the two of them like a tidal wave, drowning them simultaneously. Nearly a minute later, everything returned to normal. Zio and Furs felt warm, comfortable, and at ease. It was like soaking in a hot spring or sunbathing. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Klein was squeezed onto a very low bench with a bunch of thieves and drunkards. It was a very undignified scene. Suddenly, he felt a warmth emanate from the back of his hand. The coldness of Bakelin's night was greatly dispelled. Looking down, Klein realized that the 4 black dots that symbolized the mysterious space above the gray fog hadn't appeared. "Who would be so kind as to know that I was a little cold just now?" He mumbled in a half-joking, half-puzzled manner. As a former inspector, he looked at the thief who was cuffed to the pipe on his left, and then at the drunkard on his right, who was about to vomit at any moment but kept yelling about hitting someone. He sighed at his current situation, wondering when he would be able to break free. There should be another test next. I'll succeed if I pass it. I hope that the police's attention will be focused on the ambassador and the Zmanger gang and ignore the origins of a mere detective like me. In theory, there's a lot of hope as long as Mrs. Sammer, Lawyer Jurgen, and the others don't say anything that interests the police. Well, they just met me, so it's impossible for them to know too much. Massault's Beyonder characteristic was taken away by me and hidden above the gray fog, and he didn't leave anything strange behind. No one will discover that he was once a Beyonder, so they won't suspect my strength. It's been more than an hour, as Klein consoled himself. He saw the sheriff with a short, brownish-yellow beard walk over. "Sherlock Moriarty, follow me to the interrogation room," the sergeant ordered without explaining. "He's coming," Klein thought to himself as he got up and followed. Rounding the corner, the sergeant stopped in front of an iron door and gestured for Klein to enter. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He twisted the doorknob and opened the door. It was a small room with thick walls. There was a small table in the middle with chairs on both sides. Under the illumination of the elegant gas lamp on the wall, Klein clearly saw the interrogator on the other side. It was a man wearing a rarely seen black shirt. He wasn't wearing a vest. Instead, he was wearing a non-formal black coat. His eyebrows were sparse, and his blue eyes were cold. The lines of his face were like blades, so hard that they lacked gentleness. The man pointed to the chair opposite him and said in a deep voice, "I ask you, answer." Before he could finish his sentence, Klein felt an unimaginable pressure. He felt as though there were electric currents coursing through his psyche, forming a barbed whip that constantly lashed at his soul. This taste was painful and numb, as though it came from the depths of his brain. It was irresistible, and all he could do was tremble as his knees went limp. Klein nearly fell. He hurriedly propped himself up on the table and sat down, his forehead twitching. This is a Beyonder power. Ordinary people might think that it was a mental problem caused by their nervousness and the dignity of the interrogator opposite them, but Klein clearly recognized that it was a Beyonder power that directly attacked the psyche of others. He hurriedly recalled the information he had read in the past and quickly confirmed the suspect. Sequence 7 of the Arbiter Pathway, Interrogator. The matter was transferred to the Military Special Department? Klein thought, feeling a little relieved. As long as it wasn't a Nighthawk, everything was fine. Identify these photos and find the ambassador who met with Massault. The cold and stiff man in black spread out 7 to 8 black and white photos on the table. Klein felt as though the electric whip in his psyche was raised high, warning him with extreme pain, making him unwilling to lie. Of course, there was no need for Klein to lie. After some identification, he pushed a photo in the direction of the interrogator. It was of the middle-aged gentleman who was dressed in extravagant clothes and looked very tasteful. The interrogator glanced at it and didn't say anything. He asked again, "Is your previous statement true?" Klein maintained his lucidity and rationality as though he had been forced into a dream. He didn't succumb to the whip in his psyche. He sincerely replied, Everything is true. The interrogator leaned forward and placed his hands on the table. When was the last time you saw Ian Wright? Yesterday, early yesterday morning. Klein said with difficulty, beads of cold sweat seeping out his forehead. I followed Miss Salt and found Detective Zreel's corpse. As I didn't want to deal with the police, I took Ian with me to identify the corpse and got him to call the police himself. Zreel's corpse is in the sewer entrance at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in East Borough. After a brief silence, the interrogator finally nodded. Klein suddenly felt the immense pressure and the whip in his psyche disappear. You can leave now, he instructed in a flat tone. Klein stood up, opened the door, and walked out. He didn't hide the weakness in his footsteps. He felt that this was more tiring than fighting with Miss Salt. The slightest mistake would completely crush his psyche. He had to answer honestly whatever the interrogator asked. No, if it wasn't for my special spirit body, allowing me to maintain my calm and rationality in certain situations after undergoing the test of ravings and shouting for a long period of time, I would have most likely collapsed just now. Klein returned to the corridor with a chill on his back. At this moment, the sergeant from before came over and said, "Follow me. Come with me. Lawyer Jurgen is waiting to bail you out." Phew! Klein secretly exhaled and completely relaxed. He knew that the danger was finally over. Chapter 233. Klein met Jurgen Cooper in an office at the Rice police station. The young solicitor was still dressed very formally, as if he was ready to attend a dinner party in high society. The double-breasted black frock coat, white shirt with a stiff collar, large bow tie, and shiny leather boots made the police officers very polite to him. Jurgen held his half-top hat and looked at Klein with his blue eyes. "The paperwork is done. You can leave after paying the £10 bail." "Thank you." Klein didn't say anything else. He followed the good-looking but old-fashioned Jurgen to the police station's finance office, took out his wallet, and drew out 2 5-pound notes. At this moment, he was glad that he had brought all the cash, £95, with him. Otherwise, he might have had to borrow it from his good neighbor, Jurgen. Of course, the most serious thing was that if he had left the cash at home, Klein wasn't confident how much would be left after the police searched the scene. However, he couldn't put it above the gray fog, because he might have to rely on bribes to get out. At present, many newspapers and magazines have been vilifying the police, believing that they lacked supervision, did things crudely, were corrupt, often extorted, and were vicious. Klein didn't dare to believe them all, but he didn't dare to not believe them either. After all, Massault's money could very well be taken advantage of by the people at the police station. After paying the bail, Klein followed Jurgen out of the police station, shivering from the moist, cold wind that blew in his face. "After the case is closed, your bail will be returned to you. Of course, you can't expect them to take the initiative to inform you. In a week, if no one comes to bring you back to the police station, you can come here to ask for the bail. In theory, you can still receive the corresponding compensation from the other party's estate, if there is any." Jurgen walked towards a carriage parked beside him. The continuous rain during the day finally stopped at night, but the crimson moon was still covered by dark clouds, and the streets were only lit by the light of the gas lamps. Okay, Klein almost thought that he wouldn't get the £10 back. He could not help but calculate the commission from Ian. The reward was £5, but many of the furniture and tea sets in the room were damaged. He would have to buy new ones or find someone to repair them. In addition to the materials used, the cost of the carriage, and the repair of the clothes, it seemed that he would probably suffer a loss if he couldn't get the bail money back. It would be a huge loss. The beyonder characteristic left behind by Massault is worth quite a bit of money. Klein boarded the carriage and frowned. He had always thought that a private investigator who used his own residence as an office would at most not have any commissions and would not suffer any losses. In the end, Klein turned his head to look at lawyer Jurgen, who was sitting upright, and sincerely said, "I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for coming to bail me out. How much should I pay you for this?" Jurgen nodded formally. "This order is free. I've heard about you from Sergeant Faxine. I believe we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future." Klein laughed. "Lawyer Jurgen, I think you're cursing me." Jurgen shook his head solemnly. No, it's not what you think. It's very normal for a private investigator to have a regular lawyer to work with. Sir, you really have no sense of humor. Although you look very young, Klein silently lampooned and smiled. It just so happens that I'm looking for a lawyer to help me draft an investment contract. Investment contract? Jurgen asked in a slightly surprised tone. I know this isn't the hobby of a private investigator, but I happen to come across a good investment opportunity. Klein simply explained, Lawyer Jurgen, according to your rates, how much would such a contract cost? It's usually based on the total amount of the contract and the difficulty, Jurgen replied strictly. The total amount is £100, and the terms required are. Klein described his requirements in detail, including preemptive rights and the right to refuse. Jurgen thought seriously for a few minutes before saying, £2. I'll give it to you on Monday morning. All right. Klein didn't elaborate on the matter and instead asked about the information Jurgen had gathered regarding tonight's case. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took the initiative to pay 3 solely for the carriage rental. He bade farewell to the young but serious lawyer and walked to his house. When he opened the door and saw the messy scene, Klein felt mentally exhausted. His start as a private investigator was actually a loss. Just as Klein took off his coat and was cleaning up the mess, the doorbell suddenly rang. Puzzled, he opened the door and saw the maid next door, Julienne, in a black and white dress. Hello, Mr. Moriarty. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you over to talk about what happened, Julienne said with a hint of fear. Here it comes. The problem of compensation. Klein smiled. All right. He changed into a clean coat and followed the maid next door. Luke Sammer and his wife, Stellan Sammer, were sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting. The burly Luke, who had a beautiful mustache, stood up and extended his hand. He chuckled softly. Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. I didn't know you were a private detective until now. How disappointing of me to be a neighbor. No, it's my own problem, because I don't know if I'm suitable for this industry. Maybe I'll find another job at some point. Klein shook the man's hand and said, I'm very sorry about what happened tonight. I will compensate you. It was just an accident, Luke reassured. The blonde, blue-eyed, and beautiful Stellan asked curiously, What's going on? Did you really kill an intruder? Huh. I know you want black tea, right? Klein nodded. Maybe it's just a thief. He did not say that the matter stemmed from the commission he had accepted, lest the Sammers hold a grudge. Since the police didn't tell them, there's no need for me to do anything unnecessary. Klein silently added. Luke Sammer smiled. You definitely have outstanding combat skills. As a neighbor, I feel very safe. Perhaps we will have matters to entrust to you in the future. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh in a half-genuine manner. Actually, I was nearly killed. No matter what, the final winner is you, Luke said. After chatting on this topic for a while, Stellan picked up the white porcelain cup with gold-inlaid teacup and took a sip. I'm very curious. How many commissions can a private detective receive in a week, and how much money can he earn? Klein didn't hide the truth as he chuckled. That depends on the situation. Just like how there are times when there are bumper harvests and times when there are poor harvests, I earned £5 and 5 solely last week. But after what happened last night, I might even incur losses. Stellan didn't seem to hear the latter half of his sentence, as she continued speaking. If you can maintain this income, £5 a week will allow you to have a pretty good life in Bakeland or Sherwood Borough. You won't need to rent a room, and you can hire a maid to do chores. You can attend a concert or watch an opera every other week, play tennis or squash once a week, participate in a reading salon, or go to a nice restaurant. Of course, if you're already preparing for marriage, you'll need to scrimp a little. A weekly salary of £5 is still a little lacking from being truly respectable. Then, what's the weekly salary needed to be truly respectable? Klein asked cooperatively. £7. At least £7. Stellan raised her chin slightly. Klein turned to look at Luke and casually said, I heard from your wife that you work at the coin company. May I know what your main business is? Anthracite and charcoal, Luke replied with a smile. It's no wonder you're a member of the Soot Reduction Association. Klein pondered for a moment and said, What's the salary of a manager in Bakeland? The newspapers and magazines I've read rarely mention this. It depends on the industry, company, and the exact position. The top manager of Bakelin Bank earns £5,000 a year, and including my bonus, I only earn between £430 to £440, Luke said casually. That's about £8 a week. No wonder. Before Klein could say a word, Stella and Sammer grumbled. Actually, we can live in the suburbs. I'll have a garden and a lawn, and Luke will get a stable. He'll be able to buy the brand new carriage and 2 young horses that he's been dreaming about for a long time. But that will waste too much time on the commute, which is even more valuable. A new carriage with horses is about £100. A weekly salary of £8 is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, it didn't take long after I got a raise. Klein could only smile in response. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he bade farewell and sighed inwardly. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer are good people at heart. If it were a harsher landlord, they would have deducted my fees and asked me to scram after tonight's incident. When he returned home, Klein began working. He wasn't in a hurry to go above the gray fog to examine the warm current on the back of his hand, nor was he in a hurry to do a divination. This was because he was worried that the military special department was still watching him in secret. He decided to go to the bar Ian had described to buy a gun tomorrow night, so as to deal with a possible attack by someone out of desperation. Klein even planned on using this opportunity to hire a bodyguard, a powerful Beyonder bodyguard. Firstly, he could take the opportunity to come into contact with Beyonder circles without exposing himself. Secondly, he was afraid that the subsequent attackers that the ambassador found would have the ability to hide from the military special department. Although it was rather comical for a Sequence 8 Beyonder, a vengeful evil spirit, to need a bodyguard, safety was of utmost importance to Klein. If the price is too expensive, I'll blow the copper whistle to find Mr. Aztec. Of course, that might be even more dangerous. I don't know enough about sealed artifact 0-08. As he tidied up his room, Klein silently mumbled. After the purification ritual was over, the man in the white mask said to Zio and Furs, "No matter what evil spirit it is, I've already exorcised it. If it reaches the level of an evil spirit and I'm unable to exorcise it, then it would have reacted, but it didn't." As he spoke, he poured the water droplets condensed from the sun badge into a small metal bottle and handed it to Zio. "Sprinkle it in the room when you're back to eliminate any remnants." "Thank you." Zio paid the money with her heart aching, but she also felt a lot more at ease. Just as she and Furs returned to the living room, an attendant handed them a note. "Miss Arbiter, who bought the sheriff formula, would you like to have a chat in the study? I might have something you need." Chapter 234. Who? Why does he know that I've bought the sheriff formula? Zio's dark green pupils constricted as she looked around in surprise, but she didn't notice any suspicious gazes. According to Mr. A, it should be very safe and confidential to make a transaction here. In the end, Zio couldn't help but look at the single-seater sofa. She saw Mr. A, whose face was concealed by his hood, still quietly sizing up everyone without showing any signs of abnormality. She nudged Furs with her elbow and whispered, "What's wrong? Should I go?" Furs took the slip of paper, glanced at it, and answered without hesitation, "Go. At least Mr. A is watching, so no one will dare do anything to you. You can take the opportunity to figure out the other party's goal. Who knows, you might really be able to obtain the potion ingredients you want." That makes sense. Zio was a very decisive person. She immediately nodded at the attendant and followed him out of the study, putting on a hooded robe. "This hat can cover my entire face. I can't even see the road ahead." Zio put on her hood, opened the door, and saw a man in a black tuxedo sitting behind the desk. The man wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks, making it impossible to imagine his original appearance. The light brown eyes behind the golden mask darted around as the man pointed at the chair opposite the desk. "Sit." His voice was deliberately deep and hoarse, but there was nothing special about it. Zio closed the door to the study, puffed out her chest, and raised her head. She sat in her reserved seat without losing her bearing. She asked, "You have the main ingredients for the sheriff potion?" The masked man chuckled. Yes, I have the eyes of a terror demon worm and the right paw of a silver war bear. In fact, I was the one who got someone to sell the sheriff potion formula. No wonder. Although Zio was often mocked by her friends for being brainless, she wasn't a completely rash person to be able to survive in the Beyonder Circle, the gangs in Eastborough, and the poor. She had a beast-like intuition for danger. She asked in a deep voice, "Why are you doing this? Select suitable helpers. With your financial situation, it will be very difficult for you to gather the money needed for these 2 Beyonder ingredients in a short period of time. Of course, you can resell the formula at other Beyonder gatherings, but please believe me that this will bring you unnecessary danger. Our circles might not overlap, but I'm not alone." Zio frowned and said, "Since you have a huge organization and the sheriff and arbiter potion formulas, why do you need my help?" "There are many reasons why we don't want to do it ourselves, but there's no need for me to tell you. Every arbiter who relies on themselves to become a Beyonder will more or less have some noble connections. This is also what we need," the masked man explained briefly. "From the looks of it, he doesn't know of my origins or even my reputation in Eastborough." Zio relaxed a little. The masked man continued, "Just treat it as a commission outside the Beyonder gathering. I will give you some missions and pay you the corresponding remuneration. If you feel that it's dangerous, you can reject it. This is a fair and free transaction. When you have enough money, you can come to me to buy ingredients." This, Zio, who was feeling vexed over her financial situation, immediately felt her heart palpitate. After remaining reserved for 9 seconds, she said, "As long as I have the right to reject the mission, I can consider it." "No problem." The masked man laughed and said, "We can now decide on the location and method of our future meeting. In order to make you feel at ease, I'll leave the leadership to you." "All right." Although Zio was still confused and didn't understand why the other party wanted her to do something for him, she still agreed. At the very least, she couldn't see any obvious harm at the moment. Throughout the day on Sunday, Klein busied himself buying chairs, tea sets, and mending clothes. He spent a total of £6, 9 solely to restore the living room, dining room, and himself to their original state. What a loss. I hope the police department can eventually compensate me for my losses from Assault's inheritance. Sigh, there's not much hope. At most, it'll be a portion. Klein neatly put away the invoices and receipts, waiting for an opportunity to use them in the future. Of course, from a pure income point of view, he had actually earned quite a bit. Massault's Beyonder characteristic was worth at least £300, maybe even more. And the premise of all of this was that Klein could come into contact with the Beyonder Circle. After dinner, Klein put on a solid-colored sweater, a grayish-blue worker's coat, and a cap. He went out again, changed buses twice, and arrived at Iron Gate Street in the Bakelin Bridge area. After taking a few steps, he saw the brave. He saw a seemingly heavy black wooden door and a burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall with his arms crossed. The burly man sized up Klein and didn't stop him from pushing the door open. However, when he heard the cheers and toasts inside, his throat moved. It was the peak time of the bar's business. Before Klein even entered, he felt a wave of heat inundating him. He smelled the strong fragrance of malt and heard a hubbub. As expected, he saw 2 stages in the middle of the bar. One was playing a game of cat and mouse, and the other had 2 boxers waiting patiently, preparing for the battle that was about to begin. The fragrance of alcohol was mixed with the smell of sweat. Klein pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched his nose. While protecting his belongings, he struggled to squeeze his way to the bar counter. Without waiting for the bartender to speak, he spoke first. "A glass of Southville beer." This was the best beer produced in the Kingdom of Rouen. 5 pence, the bartender answered familiarly. Klein took out a handful of coins, counted 5 pence, and gave it to the bartender in exchange for a large wooden cup filled with golden liquor. The aroma of the beer was rich and alluring. In front of it, many beers can't even be called alcohol. They can only be considered beverages. The bartender chuckled. Klein took a sip and found it refreshing. First, it was bitter with a hint of fragrance. Following that, the taste of malt surged out, and the aftertaste was a little sweet. Putting down the cup, He looked at the delicate white foam and took the opportunity to ask, "Where's Casper's Kalinin?" The bartender stopped wiping the cup and looked up at him for a few seconds before pointing to the side. "Billiard room number 3. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein carried the cup and walked to billiard room number 3. With a light knock, the door creaked open. The two men holding billiard cues stopped and looked at the door. "I'm looking for Casper's Kalinin." In the silent atmosphere, Klein quickly added, "Old man introduced me." Upon hearing this, the old man in his 50s with a big nose and a linen shirt said in a deep voice, "Come in." There was a huge, upturned scar on his face, stretching from the corner of his right eye to the right side of his mouth. His nose was a typical rosacea, almost completely dyed red. Klein walked in slowly with his cup in hand. He saw Kalinen's snooker opponent put down his cue and leave the room, closing the door behind him. Casper's Kalinin limped over and asked, "What do you want?" "A powerful, custom-made revolver and 50 rounds of bullets." Klein drank another mouthful of Southville beer. £3 10 solely. Casper's gave the price. "This will definitely be more expensive than a regular weapon store. It includes the risk I'm taking." "Deal." Klein took out 5 one-pound notes that he had prepared earlier from his trouser pocket and counted 4 of them for the man. Casper's casually checked the authenticity and nodded. "You're more straightforward than you look. Give me 5 minutes." He placed the notes on the billiard table, leaned against the cue pole, and limped to the door. After watching Casper's leave, Klein turned his head to look at the current trend in snooker and boredom. He discovered that it was very similar to the mature snooker on Earth. "It must be you, Roselle the Great." He nearly shook his head and laughed. After waiting for a while, Caspers pushed open the door and entered. In his hand was an item wrapped in craft paper and 2 5-solely notes. Klein took the money and the item and opened it on the spot. He saw a silver-white revolver with a long barrel. Its handle seemed to be made of walnut wood. Apart from that, there were 50 glistening yellow bullets neatly placed in a box. Klein tested the empty gun, loaded 5 rounds, and stuffed the revolver into the armpit holster he had bought earlier. He then packed up the remaining bullets, looked up at Casper's, and said after some deliberation, "You're not going to be able to kill me." He deliberated and said, "If I want to hire a powerful bodyguard, who should I look for?" "Extremely powerful, the kind that exceeds the limits of humans." Casper's rubbed his red nose as his gaze turned cold. He carefully scrutinized Klein for 2 minutes, using his silence to create a terrifying sense of oppression. "I can help you ask, but I can't guarantee that someone will accept the mission." He seems to know more than one beyonder. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Regardless of the outcome, please allow me to express my gratitude in advance." Caspers put away the notes on the billiard table and walked out again. After a full 10 minutes, he returned to the room. By then, Klein had already finished his large glass of Southville beer out of boredom. "He wants to meet you before making a decision," Caspers said in a deep voice. "No problem. If it were me, I would also first evaluate the difficulty of the mission." Klein smiled and nodded. He followed behind Caspers, who was walking with difficulty through the crowded boxing ring and into the bar's kitchen. Caspers suddenly stopped and knocked on a door. After receiving permission, he led Klein in. It was a card room, and there were more than 10 people playing Texas Hold'em. Upon seeing Caspers and Klein enter, a man in a white shirt and black vest slowly stood up. The others who were playing cards stopped moving and didn't make a sound. With a sweep of his gaze, Klein frowned indiscernibly. He discovered that apart from the man who had stood up, the rest of the players had an indescribable strangeness to them. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were like those of wild beasts. Tapping his left molar twice, Klein secretly activated his spirit vision. His muscles tensed up, and he almost couldn't control his expression. This was because the auras of the players were all dark black. This meant that apart from the man who had stood up, the rest were all dead. No, they weren't simply dead. Dead people didn't have auras. These were zombies. The feeling of decay inundated him as the man in the white shirt and black vest walked in front of Klein. Chapter 235. A living person and more than 10 corpses had been playing poker in a dimly lit room for half the night. Such a scene left one's scalp tingling. Klein held back his instinctive fear and looked at the pale man in front of him. His brown eyes were filled with malice, and he exuded a hint of madness. He pretended to be intimidated by the man's aura and took a step back. Caspers left the card room and closed the door. The man asked in a deep voice, "You're the one looking for a bodyguard?" "Yes." Klein deliberately gulped a mouthful of saliva. The man's strangeness made him afraid, but it also gave him a certain sense of security. The stronger and more powerful the bodyguard was, the safer he would be. The pale-faced man in a black vest lifted his chin and said, "Why do you need a bodyguard? How much are you willing to pay for this?" Klein didn't immediately answer. He thought for nearly a minute before saying, "I'll first tell you the exact situation of the mission. I'll tell you the specifics of the mission first. After you've evaluated it, give me a price. If I can afford it, or if I have something of equal value, then the deal will be done. If not, I can only give up and find someone else." The man with eyes filled with malice didn't say a word. He nodded slightly, indicating for Klein to continue. Klein deliberately looked at the zombies, treating them as ordinary card players. He used his eyes to ask, before answering, "Do you want to chase those guys out of the room?" "There's no need," the pale-faced man said in a deep voice. Klein deliberated for a moment and truthfully described, "I offended an important figure. I've offended a big shot. He might have the support of a country behind him." There was suddenly no movement in the card room. It was completely silent. The malicious-looking man froze on the spot, as though he had turned into a plaster statue. After nearly a minute, he slowly said, "This mission is priceless. This mission is priceless." Klein didn't react immediately. Only when the man turned around and walked to the card table did he realize that the deal had failed. "You pulled a bunch of zombies into the room to play cards. You appear to be of high status and strength, but you were scared off just like that? You're clearly a little crazy." Klein didn't know if he should laugh or cry as he added, "That big shot isn't that free in Bakeland." The man in the black vest ignored him and sat back down. The zombies started dealing cards and throwing chips again. Klein exhaled and left the room. He saw Kaspers Kalinin, an old man in his 50s with a rosacea and hideous wounds, waiting outside. "We couldn't make a deal." Klein shrugged. Kaspers didn't show any signs of surprise as he pondered for a few seconds. "His price is too high." "No, he thinks the mission is too difficult." Klein didn't hide anything. Kaspers's brows twitched slightly. "Merrick is the scariest person I know. He's not even afraid of bullets. Since he thinks that the mission is too difficult, I don't think I can help you contact other powerful people. It's a pity." Klein sighed. Kaspers clenched his right fist and hit his left chest. "May the storm be with you. Then I'll be dead." Klein found joy in his bitterness and smiled. "Thank you. You can try to help me ask powerful people from other places. I'll pay you. Well, I'll come again tomorrow night." After receiving an affirmative answer, he left the brave in melancholy. He didn't even have the interest to play a round of billiards. Am I being too honest? If I described the mission in a simpler way, Merrick would have agreed just now. I just don't know how much he'll ask for. Sigh, it's not my style to get someone to help me face danger when I'm being kept in the dark. As a beyonder, if I keep going against my true thoughts and principles, I'm afraid I won't be far from losing control. Klein sighed and felt relieved as he changed to a carriage and returned to Minsk Street. After washing up, Klein didn't waste any charcoal. He went straight to his bedroom and drew the curtains, isolating the room from the outside world. On the way back, he thought carefully for a while and realized that the danger that might appear wasn't impossible to resolve. For that unknown ambassador, his main and fundamental goal is to find Ian Wright. The reason why he sent someone to deal with me is because he wants to obtain clues about Ian. After failing to obtain an answer directly, he considered killing me and channeling my spirit. If I can let him know that I can't actually find Ian, he wouldn't take the risk for a hired thug under the surveillance of the military special department. Of course, my appearance and strength that exceeded his expectations caused their operation to be exposed, causing them to suffer a serious setback. If I were that ambassador, I would definitely think of ways to take revenge and vent my anger but definitely not now. Not now, when the situation is tense and turbulent. Yes, the premise is that the ambassador has a brain and isn't an idiot who only knows how to act in a fit of pique. For him to be in charge of such an important matter, it means that he should be relatively reliable. In other words, the crux of the problem lies in the whereabouts of Ian Wright. There's still a hidden danger. After the ambassador ultimately fails, will he deliberately reveal to the military special department that Massault is a beyonder, letting them know that my strength is questionable and using them to take revenge on me? This is just something that can be said in passing. It's not difficult at all. I have to be wary. After analyzing the situation he was in, he suddenly had the urge to hire a hitman to kill the unknown ambassador. But when he thought of the possibility of a powerful beyonder by his side, he felt depressed. I wonder if the messenger can accept my mission without Mr. Aztec's approval. It shouldn't be possible. Pay close attention to this matter and find an opportunity to silence him. Since he sent someone to kill me, I won't feel any psychological burden killing him, right? I can consider issuing this mission on the tarot and see if Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man have any solutions. Perhaps I could spend a large sum of money to hire Mr. A or a powerhouse of the same sequence. Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he thought of the tarot. With this idea, he calmed down a lot. He rummaged for a piece of paper and a pen and wrote the divination statement, the whereabouts of Ian Wright. After confirming that there were no hidden beyonders in the room, Klein looked at the curtains that blocked out prying eyes. As he recalled Ian's appearance and attire, he silently recited the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. He quickly entered a dream and saw a dark, narrow, and dirty room in the illusory world. There were bunk beds and mattresses inside. A total of 4 people were sleeping there. Ian was at the top of the bunk bed, curled up and sleeping soundly with the old satchel pressed down on him. The dream shattered, and Klein opened his eyes and interpreted the revelation. Such a lodging environment only exists in Eastborough and the Bakelin Bridge area, but it's an abnormally large place. Even if all the police in Bakelin were mobilized, they wouldn't be able to completely investigate it. Ian is very careful. He didn't leave anything here with me. Otherwise, I would have been able to find him with the dowsing rod technique. After thinking for a few minutes, Klein picked up a pen and added a paragraph before and after the divination statement, turning it into a statement of defense. I don't know where Ian Wright is. I haven't seen him since I found Zreel's corpse. The piece of paper was placed on the desk, with the pen pressed down on the edge. After doing all of this, Klein stood up and returned to the vicinity of the bed. He used a less obvious method of flicking a coin to quickly confirm if anyone was observing his every move. After receiving a negative answer, he quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, silently recited the incantation, and went above the gray fog. Inside the ancient and majestic palace, Klein didn't have the time to examine his surroundings. He first repeated the divination. Seeing that the negative answer hadn't changed, he was no longer so nervous. He looked up to the side and discovered that the core of the newly added crimson star was dyed with a sun-like gold. This is the source of the warmth I felt. Klein spread his spirituality and carefully touched it in response to a prayer. The light and shadow changed, and a blurry scene quickly appeared in front of him. The petite girl and a lady with slightly curly brown hair, whom he had tried to pull into the world above the gray fog, were standing in front of the altar. A man wearing a white mask was softly chanting the honorific name of the eternal blazing sun, creating a warm and pure light. Is he looking for someone to exorcise evil? Klein almost laughed. At this moment, he finally understood the reason for the previous situation. It wasn't that someone had penetrated the gray fog and locked onto him. This was similar to Justice and the others chanting the honorific name and praying. After the gray fog received the information, it would naturally and instinctively give him feedback. However, because it wasn't a prayer, the illusory layered voice turned into a warm current. A hint. This is a hint, not damage or influence. Klein made a clear judgment. At the same time, he also roughly confirmed one thing. The mysterious space above the gray fog had established a connection with Miss Justice and the others. It wasn't an absolutely strange method. It wasn't within the rules of this world, and it would still be restricted to a certain extent. It would be affected to a certain extent by a specific method. Klein continued looking at the scene in front of him and listening to the voices. He was surprised to find that this lasted longer than any other time in the past. Before this, he was unable to take the initiative to pry into the corresponding target of the Crimson Star unless the other party prayed. Only then would he be able to receive the corresponding scene. Another situation was that when he gave feedback, he could see the scene and hear the synchronized voice. But once the response ended, he would no longer be able to obtain any additional information. And now, it was as if he was watching a video of a reality show that had been maintained for a long time and was covered in mosaics. He saw the petite lady and a man wearing a golden mask talking in the study. He heard her companions address her as Zio and understood that she was seeking the Beyonder ingredient corresponding to the Sheriff Potion. It wasn't until the two ladies returned home that Klein regretted that he couldn't see their house numbers clearly did the video come to an end. Looking at the gradually dissipating sun like gold, he nodded thoughtfully, vaguely understanding why such an anomaly had occurred. Chapter 236. It was the same dream divination, but this time Klein saw more scenes. The first scene was still the small, dark, and dirty room, and the sleeping Ian right on the bunk bed. The second scene was the sewer that the two of them had gone to at the same time. Ian crouched in front of Zreel's incomplete corpse, reached out to rub the 2 rows of white teeth, and took out one of them. The third scene was a bustling street. The passers-by were dressed in plain clothes, some even old or tattered. There were gardens and lawns in the middle of the street, surrounded by low chimneys that spewed out mist. Ian, who was wearing an old coat and a round hat, looked around warily and entered the telegraph office not far from the middle of the street. Diagonally across from him was the entrance to the steam subway that looked like a shopping mall. The scene quickly faded until it became transparent. Klein opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his index finger, and made a preliminary judgment. From that tooth and the telegram, Zreel and Ian aren't a detective team that accidentally got involved in a dangerous matter. There's an organization behind them. I should be able to determine where the third scene corresponds to. Klein wasn't in a hurry to analyze it in depth, because he didn't want to stay above the gray fog for too long. Leaving the high-back chair belonging to the fool, he came to a corner and rummaged through the paper bag that he had previously sent over to find Miss Salt's Beyonder characteristic. Holding the jelly-like crimson object, Klein sat down again and wrote a new divination statement, the corresponding potion name. As he chanted, he held the Beyonder characteristic in one hand and the piece of paper with the divination statement in the other. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the gray, illusory dream, the ambassador, who was dressed extravagantly and had a thin, bearded face, once again appeared in front of Klein. He held a bottle of crimson liquid and said to Miss Salt, "Drink it. Drink this bottle of hunter potion, and you will be able to dominate the Zmanger gang." Of course, money is also indispensable. Roselle the Great once said that one should have a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Hunter? Bakeland is a huge city. Massault frowned slightly and asked in puzzlement. In his illiterate mind, hunters belong to the wilderness, to animals. The middle-aged ambassador chuckled. The largest city is also the largest dark forest. Here, everyone has 2 identities. One is the prey, the other is the hunter. No matter how weak a hunter is, it's still a hunter. It's possible for it to injure a powerful prey. Go, join this grand hunt. The scene shattered, turning into countless shadows. Klein looked down at the crimson Beyonder characteristic in his hand and muttered to himself, "So, it's the hunter potion. It's no wonder Massault is so good at fighting. He even used poison blow darts. No wonder he could track me all the way here. However, he doesn't seem to have truly understood the essence of a hunter. He didn't set any traps, didn't use any weapons, and didn't bring out the corresponding strengths. On the one hand, it's because he doesn't know that I'm also a Beyonder and a Sequence 8 Beyonder at that. He looks down on me. On the other hand, it also means that he hasn't been consuming the potion for long. The Hunter pathway is controlled by both the Sauron family, the former Indus royal family, and the Einhorn family, the rulers of the Faesak Empire. It's a secret organization, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, that appeared in the last 200 to 300 years. In addition to his clothing style, the ambassador's identity can almost be confirmed. He's a high-ranking diplomat of the Republic of Intis, an ambassador to the Kingdom of Ruan. I don't know what the important item he wants is. As his thoughts churned, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality and plummeted. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately looked around vigilantly, but he didn't discover any abnormal changes. Phew! Klein exhaled silently. He felt a little more confident about gathering the tarot members on time tomorrow afternoon. He rummaged through the map of Bakeland that he had bought on the steam locomotive and searched for the telegraph office along the subway, one that wasn't far from the middle of the street. There were only a few subway lines in Bakeland, and Klein quickly identified 3 targets. One was in West Borough, one was in St. George Borough, and one was in East Borough, where Bakeland Bridge intersected. He recalled the attire and social class of most of the pedestrians in the dream and obtained the final answer. The third, where East Borough and Bakeland Bridge intersected. Sometimes, deciphering a revelation requires a wealth of real knowledge and the corresponding reasoning ability. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and came to the desk. He added another sentence to the statement he had previously written, making the content on the piece of paper richer. I don't know where Ian Wright is. I haven't seen him since I found Zreel's corpse. However, I learned through my own channels that Ian Wright once appeared at the telegraph office on White Rum Street. After he finished writing, Klein didn't fold the paper, nor did he use his spirituality to ignite it. Instead, he allowed it to spread out on the desk and freely display its contents. After taking a deep look, Klein returned to the bed, took off his clothes, and went to sleep. Outside the tightly shut curtains, the crimson moon peeked out of the clouds, shining brightly and flawlessly. In a house in Hillstonborough, Furs, who had been sleeping separately from Zio, suddenly sat up, stretched out her hands, and covered her head. Her rather good-looking face was distorted to the extreme, making her look as hideous as a devil's. Furs pressed both sides of her ears and kept rolling on the bed, as if she was resisting the illusory ravings. Beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead, and the veins on the back of her hands protruded. Her body tensed up from time to time, and from time to time, her light blue eyes that had a teasing and languid look were filled with pain. In the depths of her pupils, there seemed to be countless shadows changing and stacking on top of each other. No! Furs finally couldn't hold it in any longer as she let out a deep scream. Her hands stopped covering her ears and turned to pulling at her hair, as if she was fighting the pain with pain. After squirming for a few minutes, Furs finally stopped. She released her hands and looked at the handful of slightly curled brown hair. She weakly gave a self-deprecating laugh. I lied to Zio. I told her that the ravings of every full moon didn't have any negative effects on me. At least, hair loss is a very serious problem. Furs sat up with great difficulty and looked at the curtains that half covered the window. Through the gap, she saw the dreamy crimson moon outside. It's getting worse each time. Will I lose control because of this next time? Furs muttered. She could no longer suppress the weakness that she usually buried deep in her heart. She had tried to separate the bracelet that allowed her to use the spirit world to teleport from her body, but this was no longer enough to make the full moon ravings disappear. She had tried taking tranquilizers and chanting the honorific name of the god of steam and machinery. She had tried some ritualistic magic, but none of them could change the situation of her gradually sliding into the abyss. If only I could understand what the ravings were saying. I wished to die knowing and not be buried in a muddled state. Perhaps, after advancing to sequence 8, I'll be able to hear it a little more clearly. However, I've never seen anyone selling the Trickmaster formula. Furs stared out the window in a daze, her eyes dyed red by the moonlight. On Monday morning, Klein, who hadn't slept well, woke up early and got out of bed. He walked to the desk, prepared to pull the curtains and open the window to let in the light and the wind from outside. At this moment, he caught sight of the piece of paper on the desk from the corner of his eye. It was facing the window, still in its original state. However, Klein clearly remembered that before he fell asleep last night, the piece of paper was facing the chair, facing the bed. After a short sleep, it had turned upside down and changed its orientation. Klein's pupils constricted, and he suddenly reached out to pull open the curtains. He saw that the oriel window was still tightly shut, not letting in a single gust of wind. The piece of paper had turned half a circle on its own without any wind. No, someone came in, and I didn't notice it. Klein felt a chill run down his spine to his head. In his sleep, he didn't react to this at all. This meant that he was at the mercy of others, and his life and death depended on the other party's mood and thoughts. Was it a member of the military special department, or a powerful beyonder sent by the ambassador? From the fact that the piece of paper didn't return to its original state and remained upside down, it's more likely to be the latter. It's a form of warning. To be able to sneak in so silently, it's very impressive. Should I thank him for his kindness? No. Why wouldn't he do something that was convenient? There must be a reason. He doesn't want to alarm the members of the military special department who are monitoring the surroundings. Klein's thoughts surged, and he couldn't help but think of many things. He had written those words last night and spread out the paper on the desk so that someone could see it and let the ambassador know what he wanted to know. He wanted to delay any possible revenge until the matter was over, so that he could have more time to prepare. However, Klein had originally expected that the other party would sneak in while he was out and that the military special department surveillance of the house would weaken. Who knew that the other party would be able to bypass the surrounding beyonders and quietly enter the bedroom while he was still asleep? The feeling of having his life and death in the hands of someone else was very uncomfortable. A very powerful beyonder or a very strange beyonder. Klein turned around with his back to the oriel window and took out a penny. Someone sneaked into this room last night. He silently recited the sentence, and with the cover of his body, he flicked the coin upwards. The coin tumbled and jumped, but it didn't pass Klein's shoulder before falling rapidly into his open palm. This time, the numbers were facing up. This meant that it was a negative. It meant that no one had sneaked into Klein's bedroom last night. The paper wouldn't change directions for no reason. Am I sleepwalking? No. I can even stay awake when Captain invades my dreams. Klein immediately frowned and thought of two possibilities. 1. The divination results were interfered with and misled. Chapter 237. After making a rough guess, Klein wasn't in a hurry to confirm it. He pretended as if nothing had happened and turned the paper around to face him. The information he wrote about Ian Wright was absolutely true. Even if he used divination techniques to confirm it, he would get a positive answer. Therefore, he believed that the ambassador's men would follow this lead and obtain some results. They wouldn't have the motivation or time to take revenge on him for the time being. Similarly, he would continue to spread the paper on the desk and let the monitoring personnel of the special department of the military see it. He would guide them to stop paying attention to himself and shift their focus to Ian Wright's direction, racing against time to find him with the ambassador. This way, Klein would be safer. It feels like I'm walking on a tightrope. Is this the special physique of a clown? He shook his head with a laugh and opened the oriel window to take in some fresh morning air, but the thick, choking smog outside made him silently close the window again. Using an ink bottle to press down the paper with Ian's information, Klein went to the bathroom next door to quickly clean himself up. He then took down the black double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat from the coat rack and went all the way to the first floor. He had an appointment with Lawyer Jurgen for breakfast that day. Pulling out his black silver-inlaid cane from the umbrella rack in the foyer, Klein walked along the edge of the street in the fog, where visibility was less than 10 meters. He went all the way to 58 Minsk Street and rang the doorbell of the dark house. As the jingle echoed, the image of a black, blue-eyed cat with a raised tail suddenly appeared in his mind. Brody the black cat walked in a straight line and arrived behind the door. After gathering his strength for 2 seconds, he suddenly leaped up and reached out to grab the doorknob. After that, he inevitably fell, twisted the doorknob with his weight, and opened the door. With a creak, the morning wind blew in, and the door slowly retreated. Brody the black cat gave Klein a haughty look and walked to the side. "What a smart cat," Klein praised the old lady, Doris, who was wearing a white apron. Doris smiled until her wrinkles smoothed out. "It depends on its mood. Most of the time, it will pretend to be stupid, as if it doesn't understand what you're saying. Oh, I prepare my best bean and turnip soup for you. Eat it with bread." Bean and turnip soup. The name sounds like a dark cuisine. Klein smiled. "I'll look forward to it." As he spoke, Lawyer Jurgen walked out of the bathroom. Even though he was at home, even though he had just woken up, he was still dressed meticulously. His white shirt was well-ironed, his brownish-yellow vest was tight, and the lines of his trousers seemed to have been ironed. "The contract you wanted is ready. Take a look and see if there's anything you've missed." Jurgen swept his blue eyes and went straight to the point without any pleasantries. His brown hair was neatly combed back, and one could clearly see the gloss of his hair oil. "All right." Klein leaned on his cane, took off his hat and coat, and followed Jurgen into the study on the first floor, where he received a thick contract. He stood there and casually flipped through it. The more he read, the more his head hurt. In the end, he only skimmed through the important clauses. "I hope that everything is in place. The clauses that I had previously neglected have also been added. For example, instead of paying Leopard £100 in one go, there will be 3 timings that will be paid in installments according to his progress. The first installment will be £50. Not bad. This way, I don't have to go to Bakelin Bank for the time being and withdraw the remaining £100 from my anonymous account. I can rely on the money I have on me." Klein closed the document and smiled at Jurgen. "I'm very satisfied. Your professionalism is better than I thought." As he spoke, he took out 2 one-pound notes that he had prepared earlier. Jurgen took the notes and handed the remaining contracts to Klein. "If there are any mistakes when signing, here are 2 extra copies. Remember to shred the rest of the contract." The current shredder is a hand-operated mechanical shredder. Klein was about to nod when old Madame Doris in the dining room shouted, "Don't worry. Good lads, it's time for breakfast." "My grandmother's hearing is a little impaired," Jurgen explained and gestured for them to enter. Klein followed him into the dining room and saw old Madame Doris ladle out a spoonful of thick, greenish-yellow liquid from the black soup pot and pour it into the corresponding plate. "Here, try it. Bean and turnip soup. This is your bread." Mrs. Doris smiled as she pointed at the suspicious pile of food. Klein glanced at Jurgen and saw that his expression was even more serious than before. His heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to sit down, Klein broke off a piece of white bread, dipped it in the yellowish-green soup, and stuffed it into his mouth with the spirit of an adventurer. He was surprised to find that the taste was quite good. The faint saltiness had a sweetness that stimulated his appetite. It just happened to bring out the soft fragrance of the bread. "My grandmother used to be an excellent chef," Jurgen said casually as he slowly savored his breakfast. "Then why do you have to pull a long face? I really have no appetite watching you eat." Klein silently lampooned as he immersed himself in the relaxation and pleasure brought about by the delicacies. After leaving Jurgen's house, he first took a train and then another to Zurich Street in St. George's Borough, where he reached a formal agreement with Leopard and paid the first £50, with a second £30 to be paid in 2 weeks, depending on the other party's progress. At this point, Klein only had £21 and 8 solely left. He then returned to Sherwood Borough and went to the public library to flip through the past year's Tussock Times, looking for news related to the Intis ambassador to the Kingdom of Rouen. When it was almost noon, he finally saw a black-and-white photo of the person and confirmed that it was the one he had seen in his dream divination. Bakerland, Jean Mudon. Silently reciting the name of the Republic of Intis's ambassador, Klein walked out of the library and found a small restaurant to have his lunch. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Klein pretended to rest, drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He first divined if the military special department surveillance of him was lax and received a positive answer. Then he wrote down the divination statement he had thought of in the morning. The the infiltrator from last night. Leaning back in a chair and silently reciting the statement, Klein's eyes drooped as he fell into a deep sleep. In the illusory, fragmented, and hazy world, his bedroom appeared. At that moment, Klein saw a black shadow squirming at the bottom of the door. A slender, iron-black threadworm burrowed in, its center arching high before flattening out, constantly circulating towards the desk. Its movements were very stiff, as though it had been dismantled into a slow-motion motion. It had a strange vibe to it. The iron-black threadworm wriggled to the desk and climbed to the top, leaving a path of rapidly evaporating mucus along the way. It stopped in front of the piece of paper with Ian Wright's information written on it. It suddenly raised its head, and the middle part of its body rose up, leaving only its tail supporting its body. At that moment, it looked like a human. After examining it for a while, the iron-black threadworm pushed the piece of paper in a different direction. Then it returned the way it came and disappeared. So that's how it is. In other words, it's not that the infiltrator from last night didn't want to take revenge on me, but that he simply didn't have the ability. Unless this iron-black threadworm is highly toxic. Klein nodded in enlightenment and used divination to confirm that the Beyonder controlling the iron-black threadworm was an assignment from Ambassador of Intis, Bakerland Jean Mudon. After doing all of this, he used the gray fog to completely envelop the paper bag in the corner, then sent a message to Sunday. When the pointer of the pocket watch was in place, Klein pulled Justice, the Hanging Man, and Sun in at the same time. This week's tarot had arrived as scheduled. The familiar gray fog and hazy silhouettes came into view. Audrey, who had successfully advanced to Sequence 8, stood up halfway, lifted her skirt slightly, and greeted happily. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man, good afternoon, Mr. Sun." Klein, who had long activated his spirit vision, used the uniqueness above the gray fog to notice that deep within Miss Justice's ether body, the surface of her astral projection had changed again. The uniform color was much purer. Hence, he chuckled and said, "Welcome, our Miss Telepathist." Audrey smiled reservedly and said a few humble words before turning her head to look across. "Mr. the Hanging Man, it's time for you to submit the 6 pages of your diary for this week. Perhaps Mr. Fool will make some connections after seeing it and tell us some common sense." The corners of her mouth curled up in anticipation. Alger nodded and began to conjure the 6 pages of Roselle's diary with Klein's help. Previously, he had thought of asking the Fool if he should use the sacrificial method to directly submit the remaining diary pages, but seeing that the Fool didn't seem too interested and didn't take the initiative to mention it, he gave up on the idea. And this was in line with his understanding. Roselle's diary pages were of some use to the godlike Mr. Fool, but it wasn't too much. He would collect them, but he wouldn't be in a hurry. The 6 pages of diary pages were quickly completed. Alger was about to present it to the Fool at the end of a long bronze table when he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Fool, I found some information regarding the secret order." Information wasn't blocked in the vast ocean, but it wasn't timely enough. Those great pirates also valued information. They would often send people to the colonial islands to exchange information they had gathered. It was through this channel that Alger learned about the secret order. "Very good." Klein nodded slightly, indicating for the Hanging Man to continue. He didn't avoid the presence of Miss Justice and Sunday. This would help the former to gather more information about the secret order, while the latter would not understand at all. At the same time, the 6 pages of the diary flashed into his palm. "The Hanging Man," Alger said unhurriedly, "the secret order has a certain connection with the Republic of Intis." Republic of Intis? That's right. Roselle the Great is from Intis. Zeradol found him in Trier, the capital of Intis. The secret order even participated in the famous incident of Intis. Yes, it's not too surprising that the secret order still has some connections with the Republic of Intis to this day. Klein confirmed that the information provided by the Hanging Man was true.